Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Drace. The stench of desperation clings to L'amour's walls like perfume to a plaything's throat. I adjust the obsidian mask covering my scars, the enchanted metal cold against my skin, despite the suffocating heat of the auction room. Around me, Voig's nobility presses close, their excitement palpable as they await tonight's special offering. Lords and ladies, the auctioneer's voice slithers through the crowd. Our final lot this evening is unprecedented, a treasure beyond compare. My fingers drum against my thigh, a nervous habit I've never been able to break. 3 months of following rumors, of bribing the right people, of enduring the stench of human flesh markets. All for this moment. The curtain parts. She doesn't cower. That's the first thing I notice about the human woman they drag onto the stage. Where others would tremble, she stands with her spine straight, chin lifted just enough to be defiant without inviting punishment. Silver-tinged eyes, impossible eyes that shouldn't exist in any human, sweep across the crowd before dropping in practice submission. Lissa, the auctioneer announces, circling her like a vulture. 24 years of age. Survivor of Project Sanguine. A collective intake of breath ripples through the room. Even I lean forward slightly. Project Sanguine is a myth, a whispered legend among those who deal in flesh. Experiments to alter human blood, to make it more. Her blood, the auctioneer continues, yanking Lissa's head back to expose her throat, is unlike anything you've ever tasted. One drop will intoxicate. One taste will enslave. She is addiction incarnate, crafted for your pleasure. The woman's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. Good. She has pride left to break. A word of warning. The auctioneer releases her hair. She's immune to magical control. No amount of psionic manipulation will bend her will. She must be managed through traditional means. My lips curve beneath the mask. Perfect. I don't want a puppet. I want a weapon with enough consciousness to understand exactly how I'm using her. Bidding starts at 50,000 daler. 70, Lord Thessarian calls out immediately. I recognize his voice. Snake oil smooth and twice as toxic. 80, another lord. 100,000. My voice cuts through the rising cacophony. The room stills. The auctioneer's eyes glitter. 100,000 from the masked lord. Do I hear? 150, Thessarian counters, turning to glare at me. Some of us don't hide behind masks, friend. 200,000. I don't even glance his way. My attention remains fixed on the woman, on Lissa. She's watching me now, those unnatural eyes trying to pierce through obsidian and shadow. 300, Thessarian snarls. 500,000 daler! Gasps echo off the velvet-draped walls. Even Madame Velithra, L'amour's proprietress, raises one perfectly sculpted eyebrow from her position near the stage. The fortune I'm offering could buy a small estate in Voig's noble quarter. 500,000! The auctioneer repeats, barely concealing his glee. Thessarian's face twists with rage, but he remains silent. He might think the price is too much. Sold to the masked lord. 2 guards flank Lissa, preparing to escort her to the holding cells where transactions are completed. I rise from my seat, my full height causing several nearby lords to step back instinctively. "I'll take her now," I announce. "My lord," the auctioneer stutters. "Payment must be verified." I pull a crystal from my coat, one bearing the seal of House Murthar, charged with enough funds to cover my bid twice over. "Verify it while my property is prepared for transport." Madame Valethra glides forward, her golden scale mask catching the lamplight. "Lord Maritha, I should have recognized that particular brand of arrogance." She takes the crystal, examining it with practiced efficiency. "Your transaction is approved, though I'm curious what a minor noble house wants with such an expensive acquisition." "Curiosity is a dangerous trait in your profession, madame." She laughs, the sound almost like breaking glass. "Indeed. Guards, prepare the girl for transport. And Lord Murthar?" She leans closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Do be careful. Some poisons are sweet enough to make you forget they're killing you." 10 minutes later, I'm guiding my new purchase through Voig's fog-shrouded streets toward my carriage. Iron shackles bind her wrists, necessary theater until we're away from prying eyes. She stumbles once on the cobblestones, and I catch her elbow, steadying her with a little more force than necessary. "Thank you, my lord," she murmurs, her voice carrying an accent I can't quite place. Yacare's Isles, perhaps, mellowed by years of captivity. I release her immediately. "Get in." The carriage interior is dark, lit only by the faint glow of neptherium stones embedded in the walls. I sit across from her, finally allowing myself to study my investment properly. The auction house's harsh lights hadn't done her justice. Her beauty is unsettling. Pale skin seems to glow from within, as if moonlight runs beneath the surface instead of blood. The black hair that falls to her mid-back is shot through with natural silver streaks. Not the gray of age, but something that catches the light like mercury. High cheekbones and a delicate jaw speak of careful breeding, but it's her eyes that disturb me most. Silver-gray irises ringed with pale violet, they hold too much intelligence for someone who's been property since childhood. Her full lips are naturally crimson like blood. She's taller than most human women I know, perhaps 5.5 feet, with a build that suggests hidden strength beneath the silk slave's dress. Small scars mark the insides of her wrists, evidence of repeated blood drawings. Everything about her whispers of refinement corrupted, innocence weaponized, too refined for a typical pleasure slave, too dangerous for a mere ornament. "You're wondering why?" she says after several minutes of silence. Quiet. $500,000 could buy you a dozen trained courtesans. But you chose me. Her silver eyes find mine in the darkness. You've heard what my blood can do. My hand moves before I consciously decide, backhanding her hard enough to split her lip. She doesn't cry out, merely touches her mouth and examines the blood on her fingertips with detached interest. "You speak when spoken to," I inform her coldly. "That's your first lesson." "Yes, my lord." No fear in her voice, only calculation. The rest of the journey passes in silence. My estate rises from the mists like a fortress, which is essentially what it is. High walls topped with spelled iron, towers that pierce the permanent twilight surrounding my lands. I've cultivated a reputation for reclusiveness since my return to Voyig. Tonight, that isolation serves my purposes perfectly. My manservant, Yarrick, meets us in the courtyard. The old soldier takes in Lissa with his single good eye, his expression carefully neutral. "The tower room," I instruct, "and send word to the kitchens. She's to be fed properly. I need her healthy." "Yes, my lord." I personally escort Lissa to her new quarters, a circular chamber at the top of the estate's eastern tower. It's well appointed for a prison, a proper bed, washing facilities, even a small shelf of books. The windows are too narrow for escape and reinforced with force magic, but they provide an excellent view of the grounds. "Impressive," she observes, moving to examine the space. Not the dungeons, then? I told you to be quiet. She turns to face me, and for a moment I see something flicker in those strange eyes. Not fear. Something far more dangerous, understanding. I cross to her in 2 strides, grabbing her chin and forcing her to meet my gaze. This close, I can smell her. Not the cloying perfumes of l'amour, but something underneath. Lightning and copper and something uniquely her. Let me explain your purpose here, I say softly. In 2 months, the Harvest Moon Festival will take place. My uncle, Archduke Kral Ishariah, will attend with his human wife, an abomination he claims to love. You're going to seduce him. You're going to destroy his marriage and prove what your kind truly is. Beautiful poison, nothing more. Her pulse flutters against my fingers, but her gaze remains steady. And if I refuse? I smile then, knowing she can see the promise of violence in it even if she can't see my scarred face. You won't, because unlike my uncle, I understand exactly what you are. A weapon, a tool, and tools that don't function properly get broken and discarded. I release her, already moving toward the door. Get some rest. Your training begins tomorrow. My lord, she calls out just as I reach the threshold. I pause but don't turn. You hate us, humans, but you paid a fortune for me. You could have destroyed your uncle's marriage a dozen different ways. Why this one? The question hangs in the air like a challenge. She's clever, this one. Too clever. Because, I say without looking back, when something you love becomes corrupted, you don't destroy it with a blade. You let it rot from within, slowly, agonizingly, until there's nothing left but regret and ruin. Your blood will be the sweetest poison I've ever crafted. I leave her then, locking the door behind me with both iron and magic. But as I descend the tower stairs, her scent lingers in my nostrils, and my fingers still burn from where I touched her skin. Vestakar, I curse silently. Blood weak. I've handled her for less than an hour, and already she's gotten under my skin. No matter. She's a tool, nothing more. A beautiful, dangerous tool that I'll wield against my uncle's happiness. And when I'm done, when Kral's marriage lies in ruins and the progressive movement he champions crumbles with it, I'll sell her back to Lemur. Or perhaps to Thessarion. Wouldn't that be poetic? My scars throb as I enter my study, phantom pain from wounds that will never fully heal. Lyralee made sure of that when she betrayed me, when she sold our daughter's location to my enemies, when she proved that humans are incapable of anything but deception and cruelty. I pour myself a glass of Rurzed wine, aged in Neptherium casks, until it glows faintly purple in the darkness. Tomorrow I'll begin breaking Lissa down, molding her into the perfect weapon. I'll teach her Kral's preferences, his weaknesses. I'll sample her blood, purely to ensure its potency, of course. My hand tightens on the crystal glass as I remember the auctioneer's warnings. Addiction incarnate. One taste will enslave. But I am Lord Drace Mirithar, last scion of a house that once made shadows dance. I've survived betrayal, torture, the loss of everything I held dear. One human woman, no matter how her blood sings with forbidden promise, won't be my undoing. She's a weapon. Nothing more. I drain my wine and try to ignore how her scent still clings to my clothes, how her defiant eyes haunt the darkness behind my eyelids. Just a weapon, I tell myself again, but even I don't believe it.
Chapter 2. Lissa. The lock clicks into place with finality, and I wait until his footsteps fade completely before allowing myself to breathe. My hands are sure and steady as I move away from the door, but inside, calculation wars with caution. A reminder of power, of control, of opportunity, of survival. Lord Drace Mirithar thinks he's purchased a weapon. He has no idea he's brought a viper into his bed. I move to the narrow window, studying my new prison. The estate sprawls below like a creature of shadow and stone, towers piercing the perpetual twilight that seems to cling to this place. Beautiful, in the way a mausoleum is beautiful, all cold elegance hiding decay, much like its master. I shut my eyes and summon his image, nearly 7 feet of lean, predatory muscle beneath those expensive dark clothes. The obsidian mask had hidden much, but not everything. Strong jaw, platinum hair longer than current fashion dictates among the nobility, a small rebellion perhaps, or vanity. His hands, when they gripped my chin, bore old burn scars across the knuckles. A warrior's hands, or a fool's who reached too deeply into chaos magic. But it's what the mask conceals that intrigues me. 3 scars, if the rumours in Lamure's kitchens were true. Cursed wounds that never healed properly. A woman did that to him, a human woman, they whispered. And now he thinks to use me as his instrument of revenge. The irony tastes sweeter than rersed wine. I sink onto the bed, fingers automatically going to the scars on my wrists. 24 years old, and 17 of those spent as property. But the 7 before. Hold still, little star. Dr. Mavena's voice echoes across the years, cultured and kind as he slides the needle into my vein. This might burn a bit. Burn is inadequate. It's acid in my blood, silver fire racing through every vessel. I'm 7 years old and screaming, screaming, screaming as my body transforms from the inside out. Around me, other children convulse on tables. Most stop moving within minutes. I don't. Remarkable, Mavena murmurs, watching my hair bleach from brown to black, shot with silver, my eyes shifting from common brown to this uncanny grey-violet. Subject 7 shows unprecedented adaptation. Increase the neptherium infusion. Days blur into weeks of agony. Of the 47 children taken from the Yakari settlement, I watch 46 die. Their bodies couldn't handle the transformation, blood boiling in their veins or hearts, simply stopping from the strain. But I survive. I always survive. A knock at the door jolts me from memory. I straighten, smoothing my expression into practiced docility. Enter. It's not him, small mercies. Instead, a human woman appears with a tray of food, middle-aged, with the careful movements of someone who's learned to be invisible. Her eyes widen slightly when she sees me, and I recognise the look. She knows what I am, what I represent. My lady, she whispers, setting the tray on the small table. I'm Linnea. I'll be attending you. My lady. Not slave, not property. Interesting. Thank you, Linnea. I pitch my voice low, gentle. What's your story? How does a human come to serve in a dark elf household so willingly? She flinches. Lord Marithar saved me from the death camps in Orthani. I owe him everything. Saved. I file that information away. So our cold lord has a history of collecting broken things. And he treats you well. He doesn't beat us without cause. We're fed, housed, protected. She meets my eyes carefully, though I suppose you'll learn he has exacting standards. I see. Tell me, Linnea, what does he want? Beyond the obvious? She looks toward the door nervously. I shouldn't. Please. I catch her hand, letting a hint of desperation colour my voice. I need to survive this. Any insight could help. Her expression softens. After a moment, she leans closer. He wasn't always like this. Before the betrayal, before Lady Lyrelai, he wrote poetry. Can you imagine? Lord Marithar, composing verses about moonlight and shadow. Poetry. I store that precious detail away like a jewel. But she broke something in him, Linnea continues. Now he collects his hurts like others collect art. Feeds them, nurtures them. The hate keeps him warm at night. She squeezes my hand. Be careful, my lady. He's already watching you differently than the others. Others? The pleasure slaves he's bought over the years. Testing them, he said, looking for something specific. Her voice drops. You're the first he's kept longer than a night. Before I can ask more, footsteps echo in the corridor. Linnea jerks away, busying herself with arranging the already perfect tray. The door opens without a knock this time. He's removed the mask. I school my features to hide my reaction, but the 13 above and below. The 3 scars run from his left temple across his eye, which miraculously survived, down to his jaw. They shimmer with faint magical resonance, cursed wounds that speak of nephtherium injury or worse. Instead of marring his beauty, they enhance it, turning classical dark elf features into something savage and compelling. His indigo eyes, shot through with violet, study me with the intensity of a predator, deciding if prey is worth the hunt. "Leave us," he commands Linnea without looking at her. She flees. Smart woman. He closes the door and leans against it, arms crossed. The casual pose doesn't fool me. Every line of his body speaks of coiled tension. "Eat," he says. I move to the table, aware of his gaze tracking my movements. The food is simple but quality. Roasted fowl, bread, preserved fruits. Not slave fare. I take a bite, chew slowly, swallow. All while maintaining eye contact. "You're not afraid of me. It's not a question. Should I be, my lord?" He's across the room before I can blink, hand tangled in my hair, yanking my head back. "Yes." I don't struggle. Instead, I go liquid in his grip, exposing my throat completely. Submission with the challenge hidden beneath. His breathing changes. Just slightly. There. That's the weakness I can exploit. Fear is a luxury I can't afford. I whisper. I've survived worse than you. His grip tightens. Careful. Or what? You'll hit me again? Sell me? Kill me? I let out a soft laugh. I've been property for 17 years, my lord. There's nothing you can do that hasn't been done before. Except, that's a lie. No one has ever looked at me the way he's looking now, like I'm a puzzle he's desperate to solve and destroy simultaneously. His thumb brushes the pulse point in my throat, and I feel his magic probe at my barriers, testing. It slides off harmlessly. My immunity holds. Fascinating, he murmurs, and I hear an echo of Dr. Mavenor in the word. Complete magical immunity. Do you know how rare that is? Rare enough to be worth 500,000 daler, apparently. He releases me abruptly, stepping back. Strip. I rise slowly, holding his gaze as I work the clasps of the slave dress. The silk pools at my feet, leaving me bare save for the collar marking me as property. I don't cover myself, don't flinch. This is just another test. His examination is clinical, cataloguing scars and marks with detached interest. The numerous puncture wounds on my arms from blood drawings. The brand behind my ear marking me as Lamour property. The thin white lines across my back from various punishments over the years. Turn around! I comply, feeling his eyes like brands on my skin. When I face him again, something has shifted in his expression. You're going to seduce my uncle, he says, voice carefully controlled. You're going to make him need you, crave you, destroy everything he's built for you. And you're going to do it because the alternative is so much worse than death. And what makes you think I can seduce an archduke who's already mated? He smiles then, and it's beautiful and terrible. Because you're already trying to seduce me. Heat floods my cheeks, the first genuine reaction I've shown. He notices, of course. Did you think I couldn't tell? The way you went pliant when I grabbed you, the calculated defiance, the little gasps. He circles me like a shark. You're very good, but I've had way more years, decades, to perfect my hatred of your kind. You won't breach those walls. I'm not trying to breach anything, my lord. Liar. The word is almost affectionate. But that's what makes you perfect. You understand the game. You'll play it beautifully with my uncle. He tosses something at me, a robe. I slip it on gratefully. Tomorrow we begin your training in earnest. You'll learn his preferences, his weaknesses. You'll practice on me until every move is perfect. He heads for the door, pauses. And Lissa, if you try to run, I'll hunt you down personally. If you fail me, I'll give you to Tharion. He has quite creative tastes. But if you succeed, yes, then perhaps I'll keep you for myself. I've always wanted to break something beautiful. The door closes behind him with a soft click. I sink onto the bed, mind racing. He thinks he's so clever, so controlled. But I saw the way his hands trembled slightly when he touched my throat. Felt his pulse accelerate when I bared myself to him. Lord Drace Marithar hates humans because one shattered his heart. He bought me to be his weapon, his tool of vengeance. But tools can turn in the hand that wields them. I've survived experiments that killed dozens, endured 17 awful years of slavery, learned to make my body a weapon and my mind a fortress. Now I have a new game to play. Not just survival, but something more dangerous. Making a man who hates my kind need me more than his next breath. The blood singing in my veins isn't just a curse, it's bait. And Lord Marithar has already tasted the hook. I move to the window again, studying the labyrinth of walls and towers below. Somewhere in this fortress is a library where he hides poetry books. Somewhere is a study where he drinks alone at midnight, feeding his hatred like a cherished pet. Somewhere is a man so desperate to feel nothing that he'll pay a fortune for the privilege of destruction. I press my fingers to the window's cold glass, watching my breath fog the surface. Let him think me his weapon. I'll show him what happens when you forge a blade in blood and pain. Eventually it cuts the hand that wields it. The game begins tomorrow. Tonight, I plan.
Chapter 3. Drace. I arrive at her door precisely at dawn, carrying the tools of her education. The leather case weighs heavy in my hand, not from its contents, but from what I'm about to do. 3 days since I brought her here. 3 days of avoiding this moment while telling myself I was simply letting her settle, letting her understand the hopelessness of her situation. Lies. I've been delaying because some primal part of me knows that once I taste her blood, everything changes. The lock clicks open under my touch, infused with my magical signature. She's awake, sitting by the window with her legs drawn up, watching the perpetual twilight that shrouds my lands. The morning light, what passes for it here, catches the silver threads in her hair, making them shimmer like captured moonbeams. My lord. She doesn't turn, but I see her spine straighten. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me. Get up. She unfolds herself from the window seat with fluid grace. 3 days of proper food have already begun to restore what Lemur's casual cruelty diminished. Her skin looks less translucent, her movements more assured. She wears the simple gray dress I had Linnea provide. Modest, unremarkable. It won't stay that way. I set the case on her table and begin removing its contents. Crystal vials, silver needles so thin they're barely visible. A tourniquet of soft leather, and finally, a Neptherium blade that glows faintly purple in the dim light. Her intake of breath is barely audible, but I catch it. Good. She should be afraid. Sit. I gesture to the chair, arm on the table. She complies without protest, those damnable silver-violet eyes tracking my movements. I've dealt with hundreds of humans over the years. Slaves, merchants, spies, they all have tells. Fidgeting, averted gazes, the acrid stench of fierce sweat. But she sits perfectly still, watching me prepare the materials with the detached interest of a scholar observing an experiment. It irritates me more than defiance would. Tell me about the experiments, I say, wrapping the tourniquet around her upper arm. Her veins stand out blue-green beneath that pale skin, a roadmap of possibility. Why does it matter? I tighten the tourniquet sharply enough to make her wince. Because I need to understand what I'm working with. The auctioneer mentioned Project Sanguine, 47 subjects. You were the only survivor. 46 died, she corrects softly. I watched them burn from the inside out. Would you like details? How their eyes boiled in their sockets, how their blood turned to silver fire in their veins? Yes. That surprises her. For the first time since I entered, genuine emotion flickers across her features. You're serious. I'm always serious. I select the thinnest needle, running my thumb along its length. Start from the beginning. Leave nothing out. She's quiet for a moment. When she speaks, her voice carries the peculiar flatness of someone recounting horrors they've locked away. I was 7. They took us from a settlement near the Yakar's Isles during a routine raid. But instead of the slave markets, we went to a facility in the mountains. Dr. Mavinor ran it, a Kasheng merchant who fancied himself a revolutionary. Mavinor. I filed the name away. Continue. He believed human blood could be altered to enhance dark elf magic, that we could become conduits, I suppose, living amplifiers. Her eyes find mine. He wasn't wrong. I position the needle at the crook of her elbow. What did he use? Concentrated neptharium injections, essence of wild spawn, blood from various magical creatures. Like her, mostly, but others I couldn't identify. She doesn't flinch as the needle slides in. The pain was indescribable, like being unmade and reformed every day for months. Blood wells into the first vial, and even through the crystal I can see it's wrong. Too bright, with an opalescent quality that makes my fingers tingle where they touch the glass. My magic responds immediately, chaos sparks dancing unbidden across my knuckles. The others couldn't adapt, she continues, watching her blood fill the vial with that same detached fascination. Their bodies rejected the transformation, but I was different. Special, Mavinor said. My body didn't just accept the changes, it welcomed them. I switched to the second vial, trying to ignore how my hand trembles slightly. The scent of her blood, gods below, even contained, it calls to something primitive in me. Lightning and copper and dark honey. How long? My voice comes out rougher than intended. The initial transformation took 6 months. The refinements, years. They tested everything. How much blood they could take before I die. How quickly I regenerated. What happened when dark elves drank it. Third vial. My mouth waters and I clench my jaw hard enough to hurt. And what did happen? A ghost of a smile touches her lips. Depends on the elf. Some couldn't handle more than a drop. Their magic would spiral out of control, burning them out like the children in the experiments. Others became... addicted isn't a strong enough word. They'd do anything for another taste. Kill their own mothers, betray their houses. And the immunity to magic? An unexpected side effect. Mavinor theorized that whatever made me compatible with the transformation also made me impossible to control through magical means. A failsafe, perhaps. Or just cosmic irony. I remove the needle, pressing a cloth to the puncture wound. 3 vials of her blood sit on the table between us, glowing faintly in the morning light. My entire body screams to taste it, to know if the stories are true. These will be tested, I lie smoothly, to ensure their potency remains consistent. Of course, my lord. The knowing look is back in her eyes. Shall I prepare for my training now? I stand abruptly, needing distance. This afternoon. You'll meet me in the lower chambers. Yarrick will escort you. I gather the vials carefully, each one a temptation I refuse to acknowledge. Where's something you don't mind ruining? My lord, she calls as I reach the door. I pause, but don't turn. What happened to the others? The ones who became addicted? They died, I say flatly. Badly. I leave her with that cheerful thought, locking the door behind me forcefully. The walk to my study feels endless, each step a battle against the urge to uncork a vial right there in the corridor. By the time I reach the sanctuary of my private chambers, my control hangs by a thread. I set 2 vials in the warded cabinet where I keep my most volatile substances. The third, just a taste, for testing. I pour a single drop onto a silver spoon the same way one might sample a new wine. The moment it touches my tongue, the world explodes. Colors burst behind my eyelids, shades I've never seen, couldn't name if I tried. My magic surges through me like a living thing, chaos and force intertwining in patterns I've only dreamed of achieving. Every nerve ending fires at once, pleasure and power coursing through my veins like liquid lightning. And the pain, damn it, the pain in my scars simply vanishes. Finally, my face doesn't ache. The constant grinding reminder of Lyrale's betrayal just gone. I grip the edge of my desk hard enough to crack the wood, riding out the initial wave. My reflection in the dark window shows my eyes blazing violet bright, magic crackling around me in visible arcs. I feel like I could reshape reality with a thought, burn down kingdoms with a gesture. One drop did this. The intensity peaks and slowly begins to ebb. Not fade. The power still thrums through me, my magic singing in ways it hasn't since before the scarring. But it becomes manageable, controllable, intoxicating. I sink into my chair, breathing hard. No wonder addicts would kill for this. No wonder they died badly when cut off. This isn't just enhancement, it's transformation. It's touching divinity with bloody fingers. And I have to send her to seduce my uncle with this weapon in her veins. The thought sours the euphoria. Kral with his sanctimonious talk of love transcending race. His human pet warming his bed, diluting our bloodline. If he tastes what I just tasted... I pour myself a glass of rearsed wine with hands that barely shake. The familiar burn grounds me, gives me something to focus on besides the memory of her blood on my tongue. I need to think, plan, maintain control. The lower chambers will work for training. Stone walls, no windows, nowhere for her to see how she affects me. I'll teach her Kral's preferences, his weakness for poetry, his enjoyment of intellectual discourse, the specific ways he likes to be touched. All information gathered through years of bitter observation, waiting for the perfect opportunity to destroy him. She's clever enough to play the part. That became clear during our last encounter. The way she went pliant in my grip while maintaining that core of steel, the calculated defiance that forces reaction. She already knows how to be a weapon. Just need to aim her correctly. Another sip of wine. The magic still courses through me, making everything sharper, clearer. I could work for days like this, never tiring, never slowing. Is this how the gods feel? Is this why they look down on us with such casual disdain? Hours pass. I draft training regimens, compile lists of Kral's habits, sketch out scenarios for the festival. All the while, her scent lingers in my study, that damnable mixture of lightning and sweetness that the blood sampling intensified. It clings to my clothes where I leaned close to position the needle, haunts the air like a ghost of temptation. I find myself staring at the 2 remaining vials more than once. For testing, I remind myself, to ensure consistency. But we both know that's a lie. I've tasted paradise and damnation in a single drop, and every fiber of my being craves more. This must be how those fools felt, the ones who died badly. The ones who betrayed everything for another taste. I won't be like them. I have purpose. Revenge against humans and my uncle who betrayed our race. I'll make him realize that it's sin to fall for a human. A mistake. Decades of hatred crystallized into a perfect plan. I won't let some altered blood derail that, no matter how it makes my magic sing. The perpetual twilight outside deepens toward true night. Time for evening drills with the house guard, then correspondence with my factors in the capital. Normal activities, routine, Control. I stand, straightening my robe, checking that no trace of magical discharge remains visible. As I move toward the door, I catch my reflection again in the darkened window. The scars look lighter. Just a trick of the shadows, surely. The blood's effect was temporary, already fading. But when I touch my face, the skin feels different. Smoother. I jerk my hand away as if burned. No, absolutely not. I don't need healing. These scars are reminders, fuel for the hatred that keeps me focused. They're mine, earned through betrayal and stupidity and failure to protect what mattered. Yet as I leave my study, her scent following me like an accusation, I can't deny the truth that pulses through my still-singing veins. One drop changed everything, and I have 2 vials left.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 4. Lissa. The lower chambers smell of old stone and older magic. Yarrick leads me down spiral stairs that seem to descend forever, his single eye never meeting mine. The stump where his left arm should be speaks of violence, of loyalty paid in blood. I wonder what he thinks of his master's new toy. Through here, he grunts, gesturing to an iron door. His lordship waits. The training room beyond steals my breath. Not because it's grand, quite the opposite. Bare stone walls, no windows, only witchlight sconces casting everything in cold blue radiance. But the air itself thrums with power, residual magic from whatever brutal lessons have been taught here before. Drace stands at the room's centre, and I have to force myself not to react. He's traded his formal clothes for simple training attire, fitted black pants, a loose shirt that does nothing to hide the lean muscle beneath. His platinum hair is tied back, exposing the full extent of those 3 wicked scars. In this light, they almost seem to pulse with their own malevolent life. But it's his eyes that catch me. The indigo is shot through with more violet than before, and when he looks at me, I see hunger barely leashed. He's tasted me. I know it with the same certainty I know my own heartbeat. "You're late," he says, though we both know I'm exactly on time. "My apologies, my lord. Yarrick took a circuitous route." His lips twitch, almost a smile. Did he? How thoughtful of him. He circles me slowly, predator cataloguing prey. "Tell me, what do you know of seduction? Isn't it the same in wicked laboratories?" "No." The word cracks like a whip. "You know submission, endurance, how to be used. That's not seduction." He stops directly in front of me, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. Seduction is power. It's making someone need you so desperately they'll destroy themselves for one more touch. It's an art, and you're going to master it. "And you're going to teach me?" I let skepticism colour my tone. A man who radiates hatred with every breath. His hand shoots out, gripping my throat. Not choking, just holding, claiming. Careful. I go perfectly still, but I don't drop my gaze. His palm is warm against my skin, and I can feel his pulse through his fingers. Fast. Too fast for the calm he's projecting. "First lesson," he says, thumb brushing over my racing pulse. My uncle values intelligence. He's tired of pretty, empty-headed ornaments. When you speak to him, you'll have opinions, thoughts. You'll challenge him just enough to be interesting. Like I'm doing now. His grip tightens fractionally, exactly like now, except when he does this. His thumb traces the column of my throat, and I can't suppress the shiver that follows. You'll lean into it, invite more. Show me. The words linger between us, loaded with challenge. His pupils dilate, and for a heartbeat, I think he'll actually do it. Then he releases me, stepping back. We'll start with conversation. My uncle enjoys discussing poetry, philosophy, the nature of magic versus technology. He moves to a small table I hadn't noticed, pouring water from a pitcher. Sit. I take the chair across from him, hyper-aware of every movement. He's still riding the high of my blood. I can see it in the minute tremors in his hands, the way his magic sparks unbidden along his skin. Tell me about poetry, he commands. I know little beyond what I've overheard in wrong. He leans forward, and suddenly the table feels too small. You've been property for 17 years. You've heard countless conversations, observed hundreds of dark elves in their most unguarded moments. You know more than you think. Now tell me about poetry. I consider pushing back, but there's something in his intensity that makes me want to meet his challenge. Dark elf poetry favours tragedy, loss, betrayal, power corrupted. Your epic of Nivarath is considered the pinnacle, a warrior who gained everything through cruelty only to die alone, unmourned. Better, what else? You prefer the old forms, strict meter, complex rhyme schemes. Modern free verse is seen as chaotic, uncontrolled. I pause, watching his reaction. Though I wonder if that's fear rather than preference. Fear of what happens when structure breaks down. His eyes narrow. Careful. You said to have opinions. For my uncle. Not about him. But there's something almost like approval in his tone. Continue. We spend the next hour in verbal sparring. He throws topics at me. History, religion, the economics of the slave trade, and I respond with whatever I've gleaned from years of careful observation. When I falter, he provides information with cutting precision. When I excel, he pushes harder. Stand, he says finally. Next lesson. I rise, and he's suddenly there, too close, backing me against the table. My uncle is physically affectionate. He'll touch you casually, a hand on your arm, fingers in your hair. Each touch is a test. React wrong, and he'll know you're playing a part. And the right reaction? Instead of answering, he demonstrates. His fingers trail down my arm, barely grazing the skin. Such a simple touch, but my body responds as if he set me on fire. I try to pull back, but the table traps me. Don't retreat, he murmurs. Lean in, just slightly, like you're a flower turning toward sunlight. He does it again. This time I follow his instruction, shifting almost imperceptibly toward his touch. His breath catches. Better. Again. We practice for what feels like hours. Every casual touch, every acceptable intimacy. His hands in my hair showing me how to tilt my head just so. His fingers on my wrist, teaching me to let my pulse flutter visibly. His palm on my lower back, guiding me through the proper way to walk beside a lord. Each contact is clinical, educational, and absolutely maddening. Because underneath the lesson, I feel his control fraying. See the way his jaw clenches when I execute a move perfectly. Notice how his touch lingers a heartbeat too long. He's tasted my blood, and now every point of contact is a reminder of what he's denying himself. Enough, he says abruptly, stepping away. A thin sheen of sweat covers his skin, and his scars look lighter than they did this morning. Tomorrow we'll work on... May I ask a question, my lord? He pauses at the door. What? Why do you hate us so much? Humans. It's more than just the betrayal, isn't it? For a moment, I think he'll leave without answering. Because you make us weak. You crawl into our lives, our beds, our hearts, and we forget what we are, what we're meant to be. His voice drops. My uncle was the strongest man I knew. Now he's reduced to a lovesick fool, reshaping our entire society for a woman who's weaker than an ant and capable of betrayal. She's temporary, a novelty. That's what your kind does. You're temporary creatures who leave permanent damage. The door slams behind him, leaving me alone with the remnants of his pain. I wait a full 10 minutes before following. Yarrick is long gone, probably dismissed once he delivered me. The fortress is a maze, but I've spent 3 days memorizing every sound, every draft that speaks of connecting passages. I find the library by following the scent of old parchment and leather. It's not grand like the libraries in Lameur, meant to impress clients. This is personal, intimate. Shelves climb to the vaulted ceiling, packed with volumes that speak of a lifetime's collection. A fire crackles in the hearth, casting dancing shadows over comfortable chairs and reading stands. And everywhere, hidden behind false covers and tucked between respectable volumes, is poetry. I pull out a slim volume disguised as a treatise on combat magic. Inside, handwritten verses fill the pages. His writing, I realise with a start. The ink is faded, the words speaking of moonlight on water, shadows dancing, the sweet pain of beauty observed but never touched. Young Drace, before the scarring, before the betrayal, before the hatred crystallised into armour. I'm so absorbed I don't hear him approach. What are you doing? I don't jump, too many years of training, but my heart races as I turn. He stands in the doorway, and the fury in his eyes makes the air itself recoil. Reading, I say simply. Those are private. He stalks toward me, each step deliberate, dangerous. They're beautiful. That stops him short. What? I look down at the page, reading aloud before he can stop me. In shadows deep where starlight fears to fall, I found a truth that lesser men call pain. That beauty wounds the deepest of us all, and loving what we cannot touch is vain. My voice catches on the last word. When I look up, his expression is raw, unguarded. For a heartbeat, I see him as he was, young, passionate, believing in beautiful things. Then the mask slams back into place. Give it to me. His voice is deadly quiet. I close the book carefully, but instead of handing it over, I hold it against my chest. Why do you hide them? I said, these are pieces of your soul. Why bury them behind false covers like shameful secrets? He moves so fast I barely see it. The book flies from my hands as he pins me against the shelves, his body caging mine. Because that man is dead, killed by a human woman who smiled while she destroyed everything I loved. These are his bones, nothing more. Liar. The word escapes before I can stop it. His hands grip the shelves on either side of my head, knuckles white. This close, I see the war in his eyes. Fury battling something else. Something hungry. You don't know me, he breathes. I know you keep midnight vigil with old poems. I know you collect beauty even as you claim to despise it. I know you touched me today like a man dying of thirst who's afraid to drink. Stop. I know you tasted my blood and felt alive for the very first time. His control shatters. His mouth crashes into mine, violent and desperate. Nothing like the clinical touches in the training room. This is raw need, years of hatred and hunger colliding. I taste chaos magic on his tongue, feel his power washing over me in waves. As suddenly as it began, it ends. He wrenches away, breathing hard. No. The word is meant for himself, not me. No, this isn't. You're a tool, nothing more. Keep telling yourself that, I whisper. He backs away like I'm something poisonous. Return to your room. Now. My lord. Now. I go, leaving him alone with his poems and his pain. But I take the memory of his kiss with me, brutal and beautiful and absolutely forbidden. The game has definitely begun, and neither of us knows the rules anymore.
Chapter 5, Drace. The vial trembles in my hand as I uncork it, and I despise myself for the weakness. 7 days since I first tasted her blood. 7 days of trying to convince myself I don't need it. 7 days of spectacular failure. My study is still dark. Dawn an hour away. The perfect time for shameful necessities. I let 3 drops fall onto my tongue and brace against the desk as the world explodes into color and sensation. The constant ache in my scars vanishes like smoke, replaced by a vitality that makes me feel truly alive. Just for the training, I tell myself as my magic surges through my veins like a liquid starlight. I need to be at full strength to properly prepare her. Even I don't believe my own lies anymore. A knock interrupts my self-loathing. Enter! Yarrick appears, his weathered face carefully neutral. Lord Thessarion has arrived, my lord. He claims you're expecting him. Damn it. I'd forgotten about our scheduled meeting regarding the northern trade routes. Of all the mornings for him to actually be punctual. Show him to the formal receiving room. I'll be there shortly. I straighten my jacket, checking my reflection in the dark window. My eyes still blaze too bright with power, but there's nothing to be done about it. And Yarrick? Ensure the human remains in her chambers. Of course, my lord. 20 minutes later, I'm seated across from Thessarion, watching him preen like a peacock in heat. He's dressed in the height of vogue fashion, layers of silk and neptherium threaded fabric that probably cost more than most Kishung make in a year. His dark hair is oiled to perfection, and his rings click against his glass as he gestures. Simply cannot understand why you'd restrict access to the Causadurn passage, he's saying, though I've barely been listening. The tariffs alone would triple our profits. The passage remains closed. My voice cuts through his babbling. The Wura have been increasingly active. I won't risk caravans for marginal gains. His lip curls. Since when do you care about human casualties? They're replaceable. Trained caravan guards aren't. Neither are the goods they protect. I lean back, letting boredom color my tone. But if you're so eager for those profits, you're welcome to fund your own expedition through Wera territory. Perhaps I will. He sets down his glass with more force than necessary. Speaking of investments, let's talk about your recent purchase at Lemur. $500,000 for a single human, right? He laughs, the sound grating. Have you developed a taste for the exotic, Murthar? Or are you simply getting desperate in your old age? My jaw clenches. My purchases are my own concern. Of course. But his eyes glitter with malice. I'm merely curious if what they say about her is true. Is her blood really that good as they say at the auction? Some experimental enhancement that I don't know? He leans forward. I'll give you $600,000 for her. Consider it a friendly offer. I scoff. He can't even come up with $500,000 before. What makes him think he can buy her for that much money? She's not for sale. Everything is for sale, given the right price. His smile turns predatory. Come now, Drace. You can't tell me you've grown attached to a human pet. That would be beneath you. The door opens before I can respond, and my entire body goes rigid. Lissa enters carrying a tea tray, dressed in the simple gray serving dress. Her hair is pulled back, exposing the elegant line of her neck, and her movements are graceful despite the heavy tray. Forgive the interruption, my lords, she murmurs, keeping her eyes downcast. Lord Murthar requested refreshments. I most certainly did not. I'm going to strangle Yarrick. The Tharian's entire demeanor shifts, predator scenting prey. Well, well. So this is the famous purchase. She was far away last time. It's nice seeing her this close. Even better. He rises, circling her as she sets the tray on the side table. I can see why you paid so handsomely. Exquisite features, excellent bearing. Tell me, girl, what makes you worth a fortune? I couldn't say, my lord. Her voice remains steady, but I catch the slight tension in her shoulders. No! He reaches out, fingers grazing her cheek. Perhaps a demonstration, then? I've heard such fascinating rumors about your capabilities. That's enough. The words come out sharper than intended. The Tharian's hand moves to her throat, tilting her chin up. Protective, aren't we? She must be truly special. His grip tightens, and I see Lissa's pulse flutter. What would happen, I wonder, if I took a taste right here? Would you stop me, Mirathar? Risk a diplomatic incident over a slave? The rage that floods through me is absolute. Before conscious thought forms, I'm moving. Chaos magic crackles around my fist as I strike him, sending him crashing into the wall. The elaborate painting behind him cracks, gilt frame splintering. Touch her again, I snarl, pinning him by the throat, and I'll feed your entrails to the wargs while you watch. His eyes widen with shock and something else, satisfaction. So it's true. The great Drace Mrithar, reduced to fighting over a human plaything. My magic surges, fed by her blood in my veins. For a moment I genuinely consider killing him. The political ramifications would be severe, but the thought of his hands on her... My lord. Lissa's quiet voice cuts through the haze. Your tea grows cold. The absurdity of it, her calm concern about tea while I hold a lord by the throat, breaks through my fury. I release the Tharian, stepping back. Get out! I tell him coldly. Our business is concluded. He straightens his ruined jacket, blood trickling from his nose. This isn't over, Mrithar. You've shown your weakness, and the court will hear of it. His gaze flicks to Lissa, promising retribution. I'll see you both at the Harvest Festival. After he leaves, the silence stretches taut. Lissa moves to pour tea as if nothing happened, but I can see the slight tremor in her hands. You deliberately defied my orders, I say. Yarrick said you'd requested tea. She hands me a cup, and our fingers brush. The contact sends electricity through my already oversensitized nerves. I merely obeyed. Don't lie to me. She meets my gaze then, and there's something knowing in those silver-violet eyes. You needed me to appear, to test yourself, to see if the blood has made you weak. She steps closer, close enough that her scent wraps around me. Has it? You presume too much. Do I? Another step. We're inches apart now. Your eyes are brighter today. You fed recently. This morning, I'd guess, given how strongly your magic responded to threat. I set the teacup down before I shatter it. What I do is becoming necessary, isn't it? Her voice drops to barely above a whisper. The pain in your scars returns faster now. The gray creeps back into your world without my blood to paint it in color. You need it. Need me. I need nothing from you except obedience. Then why did you nearly kill a lord for touching what you claim is merely property? The question lingers between us, unanswerable. Because the truth is too dangerous to voice. That seeing his hands on her triggered something primal and possessive. That the thought of anyone else tasting her blood, touching her skin, makes me want to paint the walls with their entrails. That I'm becoming the very thing I swore I'd never be again. A fool enslaved by need. Training room, I say instead of answering. 10 minutes? She curtsies with mocking perfection and leaves. I drain the rest of the blood vial like a drowning man gasping for air, hating myself for the relief it brings. The training session is torture of the sweetest kind. We work on dancing. She'll need to navigate the festival's formal balls, and every moment is an exercise in control. My hands on her waist, guiding her through the complex steps, her body moving in perfect synchronization with mine. The way she anticipates my movements as if we've been partners for years rather than days. "You're holding back," she observes as we pause between sets. I'm maintaining appropriate distance. My uncle won't. She places my hand lower on her waist, where propriety blurs into intimacy. He'll push boundaries, test limits. You need to show me how to respond. She's right, and we know it. I pull her closer until our bodies nearly touch. Like this, then, he'll start subtle, respectful of his wife's presence. But as the evening wears on, as the wine flows, I demonstrate, letting my hand drift along her spine. She shivers but doesn't pull away. Instead, she leans into the touch just as I taught her. "Good," I murmur, and hate how rough my voice sounds. But he'll expect conversation as well. Distract me. Make me forget I'm dancing with a human. She laughs, soft and musical. "I could tell you about the stars. In the Yakaris Isles, we had names for all of them. My mother would point out the Hunter's Belt, the Weeping Sisters, the Dragon's Eye." Her voice takes on a dreamy quality. "She said each star was a soul that burned too brightly for this world. And what happened to her? She dimmed." The words are simple, but they carry weight. "The raiders came when I was 7. She tried to fight, to protect me. They cut her down like wheat." She looks up at me, and for a moment her mask slips. I see the child she was, terrified and alone. I've often wondered if she became a star, if she still watches. We're all just stories in the end. Some of us simply have darker chapters. The music box I've been using for rhythm runs down, leaving us in silence. We're still pressed close, no longer dancing, but not quite embracing. Her heartbeat thrums against my chest, rapid as a caged bird's. I hate what you represent, what you make me feel. But you... I touch her face, thumb tracing her cheekbone. "You're becoming something else, something dangerous." "Good," she breathes, and then she's rising on her toes, her mouth a breath from mine. I should stop this. Should remember my purpose, my revenge, the careful walls I've built. But her blood sings in my veins, and her body fits against mine like she was carved from my rib. And I'm so very tired of fighting what feels inevitable. The door slams open. We spring apart as Yarick enters, his expression grave. "Forgive the intrusion, my lord. You have an urgent message from the capital." I take the sealed letter, recognizing Kral's sigil. My hands are strong as I break the wax, though my pulse pounds. The message is brief. "Nephew, I hear you've made an interesting purchase. Emily and I look forward to meeting her at the festival. I trust you'll bring her properly attired. My wife insists on providing a gown. Your loving uncle, Kay. He knows. Of course he knows. The game just became infinitely more complex." I crumple the letter, my carefully laid plans crumbling with it. Beside me, Lissa reads the truth in my expression. "He knows I exist," she says softly. "Yes. Does this change things?" "Everything. Nothing." I look at her, this weapon I've been shaping, this poison I've been cultivating, and feel the bitter irony of it all. I've spent so long focused on my revenge that I failed to notice when the weapon began cutting me instead. "We proceed as planned," I lie. "Nothing changes." But we both know that's not true. Everything has already changed. I'm just too much of a coward to admit it.
Chapter 6. Lissa. The screaming wakes me from uneasy sleep. Not the controlled violence I've grown accustomed to, but raw animal sounds of anguish that raise every hair on my body. I'm out of bed before conscious thought forms, pressing my ear to the door. It's coming from above. His chambers. I test the handle, locked as always. But tonight, something's different. The magical ward that usually reinforces the iron doesn't spark against my touch. I press harder, and the lock gives way with a soft click that speaks of mechanical failure rather than sorcerous release. The guards. They've grown lazy these past 2 weeks, seeing me as a broken, obedient thing. Their mistake. Freedom beckons down the dark corridor. I could slip through the shadows, scale the walls, vanish into Voig's perpetual twilight. I've survived 17 years of captivity. I know how to disappear. Another scream echoes through stone, and my feet move without permission, up, not down, toward him, not away. Fool, I curse myself as I navigate the fortress's maze-like interior. Stupid, sentimental fool. His door is cracked open, lamplight spilling into the hallway. I slip inside to find chaos. Furniture overturned, sheets torn, books scattered like dead birds. And at the centre of destruction, Drace thrashes on his bed, caught in the grip of nightmares that have turned violent. Blood streaks his arms where his own nails have raked furrows. His platinum hair is dark with sweat, and those wicked scars burn an angry red, as if newly made. Magic crackles around him in unstable bursts, shadow and force intertwining dangerously. Lyra Lie! The name tears from his throat. No, please, not the baby. She's just a baby. Take me instead. My blood transforms to ice. A baby. He had a child. I move without thinking, dodging a burst of chaos magic that singes the air where I stood. The bed dips under my weight as I catch his flailing wrists, using my immunity to ground his power. Drace. His name feels strange on my tongue. I've never used it without his title. Wake up. You're dreaming. His eyes snap open, but they're wild, unseeing. For a moment I glimpse the man he was that night, desperate, terrified, willing to trade anything to save his daughter. Then his gaze focuses on me, and confusion replaces terror. Lissa. His voice is raw. What are you? How? You were screaming. I release his wrists, noting the blood under his nails. Hurting yourself. He looks down at his arms as if seeing them for the first time. The gouges are deep, still bleeding freely. Get out. You need tending. I said get out. Magic flares around him, but it slides off me harmlessly. He stares, then laughs. A broken sound. Of course. Immune to everything, aren't you? Even my rage. Especially your rage. I move to his washstand, ignoring his protests. Where do you keep medical supplies? I don't need... Your sheets are ruined with blood and you've nearly flayed your own arms. Stop being stubborn and tell me where the supplies are. Something in my tone must penetrate his pride, because he gestures weakly toward a cabinet. Third shelf. I gather what I need. Clean cloth, healing salve, bandages. When I return to the bed, he's sitting up, all that beautiful violence temporarily dimmed by exhaustion and pain. This close, I can detect details usually hidden, the fine lines around his eyes, the way his scars web out in delicate patterns, how young he looks when his guard drops. This will sting, I warn, cleaning the wounds with gentle efficiency. He hisses but doesn't pull away. Why are you here? Your door? The lock failed. Mechanical, not magical. I focus on my work, not meeting his eyes. The guards have grown complacent. So you could have run? Yes, but you came here instead. It's not a question. Why? I consider lying, but what's the point? We're past pretense now, he and I. Because you sounded like you were dying, and I'm not quite monster enough to let that happen. Aren't you? His hand catches mine, stilling my ministrations. You're supposed to be my weapon, my perfect tool of revenge. You're supposed to wish me dead. Tools don't make choices. I chose to come here. His grip tightens. That's dangerous thinking for property. Everything about this is dangerous. I pull free, returning to cleaning his wounds. Tell me about the nightmares. No. They're about her, aren't they? Your daughter. I feel him tense. You called Liralei's name, begged her not to hurt. Stop. The word is barely a whisper. Please. The raw vulnerability in that single word undoes me. I set aside the bloodied cloth and do something supremely foolish. I touch his face, fingers gentle against his scarred cheek. How old was she? He closes his eyes, leaning into my touch like a man starved. 6 months, just starting to smile. She had my eyes and her mother's nose. His voice breaks. They made me watch, made me choose between giving them trade routes worth millions or... I chose wrong. I always choose wrong. Liralee worked with them. You chose to protect your family's legacy. That's not wrong. She died screaming. The words pour out like poison from a wound. This tiny, perfect thing I helped create, and I let them. He shudders. The nightmares are my penance, the least I deserve. I think of my mother, cut down trying to protect me, of the 46 children who died screaming in Mavenor's laboratory, of all the pointless, brutal deaths that haunt this world. Pain isn't penance, I say softly. It's just pain. The dead don't care about our suffering. Spoken like someone who's never loved deeply enough to destroy themselves with grief. The accusation stings because it's partially true. I've never had the luxury of that kind of love, that kind of loss. But I know about survival, about the way guilt can eat you alive if you let it. Instead of arguing, I do something else. I sing. It's barely a whisper at first, an old lullaby my mother used to hum. I don't remember all the words, so I fill in the gaps with wordless melody. It's about stars and sleep and safety, lies we tell children to make the dark less frightening. Drace goes utterly still. What is that? Something my mother sang. Before. I continue humming, letting my fingers card through his sweat-damp hair. She said it kept nightmares away. Does it work? No, but it made me feel less alone. He's subdued for a long moment, tension slowly bleeding from his frame. When he speaks again, his voice is different, softer. I need to feed. I know he doesn't mean food. All right. He reaches for the knife on his bedside table. He's taken to keeping one there for this purpose, but his hands shake too badly to hold it steady. Let me. I take the blade, making a swift, clean cut on my wrist. Blood wells immediately, that strange, opalescent shimmer catching the lamplight. I loathe it, but also thankful that this blood made me valuable enough to survive. He catches my wrist with desperate hunger, bringing it to his mouth. The first pull sends heat racing through my veins. This isn't like the clinical feeding from before. This is raw need, intimate as a kiss. His eyes meet mine as he drinks, and I see the exact moment something shifts. The pain in his expression eases, replaced by something else. Wonder, maybe, or recognition. He releases my wrist but doesn't let go of my hand. Your blood. It doesn't just stop the pain. It makes everything more. More? Colours, sensations, emotions. He turns my hand over, studying the healing cut. I feel like I've been sleeping for 38 years and you've woken me up. That's the addiction talking. Is it? He pulls me closer, and I should resist, but I don't. Tell me you don't feel this too, this pull between us. It doesn't matter what I feel. I'm your weapon, remember? Your tool for revenge. Screw the revenge. The words seem to surprise him as much as me. Do you know what I thought when I found you in my library? When you read my poetry with such understanding? That you wanted to kill me? That I wanted to keep you? His thumb traces my pulse point. Not as a weapon. Not as property. Just keep you. The air between us crackles with possibility and danger. I know I should pull away, should remember what I am to him, what he is to me. But his nightmare has stripped away pretense, and my own walls are crumbling. This is a test, I breathe. You're testing my responses for your uncle. No. He frames my face with both hands. This is me failing every test I've set for myself. He kisses me then, and it's nothing like that violent collision in the library. This is slow, searching, a question asked with lips and tongue. I answer without words, letting him taste the truth on my mouth, that I'm drowning too, that every lesson in seduction has become a lesson in my own downfall. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. His eyes are bright with my blood's power, but there's clarity there too. Decision. Stay, he says simply. Not because you're property, not because I command it. Just stay. I should say no, should take this moment of weakness and twist it to my advantage. Should remember that I'm supposed to be surviving, not falling. Instead, I nod. He pulls me against him, and I curl into his warmth like I belong there. His nightmares don't return, and neither does my common sense. We lie in his ruined bed, predator and prey choosing to be something else entirely. The lock, I murmur against his chest. It wasn't really broken, was it? His arms tighten around me. No, but you came anyway. Yes. Why? The question echoes our earlier conversation, but now it carries different weight. I think of all the clever answers I could give. Strategic reasons, survival instincts, calculated moves in our dangerous game. But he's tasted my blood, and I've seen his tears, and we're past pretty lies. Because somewhere between being your weapon and wanting your destruction, I started caring about you living through the night. He's quiet so long I think he's fallen asleep. Then, that's dangerous thinking for both of us. Everything about this is dangerous, I repeat my earlier words, but I'm tired of safe cages and careful plans. So what do we do? I don't know. It's the most honest thing I've said since arriving here. Survive until morning. Figure out the rest when the sun rises. The sun never really rises here, he reminds me. Perpetual twilight, remember? Then we have perpetual time to decide. His laugh rumbles through his chest. Philosopher and poet, my uncle will adore you. The reminder of our purpose, his revenge, my role in it, should shatter this fragile peace. But I'm warm and safe in the arms of a man who should be my enemy, and I can't bring myself to care about tomorrow's complications. Will you sing again? He asks, voice already heavy with approaching sleep. That lullaby. So I do, humming broken melodies about stars and safety, while the Lord who bought me to destroy love holds me like something precious. Outside, Voig's eternal twilight presses against the windows, and somewhere in the fortress, guards remain oblivious to their failure. I could have run. Should have run. I know this is temporary, the high from my blood talking. But as Drace's breathing deepens into true sleep, peaceful for the first time since I arrived, I know with bone-deep certainty that I'm exactly where I choose to be. The weapon has found its mark. It just isn't the target either of us expected.
Chapter 7. Drace. 3 days since I woke with her in my arms, her scent embedded in my sheets, her blood singing in my veins. 3 days of avoiding her like the coward I've become. I tell myself it was the blood, the high of her essence combined with the vulnerability of nightmares. Nothing more than chemical reaction and momentary weakness. I've had Yarick deliver her meals, conducted our training sessions with cold efficiency, and retired to my study each night to drown in rused wine and self-loathing. She hasn't asked about that night, hasn't pushed or pleaded or demanded explanation. She simply watches me with those knowing silver-violet eyes, as if she can see through every lie I tell myself. This morning I stand in the training room, preparing another lesson in seduction I'll barely survive, when Yarick bursts through the door. "My lord," he pants, his one good eye wide with alarm. "The Archduke's carriage approaches." The words hit like ice water. That's impossible. The festival is weeks away. Nevertheless, Lord Ishiraya's banner flies. They'll arrive within the hour. Damn it. I dismiss Yarick and race to find Lissa. She's in her chambers, reading by the window, and looks up with mild surprise when I enter without knocking. "Get dressed!" I snap. Something simple. Servant's attire. "What's happening?" My uncle decided to pay an unexpected visit. I moved to her wardrobe, pulling out a plain gray dress. "Your property, nothing more. You speak only when spoken to. Keep your eyes down and remember, I'm a tool for your revenge." Her voice is flat. "Yes, my lord. I remember my place." Something in her tone makes me pause. But there's no time. One wrong word, one suspicious glance, and he'll know something's amiss. He's not just powerful, he's cunning. The deceiver's own chosen. She takes the dress, her fingers brushing mine. The contact burns, and I jerk away. "Of course, my lord. I'll play my part perfectly." She turns her back, already unlacing her current dress. After all, that's what I'm for. I should leave. Should give her privacy. Instead, I watch the fabric slide from her shoulders, remembering how that pale skin felt against mine 3 nights ago. How she chose me over freedom. "Drace?" Her use of my name snaps me from my reverie. She's watching me in the mirror, and the longing in her expression matches the ache in my chest. "Don't," I say harshly. "Whatever you think happened between us, it was nothing. Blood and weakness. It won't happen again." "Liar," she whispers, but she doesn't push further. An hour later, I stand in the formal receiving room as Kral sweeps in like a force of nature. My uncle hasn't aged a day in the decades since he took me in, the benefits of immense magical power. He looks like he's in his prime, his indigo eyes sharp as ever. The deceiver's mark gleams on his collar, but it's the woman beside him who draws my attention, Lady Amelie Ishiraya, the human who brought down the most powerful dark elf in Voig. She's lovely in an understated way, gentle smile, warm brown eyes, carrying herself with quiet dignity. But it's the way Kral looks at her that makes my stomach turn. Pure, uncomplicated adoration. "Nephew," Kral says warmly, pulling me into an embrace I don't return. "Forgive the surprise. Amelie was eager to visit the country, and I thought we'd stop by." "You're always welcome, Uncle." The words taste like ash. Amelie steps forward, offering her hand. I take it briefly, noting the calluses that speak of a life of labor before her elevation. "Lord Maritha, your uncle speaks highly of you." "He's generous with his praise." Nonsense. Kral's arm goes around his wife's waist, casual and possessive. "Drace is being modest. He's built quite an empire here, though I hear he's made some interesting acquisitions lately." Before I can respond, Lissa enters with the tea service. She's transformed herself into the perfect servant. Movements efficient, eyes downcast, every line of her body speaking submission. Only I can see the tension in her shoulders, the careful control in each gesture. "Ah," Kral says softly. "This must be her." Lissa sets the tray down, curtsying low. "My lords, my lady." Amelie gasps softly. "Those eyes... remarkable, aren't they?" Kral moves closer, but maintains a respectful distance. "Project Sanguine, if the rumors are true. I thought all the subjects died." "All but one," I confirm, fighting the urge to step between them. "She's proven... useful." "I imagine so." Kral's tone is carefully neutral. "What's your name, child?" "Lissa, my lord." "And are you well treated here, Lissa?" The question hangs loaded in the air, One wrong word and everything unravels. Lord Mirathar is a fair master, she says carefully. I want for nothing. Kral returns to his seat, but his eyes remain thoughtful. Well, we won't keep you from your duties. She curtsies again and withdraws. I force myself not to watch her leave. The next hour is torture. Kral speaks of court politics, new legislation regarding human rights, the success of integration programs. All the while he touches his wife constantly, a hand on her knee, fingers through her hair, casual kisses to her temple. They move together like dancers who know every step, finishing each other's sentences, sharing private smiles. It's nothing like what I had with Lyra. That was passion and secrets, always tinged with something dark. This is partnership, trust, the kind of bone-deep love that comes from choosing each other daily. You seem troubled, nephew, Kral observes. Merely tired. I've been training new guards. Well, perhaps we should retire. Amalate, darling, why don't you rest while I speak privately with Drace? She kisses his cheek, so casual, so easy, and leaves. The moment she's gone, Kral's demeanor shifts. Now, he says, leaning back, tell me why you really bought her. I told you, she's useful. Don't insult my intelligence. You paid a fortune for a human with experimental blood. You, who haven't taken a bedmate since Lyrelai, what game are you playing? My jaw clenches. No game. I was curious about the experiments, nothing more. Curious. He draws out the word. You know, Amelie has a theory. She thinks you're punishing yourself, that you bought this girl specifically because she's dangerous, because letting yourself want her would be the ultimate self-torture. Your wife presumes much. My wife, he says softly, understands pain. She understands survival, and she understands the look in that girl's eyes. He stands, moving to the window. I saw how you watched us, Drace. The disgust you tried to hide. You think I'm weak for loving her. I think you're blind. Do you? He turns, and there's something almost pitying in his expression. I know exactly what Amelie is. Human. Fragile. Temporary. Or she would be. If not for our bond. I know she was a slave. That she's killed to survive. That she has nightmares that make her scream. I also know she makes me laugh. That she challenges me. That she sees me not as the Archduke or the Deceiver's chosen, but just as Kral. And when she betrays you, then I'll deal with the consequences, but I won't poison today with fear of tomorrow. He moves toward the door, pausing. That girl, Lissa, she's not Lyra. I know that. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, you're so busy seeing ghosts that you're blind to what's right in front of you. He leaves me with that uncomfortable truth. I pour myself wine, trying to wash away the taste of envy. Because that's what it is. Pure, poisonous envy. Not for his power or position, but for the ease with which he loves and is loved in return. I'm on my third glass when voices drift from the guest wing. Moving silently, I follow the sound until I can hear clearly. Don't have to stay, Amelie is saying. I know what it's like being property, but there are ways. Safe houses, new identities. You're kind to offer, Lissa's voice is soft. But I can't. Can't or won't. This is Kral now. I could invoke diplomatic privilege. He couldn't stop me from taking you. And then what? I become your ward? Another human in the Archduke's collection? You'd be free, Amelie insists. Would I? A pause. Or would I just be trading one cage for another? At least you wouldn't be with someone who hates your kind, Kral says gently. Drace is damaged. What Lirelai did broke something in him. He'll never care for you. Never see you as more than a reminder of his pain. The words cut because they're true, or should be true. You're wrong, Lissa's voice is steady. He doesn't see me as a reminder, He sees me as a possibility, and that terrifies him more than any painful memory. Child, Amelie starts. I'm not a child. I survived experiments that killed dozens, endured years of slavery. I know exactly what Lord Murithar is, what he's capable of. Her voice drops. I also know he held me through his nightmares, that he looks at me like I'm salvation and damnation combined, that he's starving for something he won't let himself have. And you think you can save him? Kral asks. No, but I think he's worth more than his hatred, even if he doesn't. You're in love with him. Amelie sounds stunned. Love is a luxury I can't afford, but caring? Perhaps enough to stay, enough to see this through. I can't listen anymore. Can't stand here while she lays my soul bare to strangers who pity me. I stalk back to my study, blood roaring in my ears. She refused them, refused freedom, safety, a life without cruelty. For what? For me? The thought is unbearable. I'm deep in my 5th glass when she finds me. Doesn't knock, just enters like she belongs here. She's still in the servant's dress, but there's nothing submissive about her stance now. Eavesdropping is beneath you, she says. This is my home, I go where I please. Of course. She moves closer, and I catch her scent. Lightning and copper and choices I don't understand. Did you hear everything? Enough. And what, you made your choice, foolish as it is? Yes, I did. She's directly in front of me now, close enough to touch. Do you want to know why? No. Liar. She takes the glass from my hand, sets it aside. You're desperate to know. It's eating you alive, the not knowing. Because if I stayed for strategy for the long game, you could understand that. But if I stayed for you... Don't. The word comes out raw. If I stayed for you, she continues relentlessly, then everything you believe about humans is wrong. Then maybe what you had with her wasn't love, but possession. Maybe what you feel now. I surge to my feet, backing her against the desk. Stop. Make me. The challenge in her eyes breaks something in me. I crush my mouth to hers, pouring all my confusion and want and rage into the kiss. She meets me with equal fervor, nails raking down my back, drawing me closer. I hate this. I gasp against her throat. Hate, wanting you. I know. She arches as I find that spot where neck meets shoulder. Hate me for making you feel? Never. The admission tears from me. I could never hate you. Her hands are in my hair, pulling me back to her mouth. Then stop fighting this. I lift her onto the desk, documents scattering. 3 days of denial have left me raw, desperate. Her legs wrap around my waist, and I can feel the heat of her through the thin fabric still between us. This is wrong, I breathe between kisses. You're meant for... I'm meant for whatever I choose. She bites my lower lip, soothing it with her tongue. And I choose this. Choose you? The last of my control shatters. I carry her to the couch, needing her horizontal, needing to cover her with my body and prove she's real. She helps me with clothing, urgent hands pushing fabric aside. When skin finally meets skin, we both gasp. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
After, we lie tangled on the too small couch trying to catch our breath. Reality creeps back slowly. Kral and Amelie down the hall, my revenge in ruins, Everything irrevocably changed. "What have we done?" I whisper. "Something honest," she replies, tracing patterns on my chest. Maybe the first honest thing either of us has done in years. I want to argue. Want to rebuild the walls and pretend this was just bodies and need. But she's right. This was truth. Messy and complicated and dangerous truth. "He was wrong," I say finally. "Kral, when he said I'd never care for you. I know. I'm probably going to hurt you. Probably. This doesn't change anything. The plan is ashes." She props herself up on an elbow, hair falling like a silver-shot curtain. "You can't send me to him now. Not after this." She's right. The thought of her in anyone else's arms makes me want to tear the world apart. But without the plan, what am I? Just a broken man clinging to a woman who should run from me. "Stay anyway," I say, echoing my plea from 3 nights ago. "Always," she promises, and seals it with a kiss that tastes like new beginnings and beautiful disasters.
Chapter 8. Lissa, I am losing myself. The thought comes unbidden as I watch Drace's hands move across parchment, demonstrating proper letter formation. His scarred fingers, once instruments of cruelty, now guide mine with impossible gentleness. Afternoon light filters through his study windows, casting everything in gold, and I have to remind myself that this is still a cage. A beautiful cage, but a cage nonetheless. "You're pressing too hard," he murmurs, adjusting my grip on the quill. "Writing should flow, not fight." His chest brushes my back as he leans over my shoulder, and my body responds without permission. Heart racing, skin warming. 3 days since Kral's visit. 3 days since we shattered every boundary between us. 3 days of this strange, soft domesticity that feels more dangerous than any violence. Like this? I form the letters carefully, trying to focus on the task rather than his proximity. Better. His approval shouldn't matter, but warmth blooms in my chest anyway. Your hand is steadier than most who learn so late. 17 years of embroidery and blood drawings teach precision. The words slip out before I can stop them, a reminder of what I am, what we are. His hand stills over mine. "Lissa." "It's fine." I pull away, the spell broken. "Shall we continue?" But he's already moving to the window, that familiar conflict shadowing his features. I've seen it constantly these past days, whenever reality intrudes on our temporary paradise. He hasn't mentioned the revenge plan once, hasn't conducted a single training session. Instead, we read poetry in the garden, share meals, pretend. I should be pleased. This is what I wanted, isn't it? To make him need me, crave me, forget his purpose. Yet victory tastes like ash, because somewhere between strategy and surrender, I started craving him too. Foolish girl. I chastise myself. You're becoming the very thing you swore you'd never be, a slave to emotion rather than circumstance. "Walk with me," he says suddenly. I follow him through halls I've memorized, past servants who now nod respectfully rather than stare. Amazing how quickly status shifts when the master's favour shines. We emerge into the garden, where purple twilight paints everything in shadows and silver. "I used to bring my daughter here," he says unexpectedly, stopping by a fountain carved with dancing figures. She loved the sound of water, would reach for it, laughing. My chest tightens. These glimpses of his past are gifts and weapons combined. Each revelation draws me deeper, while reminding me why he bought me. To destroy another family, to prove humans are poison. What was her name? Senna. The word is soft, reverent. Lyralai chose it, said it meant brightness in some human dialect. Lyralai, the woman who worked with his enemies to murder their own child. I still can't fathom that level of cruelty, that betrayal. It makes my own deceptions seem almost honourable by comparison. At least my lies were for survival, not gold. You don't have to talk about, I want to. He turns to me, and in this light his scars seem to fade. Is that strange? For years I've hoarded my pain like treasure. But with you, he touches my face, thumb tracing my cheekbone. With you, I want to be known. The words are a blade between my ribs, because I want to know him too, not for strategy or survival, but for the dangerous pleasure of understanding this complex, broken, beautiful man. Then tell me, I whisper. We sit by the fountain, and he speaks of before, of young love with Lirelai, how she seemed so different from other humans, clever, ambitious, unafraid, how she learned his family's magical trade secrets with such dedication, he thought it was devotion, how she fell pregnant and he defied convention to keep her, to claim the child. I was going to mate her, he admits, give her the lifespan to stay with me. My family was horrified, but I didn't care. I had love. I had purpose. I had... His voice breaks. I had everything to lose. I take his hand, scarred fingers interlacing with mine. You don't have to continue. Yes, I do. He squeezes almost painfully tight. They took Senna while I was travelling. Lirelai's information made it possible. She'd told them exactly when I'd be gone, which guards would be on duty. When I returned, they had her. This tiny, perfect thing I'd helped create. And they made me choose. Trade routes or your daughter. The routes were more than gold. They were protection spells, ward keys, magical signatures of every noble family trading with us. In the wrong hands, they could destroy House Marithar entirely. His laugh is bitter. I tried to negotiate, offered myself instead. They refused. I know how this ends, but I let him speak. Sometimes poison needs to be drawn out. Lirelai stood there the whole time, watching. I begged her to help, to use what she'd learned to save our child. She said... He closes his eyes. She said I should have known better than to trust human love. That we were too weak for permanence. Then she took the gold they offered and left while they... Stop. I can't hear more. Can't bear the image of him watching his daughter die while her mother counts coins. You survived. That's what matters. Did I? He looks at me with such devastation. Or did I die that day too, just too stubborn to stop breathing? This is the moment. The opening I've been trained to exploit. He's vulnerable, shattered, ready to be reshaped. The survivor in me catalogues ways to use this, to become his salvation, his reason to live, to bind him so thoroughly he'll never think of revenge or hatred again. Instead, I kiss him. Not strategically. Not to manipulate or control. Simply because his pain calls to mine. Because sometimes the only answer to old wounds is new touch. He responds with desperate gratitude, pulling me into his lap, holding me like I might evaporate. I'm real. I whisper against his mouth. I'm here. I'm not leaving. Promise. The word is so small, so unlike the powerful lord who bought me. This is the man beneath, scared, scarred, desperately wanting to believe in something good again. I promise. Liar, my survival instinct hisses. You're promising things you can't guarantee. What happens when he remembers his revenge? When he realizes you're just another human who'll disappoint him? I silence the voice with another kiss. Deeper this time. His hands tangle in my hair, and I taste salt. Tears, though I'm not sure whose. When we finally part, full dark has fallen. The garden's night-blooming flowers perfume the air with sweetness that seems almost mocking. Beauty thriving in darkness. How appropriate. Come, he says, helping me stand. There's something I want to show you. He leads me to a part of the manor I've never seen, up a narrow tower stair to a room that takes my breath away. Books, thousands of them, reaching to the vaulted ceiling. But these aren't hidden behind false covers. They're displayed proudly. Poetry, philosophy, histories, tales of adventure. My mother's library, he explains. I sealed it after, couldn't bear to see it. But now, he gestures helplessly. I want to share it with you, all of it, everything I was before I became this. I move through the stacks, fingers trailing leather spines, breathing in the scent of knowledge and time. It's magnificent. It's yours, whenever you want. No locks, no restrictions. He pauses. I've been thinking about what Kral said, about seeing ghosts instead of what's in front of me. My heart pounds. Is this where he remembers his purpose? Where he pulls back from these soft days and returns to cold revenge? I don't want to send you to him. The words come out rushed. I can't. The thought of you in his arms, in anyone's arms but mine. He breaks off, laughing harshly. Listen to me, reduced to a possessive fool over a woman I bought to destroy everything. So the plan is in ruins. He moves closer, backing me against the shelves. You've ruined me, Lissa. My revenge, my hatred, my carefully constructed walls. You've torn through them all. I should feel victorious. This is what I wanted. To turn his weapon against him, to make him need me more than his revenge. But all I feel is hollow. Because somewhere in this game, I stopped playing. What happens now? I ask. I don't know. His honesty is more terrifying than any threat. The festival approaches. Kral expects to see you. The court will watch, waiting for scandal. And He frames my face with both hands. I just want to keep you. Hide you away where no one can touch you or take you or use you against me. I'm not a possession to be hidden. No, he agrees. You're so much worse. You're a choice I make every day despite knowing better. The words burrow under my skin, finding all the soft places I've tried to armour. This is the danger I didn't anticipate. Not that he'd own my body or control my actions, but that he'd offer partnership, understanding, a future beyond survival. I should hate you for this, I tell him. For what? For making me want things I can't have, for making me forget what I am. What are you? The question lingers, fundamental and unanswerable. Am I still the weapon he purchased? The survivor who'll do anything to live? Or have I become something else? Someone who reads poetry in gardens and makes promises she might actually want to keep? I don't know anymore, I admit. He kisses me, soft and seeking. Then we'll figure it out together. We spend hours in his mother's library. He reads to me from ancient texts while I curl against his side, letting his voice wash over me. For these stolen moments we're not master and slave, not dark elf and human, not predator and prey. We're just Drace and Lissa, two damaged souls finding solace in shared silence. But my survival instinct won't quiet completely. As he reads about mythical lovers and tragic endings, I catalogue escape routes. As his fingers card through my hair, I calculate how much blood he'll need tomorrow. As he whispers endearments between verses, I remind myself that this piece is temporary. Because it has to be. Men like him don't forget revenge. The festival looms, his uncle expects answers, and somewhere in Voig, his enemies might be lurking. This gentle interlude is just the eye of the storm. Enjoy it, I tell myself as he sets aside the book to kiss me properly. Store up these moments like coins against future poverty. But even as I lose myself in his touch, that cold voice whispers truths I can't ignore. You're falling for your captor. You're abandoning every lesson that kept you alive. You're becoming exactly what you swore you'd never be, a woman destroyed by love. What are you thinking? Drace asks, pulling back to study my face. Nothing, I lie, then amend. Everything. Too much. Tell me. But how can I explain that I'm mourning the death of who I was? That every soft moment between us kills the survivor who endured 17 years of slavery? That I'm terrified not of him but of myself? Of this weak creature who'd rather read poetry than plan escape? I'm thinking, I say carefully, that I've never been happy before, and I don't know what to do with it. His expression softens impossibly. Neither do I, but perhaps. He kisses my forehead, gentle as a blessing. Perhaps we can learn together. I close my eyes, letting myself believe for just a moment. Tomorrow I'll be smart. Tonight I'll just be his.
Chapter 9. Drace. The morning starts perfectly, which should have been my first warning. Lissa lies sprawled across my bed, silver-touched hair fanning across dark sheets like spilled moonlight. I trace the curve of her spine with my fingertips, marveling at how this has become routine, waking with her warmth against me, her scent embedded in my skin. 5 days since we abandoned pretense. 5 days of dangerous contentment. "You're thinking too loudly," she murmurs without opening her eyes. "How can you tell? Your breathing changes, becomes careful." She turns to face me, those impossible eyes still heavy with sleep. "What troubles you?" "Everything, nothing. The way you've hollowed out my chest and taken residence where my hatred used to live." "The festival is in 2 weeks," I say instead. Her expression shudders slightly. "Are you reconsidering the plan?" "There's no plan anymore." I pull her closer, needing to feel her heartbeat against mine. "I can't send you to him. Can't send you to anyone." "Then what will you tell the court? They might be wondering why you bought a slave. All eyes are on you. The truth, that you're mine." The possessiveness in my voice should frighten her. Instead, she smiles. That small, secret smile I've begun to hoard, like treasure. "Yours." "Mine," I confirm, sealing it with a kiss that tastes of promises I'm terrified to keep. A knock interrupts us. I snarl at the intrusion, but Yarick's voice carries urgency. "My lord, Lord Thessarion has arrived. He's not alone." Cold dread pools in my stomach. Thessarion hasn't darkened my doorstep since I nearly broke his nose. His presence now, with company, bodes ill. "Tell him I'll receive him in an hour." "He insists it's urgent, my lord. Says it concerns your property." Lissa stiffens beside me. I force my voice to remain level. 20 minutes. The formal chamber. "Yes, my lord." As his footsteps fade, Lissa sits up, sheet pooling at her waist. "I should return to my chambers." "No." The word comes out sharper than intended. "You'll dress and accompany me. Let him see exactly what you are to me now." "Drace, that's not a request." She studies me for a long moment, then nods. We dress in silence, though I note how she chooses one of the finer gowns I've had made for her. Deep burgundy silk that makes her skin glow like pearl. A lady's dress, not a slave's. Good. Let Thessarion choke on it. But when we enter the formal chamber, my satisfaction evaporates. Thessarion stands by the window, his usual smug expression firmly in place. Beside him is a young human man, perhaps 25, with sandy hair and the kind of pretty features that would appeal to certain clientele at Lamur. "Drace," Thessarion greets smoothly. "How good of you to see us, though I expected you sooner. Busy morning?" I ignore the insinuation. "State your business." Direct as always. He gestures to his companion. "Allow me to introduce Frank. I believe he and your lovely Lissa are acquainted." The temperature in the room seems to drop. Lissa's face has gone carefully blank, but I catch the slight tension in her shoulders. The young man steps forward, his brown eyes lighting with what appears to be recognition. Liss? Gods above, it really is you. I'm sorry, Lissa says coolly. You must be mistaken. I don't know you. Liss, it's me, Frank. He moves closer, and I have to physically restrain myself from stepping between them. From Lemur? You promised. We promised. I think you have me confused with someone else. Her voice remains steady, but I see her hands clench in her skirts. Frank turns pleading eyes to me. My lord, please, I know she probably doesn't want to acknowledge our past given her current position. But I've been searching for her ever since she was sold. Searching. My voice is dangerously quiet. Why? Because I love her. The words hang in the air like poison. We were together for 2 years at Lemur. She said when she earned enough to buy her freedom, we'd leave together, start fresh somewhere the dark elves couldn't find us. I look at Lissa. She meets my gaze steadily. I don't know this man. Liss, please. Frank reaches for her hand. I move then, chaos magic crackling around my fist as I grab his wrist. Touch her and lose the hand. Drace. The Thessarian's voice drips false concern. Surely you can understand the boy's confusion. Love makes fools of us all. He produces a small leather journal. Perhaps this will clarify matters. Frank was kind enough to share Lissa's letters with me. My blood crystallizes like ice. Letters? Oh, yes. Quite passionate ones. He opens the journal, reading aloud. My dearest Frank, each day without you is agony. I play my part well. The Lord suspects nothing. Soon I'll have what we need to disappear forever. Shh. Those aren't mine, Lissa says, but there's something in her voice now. Not guilt exactly, but recognition. No? The Thessarian flips pages. What about this? He's more damaged than we hoped. The blood addiction progresses perfectly. By the festival, he'll be completely enslaved. Then we can... I snatch the journal, scanning the pages. The handwriting is similar to Lissa's, but not exact. The words, though. The blood addiction progresses perfectly. Clever forgeries, Lissa says, though not clever enough. My letters to Frank were destroyed years ago. The room goes silent. I turn to her slowly. Your letters to Frank. She lifts her chin. From when I was 19. A silly girl's fancy, nothing more. You said you didn't know him. I said he must be mistaken. And he is. She looks at Frank with something like pity. The girl you knew died in those experiments. I'm someone else now. No. Frank shakes his head desperately. You're still her. Still my Liss. I know you had to do things to survive. Had to pretend, but... Enough! My voice cracks like a whip. The Thessarian. Take your pet and go. But my lord! The Thessarian protests with false innocence. Surely you want to hear more? About how she used to whisper your name in her sleep, practicing the perfect pitch of fear. Or how she studied the reports of your wife's betrayal to better manipulate. I'm across the room before conscious thought forms, slamming him against the wall. Get out! The truth hurts, doesn't it? He grins despite my hand around his throat. She's playing you, Drace, just like Lyra Lie did, history repeating itself. My lord, please. Frank tries to intervene. Don't hurt him. We only came because I love her. Because I wanted to save her from... From me? I released the Thessarian, turning on the boy. You wanted to save her from me? She doesn't belong here, Frank says with surprising bravery. She's not meant to be property. She's brilliant and kind and... mine. The word comes out as a growl. She's mine. She's a person, not a possession. She's whatever I say she is. I advance on him, magic crackling. And if you value your life, you'll forget she exists. Drace. Lissa's voice cuts through my rage. Let them go. I turn to her, and something in her expression makes my chest tighten. She looks tired, defeated, almost. Defending your lover? The words taste like acid. Defending you? She moves between me and Frank. From doing something you'll regret. The only thing I regret is not seeing through your act sooner. Her flinch is barely visible, but I catch it. Good. Let her hurt the way I'm hurting. Come, Frank, the Tharion says smoothly, straightening his jacket. We've accomplished what we came for. Though Drace, a word of advice, check your communication mirrors. One can never be too careful with clever slaves. They leave, but their poison remains. I stand frozen, staring at Lissa while my mind races through every moment, every touch, every word between us. Looking for lies, finding too many possibilities. It's not what you think, she says quietly. No. Then explain the letters. I told you. I knew someone named Frank when I was 19, a fellow slave who dreamed of freedom. She sighs. We wrote silly letters, made impossible plans. Convenient. It's the truth. Like it was true that you didn't know him? You lied. I protected myself. Her voice gains heat. A strange man appears claiming ownership of my past. Was I supposed to embrace him? Confirm whatever story Tharion crafted? Were you lovers? She meets my gaze steadily. We were children playing at love. It meant nothing. Nothing. I laugh bitterly. Like I mean nothing? Another master to manipulate until something better comes along. That's not... The journal mentioned my blood addiction, my wife's betrayal. Things you couldn't know unless Tharion did his research and crafted believable lies. She steps closer and I back away. Can't let her touch me. Can't let her cloud my judgment with her scent, her warmth, her false concern. Drace, think. Why would he bring this to you now? What does he gain? Perhaps he's trying to save me from repeating past mistakes. Or perhaps he wants to destroy what's growing between us. There's nothing between us. The words explode out of me. Your property, a tool, a weapon I was fool enough to think could be more. She recoils as if slapped. You don't mean that. Don't I? I circle her like the predator I should have remained. Tell me, when you kiss me, are you thinking of escape? When you cry my name in pleasure, are you calculating how much freedom it's worth? When you hold me through nightmares, are you measuring my weakness? Stop. Did you laugh with him about it? Your broken master so desperate for connection he'd believe any beautiful lie? Stop. Is that why you refused Kral's offer? Because you knew I was a richer target? More damaged? Easier to control? She slaps me. The crack echoes through the chamber, leaving silence in its wake. We stare at each other, both breathing hard. I stayed for you, she says, voice trembling with fury. Not your wealth or position or potential. You, the man who writes poetry in shadow, who holds his daughter's memory like sacred pain, who touched me with reverence even when claiming ownership. Tears streak her cheeks, but her gaze burns. But that man is a coward, too scared to believe in anything good. So yes, run back to your hatred. It's safer than hope, isn't it? She turns to leave, but I catch her arm. You're not dismissed. Then dismiss me. She jerks free. Or better yet, sell me. To Tharion, perhaps. At least his cruelty is honest. The words pierce like physical blows. You'd prefer him? I'd prefer the man I fell asleep beside this morning, but he seems to have vanished. She moves to the door, pauses. Check your mirrors if you must. Search my room. Question every servant. Feed your paranoia until it consumes you. But know this, the only betrayal happening is yours. Against yourself. against us. She leaves, and I'm left alone with the pieces of truth I don't want to hear. I do check the mirrors. Find nothing. Search her room. Find only the books I gave her, the gowns I bought her, pressed flowers from our garden walks. Question the servants. Learn nothing except that she's kind to them, helps with tasks, has been teaching Linnea to read. But the doubt remains, eating at me like acid. Because Thessarian was right about one thing. History does repeat. And I can't survive another Lirelai. When night falls, I wait for her to come to my chambers as she has every night this week. She doesn't. I tell myself it's for the best. Distance will clear my head, help me regain control. But I don't sleep. Instead, I stare at the empty space beside me and wonder which would be worse, if she's playing me or if she isn't. Because if she's genuine, if her feelings are real, then I'm destroying the one good thing to enter my life in decades. That might be the cruelest betrayal of all. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 10. Lissa. I am becoming exactly what he believes me to be. The thought strikes as I stare at my reflection in the mirror, preparing for another day of calculated coldness. 4 days since Frank's visit shattered our fragile peace. 4 days of sleeping in my tower room, of silent meals, of existing as the perfect empty vessel he's convinced I am. If he wants a manipulative slave, I'll give him one. The door opens without warning. He's stopped knocking since that morning. Drace fills the doorframe, and despite everything, my traitorous body responds to his presence. He looks terrible. The shadows under his eyes speak of sleepless nights, and his scars seem more pronounced, as if my absence has stolen whatever healing my blood provided. Good. Training room, he says curtly. 10 minutes. I wasn't aware we were resuming lessons. I keep my voice neutral, professional. The voice of property addressing its owner. His jaw clenches. We have appearances to maintain. The festival approaches whether we're prepared or not. Of course, my lord. I turn back to the mirror, dismissing him with my indifference. He doesn't leave. In the reflection, I watch him struggle with words that won't come. 4 days ago, he would have crossed to me, touched my shoulder, apologised. Now we're strangers wearing familiar faces. Lissa. 10 minutes, my lord. I'll be there. He leaves, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the windows. I take my time descending to the training room, each step measured and deliberate. When I enter, he's pacing like a caged predator, chaos magic sparking along his clenched fists. The air tastes of ozone and barely leashed violence. You're late. My apologies. I move to the centre of the room, posture perfect, expression blank. How may I serve? The words are calculated to cut, and they find their mark. His eyes flash dangerously. Don't what, my lord? Don't play the submissive slave. Not with me. I tilt my head, letting a small smile curve my lips. But isn't that what I am? Your property? Your tool? I'm simply trying to fulfill my purpose. He's across the room before I can blink, gripping my shoulders. Stop it. Stop what? Being what you've named me. I meet his gaze steadily. You were quite clear about my role here. I'm finally embracing it. His hands tighten painfully. This isn't you. How would you know? The question hovers between us like a blade. You've decided I'm a liar, a manipulator, another Lyrelei sent to destroy you. So tell me, Lord Marithar, which version of me would you prefer today? The devoted companion, the calculating seductress, the broken slave grateful for your attention? I want the truth. The truth? I laugh, the sound sharp and bitter. The truth is that I was foolish enough to care for you, to see past the cruelty to the man beneath. But that man is a coward who'd rather cling to old ghosts than risk new love. He releases me, stepping back as if burned. Love. A word that terrifies you more than death. I straighten my dress, smoothing away the wrinkles his grip left. Shall we begin training, my lord? I assume you want to ensure I can properly seduce your uncle, despite your claims otherwise. We're not... He breaks off, running hands through his hair. The platinum strands fall loose around his face, making him look younger, more vulnerable. The plan has changed. To what? You'll attend as my... companion. Your companion. I test the word. Not your property? No. But not your lover either. Silence stretches between us, heavy with everything we've broken. Let's work on dancing, he says finally. The festival includes several formal balls. I nod, moving into position. When he takes my hand, I notice the tremor in his fingers. Withdrawal. He hasn't fed since our fight, too proud to ask, too paranoid to take. We begin the complex steps of a court pavan. Our bodies remember the rhythm even as our hearts forget how to beat in sync. His hand on my waist is carefully impersonal, maintaining perfect distance. You're too stiff, he critiques. My apologies. I'll endeavour to be more pliant. That's not what I... He spins me sharply, pulling me back against his chest. Why are you doing this? Following your lead, my lord. Isn't that what good property does? Stop calling yourself that. Why? It's what you called me. Repeatedly. Or have you forgotten your words so quickly? I turn in his arms, maintaining the dance while meeting his tortured gaze. This close, I can see how my blood's absence affects him. The fine lines of pain around his eyes, the way he holds himself too carefully, like movement hurts. I was angry, he says quietly. You were honest. Anger just stripped away the pretty lies. You lied too, about Frank. I protected myself from a stranger's claims. You immediately believed the worst of me. I execute a perfect turn, using the movement to create distance. Tell me, my lord, did you even consider that Thessarion might be lying? That the letters could be forged? That Frank could be an actor? Number. Because it's easier to believe I'm betraying you than to believe someone might actually choose you. The words hit like a physical blow. He stops dancing, hands dropping to his sides. That's not... Isn't it? I step back, suddenly exhausted. You're so convinced you're unworthy of love that you sabotage it before it can disappoint you. Well, congratulations. You've succeeded. Lissa. I'm tired of fighting for someone who won't fight for himself. I move toward the door. Find another partner for your festival appearance. I'm done being your self-fulfilling prophecy. He catches my arm, spinning me back. You're not dismissed. Then what am I? I wrench free, fury finally breaking through my cold facade. Your prisoner? Your pet? Your convenient blood source? Tell me, Lord Marithar, what role would you like me to play today? I want you to be yourself. Myself, I laugh wildly. I don't even know who that is anymore. The survivor is screaming at me to run. The woman is breaking apart. The slave knows her place. So which self would you prefer? The one who chose me over freedom. The one who held me through nightmares. The one who... The fool, you mean. The stupid girl who thought she could heal a man determined to bleed. Something snaps in his expression. Magic crackles around him, chaos given form by fury. You think this is easy for me? You think I want to doubt you? I think you need to doubt me, because believing in me means believing you deserve happiness, and you'd rather suffer than risk that kind of hope. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I advance on him, no longer caring about danger. Lyrelai broke more than your heart. She broke your ability to trust. And rather than heal, you've nursed that wound for 38 years, feeding it with hatred and isolation until it defined you. Shut up. But here's the truth you can't bear. I'm not her. I've never been her. And you know it, which is why you're so desperate to make me into her. Because if I'm just another betrayal, you can stay safe in your suffering. I said shut up. His hand rises, magic swirling around his fist. For a heartbeat we both freeze, him with arm raised, me refusing to flinch. The moment stretches endless, the training room silent except for our ragged breathing. Then horror replaces rage in his expression. He stares at his raised hand as if it belongs to a stranger. My heart clenches. He should have slapped me than give me this look. It would be less painful if I was physically hurt. What is he playing showing me this horror on his face? His reluctance of hurting me. Isn't this what all masters do? Isn't it natural for dark elves to torture and beat humans? How can I destroy my love for him if he acts like this? I hold my breath as if it can hold back the pain and emotions in my chest. I dot. His voice cracks. Lissa, don't. I step back, suddenly cold. Just don't. He lowers his hand slowly, chaos magic dissipating. I wasn't going to... Weren't you? I wrap my arms around myself. Maybe Thessarion was right. Maybe we're just repeating history. You becoming the monster you think you are, me becoming the victim I swore I'd never be again. That's not what this is. Isn't it? I gesture between us. Look at us, Drace. Master and slave, predator and prey, dancing around violence and desire like it's normal, like it's love. It is love. The words tear from him. Twisted and wrong and painful, but still poison. I finish quietly. Just a different vintage than what you had with her. He flinches as if slapped. Without another word, he turns and leaves, the door closing with quiet finality. I sink to the floor, exhaustion overwhelming me. 4 days of armour, of calculated coldness, of pretending not to care. And for what? We're destroying each other with precision no enemy could match. My wrist throbs where he gripped me, and I examine the bruises forming there. Once his touch was reverent. Now it's desperate, violent. I think of Frank. His timing was too perfect, his story too crafted. But the damage is done. The trust we built over weeks shattered in minutes, and I don't know if either of us has the strength to rebuild. The smart thing would be to run, to take advantage of the chaos between us and disappear. I know the guard rotations now, the weak points in the walls. I could be gone before dawn. But I stay seated on the cold stone floor, paralysed by a truth I can't escape. I love him, not strategically, not for survival, but genuinely, desperately, destructively love the broken man who just almost struck me, who sees betrayal in every kindness, who wants to trust me but can't remember how. And that love is killing us both. I want to see this through, even if a dead end waits for me. When I finally rise, night has fallen. The fortress is quiet, everyone pretending not to hear our battles. I return to my tower room and find a tray of food outside my door, Linnea's kindness in the face of household chaos. But beneath the plate is something else. A folded paper in handwriting I recognise. I'm sorry, for the raised hand, for the doubts, for being too broken to accept what you offered. You deserve better than a man who sees ghosts in every shadow. The festival is in 10 days. After that, I'll grant you freedom if you wish it. True freedom, with funds and papers and a life beyond these walls. It's the only gift I have left to give. D. I crumple the note, then smooth it out, then crumple it again. Freedom. The thing I've wanted for 17 years, offered by the man I learned to want more. The irony is perfect, cruel, because now that escape is possible, I'm not sure I remember how to leave.
Chapter 11, Drace. The carriage wheels catch on another rut, jostling us together before we quickly separate. 5 days on the road to the capital, and Lissa hasn't spoken more than 10 words to me. She sits across from me now, staring out at the darkening landscape, her profile carved from ice and moonlight. I've made 100 apologies in my mind, none of them adequate for almost striking her, for becoming the very monster I swore I'd never be. I hate humans, but I never thought I'd hate Lissa. We'll make camp soon, I offer, just to break the suffocating silence. As you wish, my lord. 4 words, progress of sorts, though the formal distance in them cuts deeper than silence would. Before I can respond, the thunder of hooves interrupts. My driver calls out, and through the window I glimpse an approaching spectacle, a caravan that could only belong to one lord, Thessarion. It seems we'll have company, I say, watching her shoulders tense. She doesn't respond, but her fingers tighten on the book in her lap, one of my mother's poetry collections. Even now she seeks solace in beauty. Even now I want to deserve her. Thessarion's carriage pulls alongside ours with practiced precision. The man himself leans out, teeth flashing in what passes for a smile. Lord Rithar, what fortune to find fellow travelers on this dreary road. Thessarion. I don't bother hiding my displeasure. Come now, surely you won't deny me the pleasure of shared company. The roads are dangerous these days. We should camp together for mutual protection. Before I can refuse, he's already calling orders to his men. Within minutes, our modest traveling party is absorbed into his grotesque spectacle. As we disembark, I understand why his caravan seems so large. Humans. Dozens of them, chained to the supply wagons, forced to walk behind like livestock. Their feet are bloody, faces gaunt with exhaustion. But it's their eyes that turn my stomach. Empty, broken, devoid of even the hope of hope. Impressive, isn't it? Thessarion appears at my elbow, mistaking my horror for admiration. 43 head, all perfectly trained. Watch this. He snaps his fingers. Every human drops to their knees in perfect synchronization, heads bowed, hands behind their backs. Magnificent. The word tastes like poison, but I force it out. Beside me, Lissa stands perfectly still, her mask of indifference firmly in place. But I know her tells now. The slight tremor in her jaw, the way her breathing becomes too controlled. Though I must say, Thessarion continues, eyeing Lissa with undisguised hunger, your single acquisition puts my collection to shame. Such unusual coloring, those eyes. He steps closer to her. Tell me, does her blood truly have the properties they claim? That's not your concern. So protective. His laugh grates. Well, shall we see to the evening's arrangements? I insist you join me for dinner. Both of you. It's not a request. An hour later, we're seated at Thessarion's elaborate camp table. He travels with furniture that would shame some manor houses. Silk cushions, crystal goblets, golden plates. The contrast to the humans serving us, dressed in rags and sporting fresh bruises, is obscene. Your property sits at table with you, Thessarion observes as Lissa takes the chair I indicate. How progressive. I prefer my valuable investments close at hand. Ah, but you're missing the psychological element. He gestures to a young woman kneeling beside his chair. She can't be more than 20, with hollow cheeks and whip marks visible through her torn dress. Observe. He drops a piece of bread on the ground. Eat. The girl scrambles to obey, picking up the food with her teeth, not daring to use her hands. My stomach turns. You see, Thessarian continues conversationally, degradation reinforces their place. They must understand they are less than animals. Animals, after all, have value beyond their immediate use. Fascinating, I manage. Your property should try it. He looks at Lissa with that hungry gaze. The floor suits humans better than furniture. She's trained for different purposes. Indeed, his interest sharpens. Do tell, that's... A crash interrupts as one of his serving humans drops a wine pitcher. The boy, he can't be 15, goes white with terror. Well, Thessarian says pleasantly, this should be educational. He rises with casual grace, drawing a thin rod from his belt. The boy is already on his knees, babbling apologies, but Thessarian backhands him silent. Lesson 1, he tells me, as if lecturing on trade routes. Never accept apologies. They're meaningless from creatures without true conscience. The rod whistles through the air, striking the boy's back. He cries out but doesn't move, trained to accept whatever comes. Lesson 2, pain must be precise. Too much, and they break completely, becoming useless. Too little, and they maintain hope. Another strike, this one across the shoulders. You want them functional, but fearful. I force myself to watch, to nod as if learning. Beside me, Lissa has gone very still. Under the table, hidden from view, her hand brushes mine. The touch is so brief I might have imagined it, but it grounds me. Your turn, Thessarian says suddenly, offering me the rod. Your property seems remarkably well behaved. You must demonstrate your methods. The trap springs perfectly. Refuse, and I reveal weakness. Accept, and I become him. I prefer different tools. I stand, pulling Lissa up with deliberate roughness. Observe. I grip her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. Her silver gaze holds steady, trusting despite everything between us. Kneel, I command. She drops gracefully, positioning herself between my chair and Thessarian's view. To him it must look like submission, only I can see the defiance still burning in her eyes. You see, I say, keeping my voice cold, physical punishment is crude. True control comes from the mind, from making them need your approval more than their next breath. I run my fingers through her hair, the gesture appearing possessive while actually being gentle. She'll kneel here through dinner, desperate to please, knowing that my disappointment is worse than any rod. Interesting. Thessarian returns to his seat, but his gaze keeps drifting to Lissa, though I still prefer more immediate methods. Speaking of which, we should share our resources tonight. It's customary among traveling lords. I'll lend you sweet Mara here, and you can lend me... No! The word comes out harder than intended. His eyes narrow. That is, I amend carefully. She's not trained for others. The blood properties make her volatile with unfamiliar handlers. I wouldn't want you injured. How considerate. His tone suggests he doesn't believe a word, though surely a small taste wouldn't hurt, for scientific comparison. The last man who tasted her blood without proper preparation died screaming. The lie comes easily. His magic turned inward, consuming him from within. Fascinating to watch if messy. That gives him pause. I see. Well, perhaps I'll content myself with observation. His gaze drops to where Lissa kneels. She is lovely. Tell me, does she perform other functions beyond blood donation? My hand tightens in her hair before I can stop myself. All necessary functions. Lucky man. I find humans adequate for basic needs, though they lack the refinement of our own kind. Still, some are trainable. Young Mara here has become quite accomplished with proper motivation. He demonstrates by having the girl perform increasingly degrading acts, fetching items with her teeth, reciting humiliating gratitudes for being allowed to serve, posing in painful positions for his amusement. Through it all, Lissa remains perfectly still between my knees. I keep one hand on her shoulder, feeling the tension thrumming through her. She's seeing what could have been her fate, what still could be if I failed to protect her. "You're too gentle," the Thessarian observes, watching my careful touch. "They mistake kindness for weakness. Here, let me show you a more effective technique." He rises, approaching us. Every instinct screams to pull Lissa behind me, to bare teeth and magic at this threat. Instead, I force myself to remain seated. "The key," he says, reaching for her, "is to establish physical dominance immediately." Lissa flinches back, pressing against my legs. The movement is subtle, but breaks her perfect stillness. Did she just resist? The Thessarian's voice drops dangerously. "You allow defiance?" She's still in training. I grip her shoulder harder, warning. "Complex properties require delicate handling." Nonsense. All humans require the same thing, to be broken completely. He reaches again, and this time I stand, pulling Lissa up with me. "Enough theory for one evening," I say. "We have an early start tomorrow." "Leaving so soon?" "But the night's entertainment has barely begun." He gestures to where his guards are herding the chained humans into a circle. "I thought we might have some sport. A hunt, perhaps." Nothing motivates obedience like watching the slowest runners face consequences. Bile rises in my throat. Tempting, but I need my property functional for the festival. "Of course." His smile is all teeth. "Though I insist you stay for one more demonstration. Consider it a gift from one collector to another." He signals his men, who drag forward a human woman. She's older than the others, with gray threading through dark hair. Her eyes hold a spark the others have lost, defiance not yet extinguished. "This one," the Thessarian explains, "was purchased just last week. Still thinks she's a person. Observe how quickly that changes." What follows is systematic cruelty, not the heated violence of anger, but cold, calculated destruction of spirit. He doesn't just hurt her body, he dismantles her sense of self, forcing her to deny her name, her history, her humanity. I stand frozen, Lissa rigid beside me. To intervene would destroy everything, reveal me as weak, sympathetic to humans. But watching, doing nothing. "You see," the Thessarian says as the woman finally breaks, sobbing her designated number instead of her name. 3 days of proper training, and they forget they were ever anything else. "Efficient," I manage, "isn't it? Though I notice your property still watches with those pretty eyes wide open. Most would have looked away by now." He moves closer to Lissa. "Strong stomach for a human. Or perhaps she's calculating, learning, planning." "She's nothing," I say flatly. "A beautiful nothing I'll discard when bored." The words are knives, each one drawing invisible blood. Lissa doesn't react, but I feel her withdraw, that brief connection severed. "Well then," the Thessarian says eventually, "perhaps you consider a trade? I have several beautiful nothings, and variety is the spice of—" I decline. "Pity. Though the offer stands through the festival. Who knows? By then you might be ready for something fresh." He waves dismissal. "You may retire, but do think about what you've learned tonight. Your methods are intriguing, but ultimately pain is the only language they truly understand." We leave his grotesque camp in silence. Back in our own tent, modest by comparison, Lissa moves like a ghost to the far corner. "That woman," she says quietly. "She had my mother's eyes." I reach for her, but she steps away. "Don't." Her voice is steady, empty. "Just don't. I understand now what I am, what I'll always be to your kind. That's not... You called me nothing." She finally looks at me, and the devastation there stops my breath. Beautiful nothing to throw away when bored. And the worst part? It's probably the truest thing you've ever said about me. Lissa. I'll sleep in the carriage. She moves to the tent flap. Wouldn't want your property taking liberties with furniture. She leaves, and I'm left alone with the echoes of necessary cruelty. I sit awake knowing that each word spoken to protect her has instead cut deeper than any rod ever could. The monster I'm pretending to be and the monster I'm becoming blur together until I can't tell where the performance ends and the truth begins.
Chapter 12. Lissa. The carriage wheels stopped turning hours ago, but I still feel them in my bones. That endless rotation carrying me toward a fate I can no longer accept. Through the thin walls, I hear Drace's restless pacing in his tent. 8 steps, turn. 8 steps, turn. The rhythm of a caged predator, or a man drowning in his own performance. Beautiful nothing to discard when bored. The words echo with each heartbeat, each breath. Not because they hurt, I've been called worse by better, but because of how easily they fell from his lips, like truth worn smooth by repetition. I sit in the corner of the carriage where I've made my nest, surrounded by the books he gave me when he still pretended I was more than property. My fingers trace the leather spines in darkness. Poetry about love and loss, written by a man who believed in both. That man is dead, killed by necessity, buried under the weight of what he must pretend to be. And I'm the fool who thought she could resurrect him. No more. My hands are steady as I gather what little I need. The plainest dress, dark enough to blend with shadows. Soft-soled shoes that won't betray me on stone. A knife lifted from dinner. Small, inadequate, but better than nothing. The guard rotation changed 20 minutes ago. The new watch is still settling, attention focused outward on the threats beyond camp rather than the one within. Drace's pacing has stopped, exhaustion or wine finally claiming him. Now I ease open the carriage door, wincing at the faint creak. The camp sprawls before me, a maze of tents and wagons. The Tharian's grotesque carnival dominates the centre, but that works in my favour. His excess draws every eye, every ear. I ghost between shadows, each step calculated. 17 years of slavery taught me to move unseen, to exist in the spaces others ignore. The edge of camp draws closer. Just another 50 yards and I'll reach the tree line. 40 yards, 30. Well. I freeze as the Tharian materialises from behind a supply wagon, still dressed despite the late hour. His dark hair gleams with oil, and his smile promises nothing good. Out for an evening stroll, little bird? My lord. I drop into a curtsy, buying time to think. I couldn't sleep. The night air. Lies. He steps closer, and I smell wine on his breath, see the predatory gleam in his eyes. You were running, abandoning your master in the night like the treacherous creature you are. I should return. His hand shoots out, gripping my wrist with bruising force. Oh, I don't think so. See, this presents an opportunity I've been waiting for. I try to pull away, but his grip is iron. Lord Marithar is unconscious in his tent, having consumed a rather potent vintage I provided. His free hand traces my cheek, and revulsion crawls across my skin. He won't wake for hours, more than enough time for us to become better acquainted. No. The word is quiet but firm. His eyes narrow. No, I don't recall asking permission. He yanks me closer, breath hot against my ear. Your property, beautiful property, but still just a thing to be used. The knife is in my hand before conscious thought forms. But he's faster, trained, catching my wrist and twisting until the blade falls. Spirited, I like that. He drags me toward his tent, and I dig my heels in, forcing him to work for every step. Fighting only makes it better, you know, the breaking more satisfying. Terror and fury war in my chest. I've survived too much to end like this, used and discarded by a man who sees humans as toys. My free hand claws at his face, nails finding flesh. He snarls, backhanding me hard enough to see stars. The world tilts, but I use the momentum, letting my weight drop. He stumbles, grip loosening just enough. I wrench free and run. "Guards!" His voice cracks like a whip. "The human is escaping!" Footsteps thunder behind me. The tree line is so close, but they're faster, gaining. A hand grabs my hair, yanking me back with brutal force. I scream, not in fear but rage. My elbow finds soft flesh, a groin or stomach, and someone curses. But there are too many, hands grabbing, pulling, dragging me back toward the Tharian's tent. "Feisty little thing," he says, wiping blood from scratches on his cheek. "We'll fix that soon enough." They force me to my knees before him. He grips my chin, fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. First lesson, resistance equals pain. His fist draws back, and I brace for the blow that will begin my breaking. It never lands. Chaos magic crackles through the air, sending Tharian flying. He hits a wagon hard enough to splinter wood. Drace stands where Tharian was, and I've never seen him like this. Scars blazing silver, eyes pure violet flame, shadows writhing around him like living things. Mine! The word is barely human, more growl than speech. Tharian struggles to rise, spitting blood. She was escaping. I was merely... Drace's hand closes around his throat, lifting him effortlessly. "You were touching what belongs to me." "She's... just... human," Tharian gasps. "She's mine!" The crack of breaking bone echoes through camp as Drace's fist connects with Tharian's jaw, then ribs, then kidneys. Each blow precise, devastating, delivered with cold fury that speaks of barely leashed murder. "My lord!" Tharian's guards hover, uncertain. Attacking a noble, even in defence of their master, carries death. "Stay back!" Drace snarls, magic flaring brighter. "Or join him!" They retreat. Tharian crumples, coughing blood onto expensive clothes. But even broken, his malice remains. "The council!" he wheezes. "They'll hear of this. Attacking a lord, for human trash. You're finished, Marithar." Drace crouches beside him, voice dropping to something worse than shouting. Tell them all. Let them know what happens to anyone who touches her." He rises, turning to me. The rage in his expression makes me flinch before I can stop myself. But when he reaches out, his touch is infinitely gentle, helping me stand. "Did he hurt you?" I shake my head, not trusting my voice. "Don't lie to me." His thumb brushes my cheek where Tharian struck me, and I see his jaw clench. "Never lie to me about pain." "I'm fine." "You ran." His voice drops, dangerous. "After everything, you were leaving." "What did you expect?" I meet his gaze steadily. "That I'd stay forever? Play your obedient pet while you call me nothing?" "You were going to him." The accusation hangs between us like poison. "That's why you ran toward his camp. Were you meeting him, planning this together?" "Are you insane?" Incredulity cuts through my exhaustion. "He just tried to... an act, perhaps, to throw off suspicion." His grip on my arm tightens. "Very clever, staging an attack, making me defend you publicly. Now everyone knows my weakness." "Your weakness?" I laugh, the sound sharp and bitter. "I'm not your weakness, Drace. Your paranoia is. Your inability to trust is. Your dash." He spins me against a wagon, caging me with his body. "You were leaving." "Yes, because being near you is killing us both." "No." His hands grip my shoulders, that edge of violence threading through his touch. "You don't get to leave. Not now. Not ever." "You don't own me. don't I? His laugh is dark, fractured. I paid for you, bled for you, just destroyed my reputation for you. You're mine in every way that matters. Then why am I still nothing? The words explode out of me. Why am I still the betrayal you're waiting for? The knife you expect in your back? Something wild flashes in his eyes. Because that's what you are. What you have to be. The alternative is what? Trusting me? Believing I might actually care? You ran. He repeats it like a mantra, like proof of every fear. The moment things got difficult, you ran, just like... I'm not her. I shove against his chest, but he doesn't budge. I'm not Lyra Lee. Stop seeing her ghost every time you look at me. Then stop acting like her. His control shatters completely. Stop making me... He cuts himself off, but I hear the unfinished words. Stop making me need you. Stop making me love you. Stop making me weak. Making you what? I challenge. Feel? Hope? Trust? Gods forbid the great Lord Maritha admit he's capable of... His mouth crashes into mine, violent and punishing. This isn't a kiss. It's a claim, a brand, a desperate attempt to own what he can't control. I bite his lip hard enough to draw blood, and he snarls into my mouth, pressing closer. When he finally pulls back, we're both breathing hard. Blood stains his lip, and his eyes are pure chaos. Inside, he commands. Now. His tent feels smaller with both of us in it, the air charged with violence and desire and something darker. He stands between me and the exit, every line of his body speaking possession. You're never running again, he says quietly. You can't keep me prisoner. Watch me. He moves to a chest, pulling out something that makes my blood freeze. Chains, delicate but strong, spelled with force magic that even my immunity can't break. You wouldn't. Wouldn't I? He advances slowly. You've proven I can't trust you to stay, so I'll ensure you have no choice. Drace, please, please! He laughs bitterly. I back away, but there's nowhere to go. This isn't you. No? Maybe this is exactly me, the monster you claim to see so clearly. He catches my wrist, the metal cold against my skin. At least now we're both honest about what this is. The shackle clicks closed, chain running to a bolt in the ground. Long enough to move around the tent, too short to reach the exit. I hate you, I whisper. Good. But his hand trembles as he steps back. Hate is safer than the alternative. Which is... He meets my gaze, and for a moment, I see everything. The love, the terror, the desperate need he can't voice. The alternative doesn't exist, he says finally. Can't exist. Not for us. He turns to leave, pauses at the entrance. I'll have food brought, the chains. They're for your protection as much as my peace of mind. There are worse than Thessarian out there, and after tonight, everyone knows exactly how to hurt you. I finish. Through me. His shoulders tense. Yes. So you chain me like an animal rather than admit you care. I chain you because I care. The admission is torn from him. Because losing you would... He cuts himself off again. It doesn't matter. What matters is you're safe. Here. Mine. Yours. I echo hollowly. Your beautiful nothing. He flinches but doesn't turn. Get some rest. We reach the capital tomorrow. He leaves, and I'm alone with the weight of metal around my wrist and the heavier weight of understanding. He loves me. I know it with the same certainty I know my own name, but that love is so twisted with fear, so poisoned by past betrayal, that it's become another kind of cruelty. And I'm trapped, not just by chains, but by my own treacherous heart that still beats for a man who'd rather cage me than trust me. I curl up on the pallet, chains clinking with every movement, and wonder which of us is more truly imprisoned.
Chapter 13. Drace. The shakes start at dawn. I grip the edge of the table, watching my hands tremble like autumn leaves. 4 days without her blood and everything I preserved gone. Withdrawal eating at my sanity while she sits chained in my tent, transformed into the very creature I feared she'd become. Cold, calculating, perfect. My lord? Yarrick enters with breakfast I won't eat. His single eye takes in my deteriorating state with careful neutrality. Should I fetch... No. The word comes out sharp enough to cut. Leave it and go. He obeys, but I catch his glance toward the corner where she sits. Where she's been sitting for hours, silver violet eyes tracking my every movement with detached interest. Like I'm an experiment. Like she's watching me die and taking notes. You need to feed, she observes, voice empty of its former warmth. I need nothing from you. Liar. She shifts, chains clinking softly. The sound drives spikes through my skull. Your scars are darkening. The withdrawal is accelerating. Another day, maybe 2, and you'll start hallucinating. Speaking from experience? A smile curves her lips. Not the soft thing I remember, but something sharp and knowing. I survived experiments that would have killed you in minutes. I know exactly how bodies break down, how minds fracture. She tilts her head. You're already seeing things, aren't you? Shadows that move wrong. Threats in every corner. I don't answer, but she reads it in my face. You did this to yourself, she continues. Chained me like an animal, then starved yourself of what you need. Tell me, my lord, which of us is truly the prisoner here? You ran. The accusation tastes like ash, repeated so many times it's lost meaning. Yes, and you showed me why I was right to try. She raises her shackled wrist. At least now we're honest. I'm property. You're an addict. Neither of us is free. I cross to her before thought forms, gripping her chin. Is this what you want? To watch me suffer? I want nothing. Her eyes meet mine, steady and empty. You killed that part of me when you put these chains on. Now I'm exactly what you paid for. A beautiful weapon with valuable blood. You can even send me to your uncle's bed all you want. So use me or don't. But stop pretending either choice matters. The worst part is how calm she sounds. No anger, no hurt, just nothing. Like she's hollowed herself out to survive. Like I've broken her more thoroughly than Thessarian ever could. I won't feed from you like this, I say. Like what? Like a slave? That's what I am. She laughs, the sound like splintering glass. Or do you need me to pretend I can do that? I can whisper sweet lies while you drink, make you believe I care. Is that what you need to stomach my blood? I release her, stumbling back. The room spins slightly. Withdrawal or horror, I can't tell. This isn't you? No? Then who am I? She rises as far as the chains allow. The woman who chose you over freedom? She was a fool. The survivor who planned to seduce you. She underestimated your paranoia. The person who thought she could love you? Another sharp laugh. She's dead. You killed her with your fear. Lissa. Feed or don't. Chain me or free me, but stop looking at me like you're waiting for someone who's not coming back. I flee the tent like the coward I am, her words chasing me into the morning air. The camp is breaking down, preparing for the final push to the capital. Nobles eye me with varying degrees of disgust and fascination. The lord who nearly killed Thessarian over a human. My hands won't stop shaking. By midday, the hallucinations start. Shadows with too many teeth. Whispers in languages that don't exist. Lirelai's laughter echoing from every direction. You always were weak, her ghost murmurs. That's why I could play you so easily. Why she can too. She's not you, I snarl at empty air. No? Then why is she in chains? Why are you so afraid of her leaving that you'd cage her like an animal? Because I can't lose her. Because the thought of her gone is worse than death. Because... My lord. A guard approaches cautiously. The Archduke's banner has been spotted. He's riding to meet us. Crawl. Here. Now. I force myself upright, trying to project strength I don't feel. Have my tent prepared for guests. But when Kral arrives, he takes one look at me and his expression hardens. Nephew, you look unwell. I'm fine. You're in withdrawal. His voice brooks no argument. Where is she? That's not... Where is she? The command of the Archduke rings in his words. I have no choice but to lead him to my tent, where Lissa sits exactly as I left her. Kral stops dead at the entrance, taking in the chains. Amelie, he says quietly, perhaps you should... But his wife is already pushing past him, her brown eyes widening in horror. Oh, child, what has he done to you? Lissa looks up and something flickers in her expression. My lady... Her voice cracks. Please. Amelie drops to her knees beside Lissa, gentle hands examining the shackles. These are spelled. Force magic. She turns to me with fury I didn't know humans could possess. You chained her, like property. She is property, I snap, withdrawal making me vicious. Bought and paid for. She's a person. Amelie's voice rises. A woman who, according to every servant we've spoken to, cared for you. And this is how you repay that care? You don't understand. I understand perfectly. She turns back to Lissa, voice gentling. Do you want to leave? Say the word, and you come with us. Now. Lissa's composure finally cracks. Tears stream down her face as she nods desperately. Please. Yes. Take me away. I can't do this anymore. He sees her every time he looks at me. Hates me for not being her. Hates me for reminding him of her. Please. Kral, Amelie says firmly. Remove these chains. No. I step between them. She's mine. You have no right. I have every right. Kral's power flares, and suddenly I'm on my knees, held by magic far beyond mine. You're sick, Drace. Look at yourself. Shaking from withdrawal, hallucinating, keeping a woman chained because you're too afraid to trust. This isn't love. It's obsession. You don't understand what she is. What she could do. What? Leave you? Betray you? He crouches before me. Yes, she could. That's what trust means. Giving someone the power to destroy you and believing they won't. You never learned that lesson. Lirelai is dead. Has been for decades. But you keep her ghost alive. Let it poison everything you touch. His voice gentle slightly. You're my nephew. I raised you. I won't watch you destroy yourself and her with your sickness. He gestures and the chains fall away. Lissa collapses into Amelie's arms, sobbing with relief. Take her to our carriage, Kral instructs. Have the healers examine her. No! I struggle against his magic. You can't! She's mine! I paid... Oh. The bill of sale. Kral produces a document from his coat. Purchased from Lamur this morning for twice what you paid. She's legally mine now. And I'm granting her freedom. The world tilts. You planned this. I suspected. Your reaction to Thessarian confirmed it. I've heard the news, and things like this always comes to me first. He helps me to my feet, steadying me when I sway. You need help, Drace, more than I realized. Amelie is leading Lissa out, supporting her weight. At the entrance, Lissa turns back. For a moment, our eyes meet, and I see everything. The pain, the betrayal, the death of whatever we might have been. I would have stayed, she whispers. If you just trusted me, I would have stayed forever. Then she's gone, The space where she was feels like a wound. I lunge after her, but Krell holds me fast. "Let her go," he says firmly. "Let her heal. Let yourself heal." "I can't." My voice breaks. "I need her." "You need her blood. There's a difference." He signals his guards. "You're coming with me. My estate has healers who specialize in blood addiction. They'll help you through the withdrawal." "I don't want help. I know what you want. But what you need is to learn how to exist without her. To face your demons without using her as a shield." His grip is gentle but implacable. "This is for your own good. They have to carry me in the end. The withdrawal has progressed too far, leaving me weak as a child." As they load me into a separate carriage, I catch a glimpse of her through a window. She's curled against Amelie, looking small and broken and free. The last thing I see before darkness claims me is her hand, bare of chains, pressed against the glass. Like a goodbye.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 14. Lissa. The water is too hot, but I sink into it anyway, letting it scald away the memory of chains. "Is the temperature all right, miss?" The maid, Prim, she introduced herself, hovers nearby with towels and soaps that smell of lavender and mint. She's human, with kind brown eyes and calloused hands that speak of honest work. "It's perfect," I lie, because everything about this feels like a lie. The kindness, the comfort, the word misses instead of slave. "I'll add some healing salts," she says, sprinkling something that turns the water a soft blue. "For the bruises. Lady Amelie's orders." Lady Amelie's orders. Not Lord Krell's. Not because I'm property to be maintained, but because a free woman cares about my comfort. The concept is so foreign I nearly laugh. Or cry. I'm not sure which anymore. Through the bathing chamber's window, I hear the distant sounds of festival preparations. Music and laughter and life continuing as if my world hasn't shattered. 3 hours since Krell's carriage brought me here. 3 hours since I last saw Drace, wild-eyed and broken, fighting to keep what he'd already destroyed. "There's fresh clothing laid out," Prim continues, her voice gentle. "Lady Amelie selected them herself. Said you'd need things that were yours, not what was given before. Mine. Nothing has ever been mine." "Thank you," I manage. She pauses at the door. "I know it's not my place, miss, but I've been where you are. 5 years ago, Lord Krell bought my freedom from a brothel in Orthani. The first weeks are strange. You keep waiting for the cruelty to show, but it doesn't." Her smile is soft. "They're different, Lord Krell and Lady Amelie. They see us as people." She leaves before I can respond, which is good because I have no words for this impossible kindness. I soak until the water cools, watching my wrists where the shackles left marks. No broken skin. The chains were too well crafted for that. But I feel them still, phantom weight holding me to a man who loved me like a possession. When I finally emerge, I find the promised clothing. Not the grey servant's dress or the fine gowns Drace provided, but simple, well-made garments in soft blues and greens. They fit perfectly, and I wonder if Amelie guessed my size or if this is another small magic of consideration. A knock interrupts my dressing. "Lissa, may I come in?" Amelie herself. I open the door to find the lady of the house holding a tea tray, as if serving me is perfectly normal. "I thought we might talk," she says, setting the tray on a small table. "If you're feeling up to it." I sit because standing feels precarious. Everything feels precarious. Amelie pours tea with practiced grace, her hair catching lamplight. She's beautiful in an understated way, not the sharp elegance of dark elf nobility, but something warmer, kinder. "I'm sorry," she says suddenly, "for what Drace did, for not realising sooner how bad things had become." "It's not your fault." "No, but I could have." She sighs. "I knew he was damaged. Kral told me about Lyrelai, about the baby. I thought time would help, that maybe you could reach him where others couldn't." "I tried." The words come out more bitter than intended. But you can't reach someone who's drowning if they're determined to pull you under with them. "No," she agrees softly. "You can't." We sit in silence, sipping tea that tastes of honey and comfort. Through the window, the festival music grows louder. Celebration for those who have something to celebrate. "The bruises will fade," Amelie says eventually, noticing how I unconsciously rub my wrists. "Will they?" She sets down her cup, meeting my gaze directly. "I won't lie to you, Lissa. Some marks go deeper than skin. But you're safe here. Free. That's a beginning." Free. I test the word. I don't even know what that means anymore. "It means choices," a male voice says from the doorway. Kral enters, and I tense automatically before forcing myself to relax. He's not Drace. The resemblance is there. The height, the sharp features. But Kral's eyes hold warmth where Drace's held suspicion. "How are you feeling?" he asks, taking a seat beside his wife. Their hands find each other naturally, fingers interlacing with practiced ease. "I don't know," I answer honestly. "Grateful, confused, angry." I pause. Empty. "All normal," he assures me. "Recovery isn't linear. There will be good days and bad." "What's going to happen to him?" The question escapes before I can stop it. "To Drace?" Kral and Amelie exchange a look. It's Kral who answers. "He's at my estate outside the city. The healers are managing his withdrawal, but that's just the physical aspect, the deeper work." He sighs. "That will take time, if he's willing to do it." "He won't be," I say with certainty. "He'll rage and fight and find someone else to blame." "Perhaps. Or perhaps losing you will finally break through his walls." Kral's expression is sympathetic but firm. "Either way, it's not your concern anymore. You're not responsible for fixing him." "I know that." "Do you? Because victims often feel—" "I'm not a victim." The words come out sharp. "I'm a survivor. There's a difference." "Yes," Amelie says quietly. "There is." A maid appears, another human I notice, to announce dinner. We move to a dining room that manages to be both elegant and welcoming. More staff bustle about, and I'm struck by the easy interaction between human and dark elf workers. No fear, no subservience beyond professional courtesy. "You pay them," I observe as we sit, "the humans." "Of course," Kral says, seeming puzzled by my surprise. "Fair wages for fair work. We also provide housing, education for those who want it, and freedom to leave if they choose." "But they don't leave." "Most don't," Amelie confirms. "Why would they? We treat them, us, as equals." She smiles at my expression. "I know it's different from what you've known, but this is what Kral and I are fighting for. What the progressive movement represents. A world where humanity isn't synonymous with slavery." I think of Thessarian's broken creatures, of the casual cruelty I've witnessed for 17 years, of Drace, who claimed to care but still put me in chains. It seems impossible, I admit. All change does, until it happens. Kral serves himself from a platter a maid offers, thanking her by name. Decades ago, a dark elf mating a human was unthinkable. Now look at us. I do look. At how Amelie's hand rests on the table, Kral's thumb tracing absent patterns on her skin. At how they move in sync, speaking without words. At the love that radiates between them like warmth from a hearth. How? I ask suddenly. How do you trust like that? After everything? They both know what I'm really asking. Amelie answers first. I didn't at first. I was a slave before I was his wife. The power imbalance was... She shakes her head. Impossible to ignore. Our beginning wasn't the best, but it was us. He was a powerful dark elf, and I was just an insignificant human. There were struggles, but because we chose each other, we pushed through. Kral learned and loved, and he never took what I wasn't willing to give. He earned my trust action by action, day by day. We chose each other, Kral continues, freely. That's the difference, choice. I gave her power over me equal to what I had over her, true partnership. Drace couldn't do that, I say quietly. He was too afraid I'd use it to hurt him. Fear makes us cruel, Kral agrees. It made him cage what he should have cherished. The meal continues, but my appetite has fled. I watch them together, these small touches, shared smiles, the easy intimacy of trust. This could have been us, I think, if he'd been braver, if I'd been less desperate, if. You'll stay here tonight, Amelie says as the meal ends. Tomorrow, if you're feeling up to it, we can discuss your options. There's no rush. Options? Where you want to go, what you want to do, who you want to be. She squeezes my hand. The choices are yours now, but not all of Protheka are this progressive. Some houses are, but most aren't. Kral stands to leave, but pauses. He asked about you. When the healers could get him lucid enough to speak, he wanted to know if you were safe. My heart clenches. What did you tell him? The truth. That you're free and protected. That he won't see you again until he's completed treatment. His expression is kind but firm. If you want to see him then, that choice will be yours too. They leave me in a guest room that's 3 times the size of my cell in Lamure. The bed is soft, the linen's clean, the door unlocked. I can leave whenever I want. So why do I feel more trapped than ever? I move to the window, looking out at the festival lights. Somewhere in this city, nobles are drinking and dancing and playing their games of power. Somewhere, Drace is fighting withdrawal, and the demons he feeds with such dedication. And here I am, free, safe, empty. I touch my wrist where he used to feed, expecting to find marks. There's nothing, skin smooth and unmarked, as if he never touched me at all, as if the past weeks were a fever dream. But I still feel him, in my blood, in my bones, in the hollow space where my heart used to beat. I'm free of his chains, but not of him, not of the memory of what we almost were. A tear slides down my cheek, then another. I don't wipe them away. For once in 17 years, I can cry without consequence, without calculating how my tears might be used against me. It's a kind of freedom, I suppose, even if it tastes like grief.
Chapter 15, Drace. The screaming won't stop. I thrash against the restraints, soft silk spelled with force magic, because Kral is too kind to use iron, as another wave of withdrawal crashes through me. 13 days. 13 days of my body eating itself alive, craving the silver poison of her blood. Steady, my lord. The healer's voice floats through the haze. Female, ancient, patient as stone. The worst will pass soon. Lies. The worst never passes. It lives in my chest, a gnawing emptiness where she used to be. Water! I rasp. Cool liquid touches my lips. Not what I want. What I want is moonlight and copper, lightning in my veins. What I want is her. The physical symptoms are manageable. The shaking, the fever, the way colors drain from the world like wine from a broken cask. It's the other withdrawal that's killing me. The absence of her presence, her scent, the way she looked at me before I destroyed everything. Beautiful nothing to discard when bored. My own words echo back, each syllable a fresh wound. How easily cruelty fell from my lips. How readily I became the monster I swore I'd never be. Rest now, the healer murmurs, pressing something cold to my forehead. Let the medicines work, but no medicine can cure this. No potion can fill the hole I've torn in my own chest. I squeeze my eyes shut, and Senna is there. My daughter reaching for me with chubby fingers, gurgling the nonsense that might have become Papa if she'd lived long enough. The vision shifts. Now she's screaming as they hurt her, and Lirelai counts coins in the corner, unmoved by our child's agony. Please, I beg the ghosts, not tonight. They never listen. The nightmares have worsened since Lissa left, as if her presence was a shield against the worst of my demons, and without her, they feast freely. I see Senna die 100 different ways, hear her cries until my throat is raw from screaming along with phantoms. Only Lissa's touch ever made it stop. Only her voice singing those broken lullabies ever brought peace. And I chained her for it. Dawn comes. I know because the healer changes shifts. This one is male, younger, chattier. Looking better today, my lord. The tremors have eased. Have they? I can't tell. Everything feels wrong without her. How long? I ask. Until the physical withdrawal passes? Another week, perhaps 2. The blood was heavily integrated into your system. Not that. I stare at the ceiling, counting cracks. How long until I stop wanting her? That's not a question for healers, my lord. No. It's a question for poets and madmen. Lucky, then, that I'm both. The days blur together. They feed me, bathe me, walk me around the room like an invalid. My body slowly remembers how to function without her blood. My magic stabilizes, no longer sparking wild with every emotion. But I'm hollowing out, becoming the empty thing I accused her of being. On the 16th day, I'm lucid enough to think clearly. Clear enough to remember everything. The chain around her wrist. The defeat in her eyes. The way she begged Amelie to take her. I deserve this. Every moment of agony is payment for what I did to her. What I became. You're awake. I turn to find Kral in the doorway. He looks tired, older somehow. The weight of dealing with me, no doubt. Uncle. My voice sounds foreign, rough from screaming, empty of its usual edge. He takes the chair beside my bed, studying me with those keen eyes. You look better. The healers say you're through the worst of the physical withdrawal. Lissa, her name hurts to speak, is well. Safe. Free. Each word deliberate. She's staying with us while she decides her future. Good. And I mean it, though it tears me apart. She deserves better than what I gave her. Yes, he agrees simply. She does. We sit in silence. Through the window, I hear the distant sounds of the festival. Life continuing without me, without us. I need to tell you something, I say finally, about why I bought her, what I planned. His expression doesn't change. I'm listening. So I confess. Every ugly detail. How I meant to use her to seduce him, to destroy his marriage. How I wanted to prove that humans were poison, that his love for Amelie was a weakness. How I let hatred twist me into something unrecognizable. I'm sorry, I finish, for planning it, for being too much of a coward to see what you have with her, for... My voice breaks. For everything. Kral is quiet for a long time. Is he furious? When he speaks, his voice carries no anger, only profound sadness. Do you know what my life was before Amelie? I shake my head. Gray. Everything was gray. I had power, wealth, respect. I thought that was enough. He leans back, a soft smile touching his lips. Then this human slave came into my life, defiant despite her chains, intelligent despite being denied education, strong despite everything trying to break her. Like Lissa, I whisper. Perhaps. But here's what you never understood, Drace. Amelie didn't complete me or fix me. She revealed me, showed me colors I didn't know existed, made me want to be worthy of the way she looked at me. I tasted flavors because of her. My life has become beautiful beyond words. But the risk was worth it. Is worth it. His expression grows fierce. Yes, she's physically weaker. Yes, others mock us. Yes, she's fragile. But gods, Drace, the alternative is that gray existence, that hollow performance of life without truly living. I think of Lissa reading poetry in my mother's library, of her hand in mine during garden walks, of waking with her warmth against me, feeling whole at last. I ruined it, I say. Put her in chains because I was too terrified to trust. Yes, you did. She'll never forgive me. Perhaps not. That's her choice to make. He stands but pauses at the door. But you'll never know if you don't do the work to become someone worthy of forgiveness. Crawl, I call as he's leaving. Does she seem happy? He considers the question. She seems free. Whether that becomes happiness depends on many things. Not least what you choose to do with this second chance. I don't deserve a second chance. No, he agrees. But she deserves the choice to give you one or not. When you're well, if you're ever truly well. He starts to leave again, then turns back. There's something else. Amelie is pregnant. The words bruise like physical blows. Pregnant? Yes, our child will need family. Real family, not the poisonous politics of court. His expression softens. That could include you if you do the work, if you choose healing over hatred. He leaves me with that impossible gift, the idea of future, of family, of something beyond the grief I've nursed for so long. He leaves me with thoughts of Lissa, of second chances, of a life without destruction. I let my eyes close, and finally Senna comes to me not screaming but laughing. A vision, not of what I lost, but what could be. Her cousin, perhaps, growing up in a world where human and elf can love freely, a life worth building and fighting for. If I can get well, if I can become someone who builds rather than destroys, if she can forgive the unforgivable. The healers find me crying, not from withdrawal or nightmares, but from something far more painful. Hope.
Chapter 16. Lissa. 30 bolts of Kainvu silk, 15 casks of Rerzid wine, 40 pounds of Nabella spice. I trail my finger down the ledger, double-checking Matilda's neat script against the actual goods before us. You've a natural head for this, Matilda observes, her weathered hands moving efficiently as she marks each verified item. She's human like me, perhaps 50 years old, with silver threading through dark hair and laugh lines that speak of a life well lived. Most take months to learn the inventory system. Numbers make sense, I reply, inhaling the rich scent of spices from distant ports. They don't lie or betray. They simply are. She gives me a knowing look but doesn't press. In the 3 weeks since I arrived at Kral and Amelie's estate, I've learned that the staff here practices a particular kind of kindness. They offer support without demanding explanations. The Nabellas particularly find this shipment, I note, letting a few of the crimson threads run through my fingers. From the northern slopes, I'd guess. The southern varieties have a different texture. Listen to you, Matilda laughs. 3 weeks and already you sound like a proper merchant. Perhaps we should promote you to procurement. The word promote still feels strange, like wages and free time and all the other concepts I'm learning to navigate in this new life. I'm not property here. I'm a person who works, who earns, who chooses. Lady Amelie asked for you, a young kitchen maid announces from the doorway. Says you're to take tea with her this afternoon. Tell her I'll be there once we finish the wine count, I respond, then catch myself. Am I allowed to delay a lady's request? Old habits die hard, but the maid just nods and scurries off, and Matilda pats my shoulder. You're doing fine, dear. Takes time to learn you have the right to finish your work. We complete the inventory as the afternoon sun slants through the warehouse windows. I wash the dust from my hands and make my way to the gardens, where Amelie waits at a small table set with delicate porcelain. Lissa! She rises to embrace me, and I still tense slightly at the casual affection. How was the morning? Matilda says you're proving invaluable. The work is satisfying, I admit, taking the seat she offers. I never knew trade could be so complex. The routes, the seasonal variations, the negotiations. You could study formally if you'd like, Amelie suggests, pouring tea that smells of honey and flowers. The Merchant Guild accepts students regardless of birth status now. Crowell pushed that reform through last year. You'll need a recommendation, though. Study. Another impossible word becoming possible. I'll think about it. We sip tea in comfortable silence, watching gardeners tend the elaborate flower beds. Everything here blooms with carefully cultivated beauty, so different from the wild darkness of Drace's estate. I push the thought away. I've become expert at not thinking about him during daylight hours. Nights are harder. I have news, Amelie says suddenly, her brown eyes bright with joy. I wanted you to be among the first to know. I'm pregnant. The words take a moment to register. When they do, genuine happiness floods through me. The first pure, uncomplicated emotion I've felt in weeks. Oh, Amelie! I clasp her hands. That's wonderful. How far along? How are you feeling? Nearly 3 months, and tired, mostly, but the healers say that's normal. She glows with an inner light that makes her beauty transcendent. Crowell is beside himself with joy. He's already commissioned furniture for the nursery and talks to my belly every night. It took a long time because we didn't want to bring a child that might become a victim of this world, but it's better now. We'll keep holding on to hope. I can picture it. Crowell's serious demeanour melting as he whispers to his unborn child. The image makes my chest tight with an emotion I don't want to name. The baby is lucky, I say softly, to be born into such love. Every child should be, Amelie agrees. Then more carefully. Have you thought about what you want, Lissa? For your future. I'm grateful for the work here. That's not what I mean. She sets down her teacup, studying me with those perceptive eyes. You're free now. Truly free. You could go anywhere, do anything, yet you remain close. Where would I go? The question comes out more bitter than intended. I have no family, no connections beyond. I trail off. Beyond him. I don't answer, but she reads the truth in my silence. Crowell visited him again yesterday, she offers gently. He's improving. The physical withdrawal has passed. My traitorous heart leaps. Is he? How is he? Struggling, but doing the work. She pauses. He asked after you. Don't. The word emerges sharp. Please, I can't. I'm trying to build something here, to be someone beyond what he made me. I know, and you're doing beautifully. She squeezes my hand. But healing isn't about forgetting, Lissa. It's about choosing what to carry forward and what to leave behind. We talk of lighter things after that, the festival still ongoing, The new trade agreements with Milthar, the human integration programs gaining ground in some places. But her words linger as afternoon fades to evening. At dinner, I serve myself from communal platters alongside dark elf and human workers alike. The easy camaraderie still feels like a miracle. I listen to their chatter about families, plans, small dramas that mean everything when your life is your own. "You're quiet tonight," Amelie observes. She often sits with me at meals, a kindness I'm learning to accept. "Everything well?" "Just thinking," I deflect. "Did the shipment from Terre arrive on schedule?" She accepts the change of subject, and we discuss trade routes until the meal ends. But as I climb the stairs to my own room, with a lock I control, the weight of unspoken thoughts grows heavier. My chamber is modest but comfortable. A bed with clean linens, a desk where I practice my letters, a window overlooking the gardens. On the desk sits a small leather journal, Amelie's gift, for whatever thoughts you'd like to keep. I've yet to write a single word. Tonight, though, I light a candle and open to the first page. The blank parchment stares back, waiting. What thoughts do I want to keep? What words could capture this strange, suspended existence? I think of Drace, not the man who chained me or called me nothing, not the lord who bought me for revenge, but the one who I held through nightmares, who taught me to write with patient hands, who looked at me like I was salvation and damnation combined. Does that man still exist? Did he ever, or was I seeing what I needed to see to survive? The candle flickers, casting dancing shadows. In them I glimpse memory, his face in the garden twilight, reciting poetry like prayer. The way his scars seemed to fade when he smiled, rare as those moments were. How he felt like home even when home was a cage. Weeks of freedom, and I still reach for him in half-sleep. Still turn to share observations before remembering he's not there. My wrist aches where he used to feed. Phantom pain from a wound that was never quite wound or blessing. "How are you?" I whisper to the empty room. "Are the nightmares better? Do you still see her when you close your eyes?" No answer comes, of course. Just the distant sound of nightbirds and my own treacherous heart. I set pen to paper, writing the only truth I know. I miss him. Those words are hard to admit. I miss his complexity, his damage, the way he made me feel like I was solving the most intricate puzzle ever crafted. I miss being needed, even if that need was poison. I miss the potential we glimpsed between the cruelty and fear. But more than that, I miss who I was with him. Not the slave or the seductress or the weapon, but the woman who chose to stay, who saw past monster to man, who believed love could overcome trauma. Was she naive? Perhaps. But she was also brave in a way this new Lissa isn't. This Lissa who counts inventory and takes tea and builds a safe, small life in the shelter of others' kindness. I close the journal, but the words remain burned into my mind. Tomorrow I'll wake and work and smile and continue becoming whoever this free version of myself is meant to be. But tonight, in the honest darkness, I admit the truth that daylight won't let me speak. I love him still, and I don't know if that makes me weak or strong or simply human. The candle gutters as I prepare for bed. Through the window, stars pierce the darkness, each one a soul that burned too brightly, my mother used to say. I wonder if that's what we were, Drace and I. Too bright, too intense, destined to burn out rather than sustain. Or perhaps we were just two broken people who broke each other further. I slip between cool sheets, chasing sleep that will bring dreams I both crave and fear. Because in dreams he still exists. In dreams we still have chances we squandered in waking. In dreams the chains never happened, and we're reading poetry in gardens where hope still grows. But morning always comes, bringing inventory and wages and freedom that taste like ash without him to share it. 3 weeks of healing, a lifetime to go. And somewhere in this city, He's learning the same impossible lesson: how to exist in a world where we're apart, but never truly separate. The moon rises, painting silver light across my room. I close my eyes and let myself remember, just for tonight. I'll be strong again. I'll build my new life brick by careful brick. I hope this courage will eventually lead me back to him.
Chapter 17. Drace. The practice sword sings through morning air as I parry Captain Theron's strike. My muscles remember the forms even if they lack their former strength. A month of recovery has returned function to my body, if not purpose to my existence. Better, Theron grunts, pressing his attack. Your speed returns. I deflect another blow, chaos magic crackling along the blade's edge. The soldiers here don't fear me. Kral chose them well. They see a broken lord rebuilding himself, not the monster who nearly killed Thessarion over a human woman. Enough, I say after disarming him for the third time. Sweat coats my skin, but it's clean sweat from honest exertion, not the poison-sick dampness of withdrawal. You're nearly back to full strength, my lord, Theron observes, retrieving his sword. The Archduke will be pleased. Will he? Or will he see what I see, a body healing around a hollow core? I can lift a blade, summon magic, move through combat forms with deadly precision. But for what? To what end? Same time tomorrow, I dismiss him, needing solitude. The estate grounds stretch before me, manicured and peaceful. Nothing like my wild, twilight-shrouded lands. Here, sunlight reaches everything, exposing rather than concealing. Perhaps that's fitting for a place dedicated to stripping away lies. I've been honest these past weeks. Attended every healing session, spoken truths I'd buried for decades. The healers say I'm making excellent progress. They don't understand that progress means nothing when the only person I want to share it with is gone. You're brooding again. I turn to find Kral approaching, dressed simply despite his rank. He often visits between court sessions, checking my progress like a concerned parent rather than the uncle whose marriage I plotted to destroy. Thinking, I correct. About her. Always. Every moment. But I've learned not to voice such obsessions. About what comes next, when you deem me recovered enough to leave. That depends entirely on you. He falls into step beside me as we walk the grounds. The healers clear you physically. Your magic is stable. But recovery is more than mended flesh and controlled power. I know. Do you? He stops at a bench overlooking the training grounds. Tell me, what would you do if you saw her today? The question burns. What would I do? Fall to my knees? Beg forgiveness? Try to explain the inexplicable, how fear transformed love into cruelty? I would let her be, I say finally. She's free. Happy. That's what matters. Pretty words, do you mean them? I'm trying to, He studies me with those two knowing eyes. She's well, working in inventory, studying trade. Amélie says she has a natural gift for numbers. Each detail is a knife, but I drink them in desperately. Inventory. Of course she'd find satisfaction in concrete things after so much uncertainty. Good. That's good. You could write to her. No. The refusal comes instantly. What would I say? Sorry I chained you, please forgive me. Words are nothing after what I did. Then what? You'll simply exist apart forever? If that's what she chooses, yes. But even as I speak the noble words, darker thoughts writhe beneath. I dream of her nightly. Wake, reaching for warmth that isn't there. My body is healing, but my obsession deepens, transforming from possessive need into something more insidious. A love that accepts distance, but can't accept absence. The day passes in routine. Meals I barely taste. Sessions with healers who probe my psyche. Meditation to center magic that wants only to seek her. By nightfall, I'm raw with suppressed longing. I should sleep. Should take the draft the healers provide for dreamless rest. Instead, I find myself at my window staring toward the capital where she breathes the same air, sees the same stars. The thought forms without permission. I could go to her. Not to speak, not to touch, just to see. To confirm with my own eyes that she's well. That freedom suits her. That she's becoming whoever she was meant to be before I caged her. It would be wrong. A violation of the distance she clearly wants. But I'm already pulling on dark clothing. Already weaving shadows around myself. My magic responds eagerly, desperate for purpose beyond mere practice. The guards don't see me leave. Shadows have always been my domain, and tonight they embrace me like old friends. The journey to Kraal's city estate takes an hour on foot, time I spend listing all the reasons this is foolish. She'll sense me. The guards will catch me. Kraal will be furious. I'm undoing weeks of progress with one selfish action. Yet my feet carry me forward. The estate walls present no challenge to someone who knows shadow walking. I slip through darkness itself, emerging in gardens I recognize from visits years past. Before Lyrelai, before the breaking. Her scent reaches me first, lightning and copper, unchanged despite our separation. I follow it like a man possessed, through servant passages and up narrow stairs. 3rd floor, corner room. A servant's quarter, but clean and private. The door's locked. Good. She's learning to protect herself. Shadows carry me through regardless. She sleeps curled on her side, silver-touched hair spilling across white linens. Moonlight paints her in alabaster and pearl, and my chest constricts so violently I nearly gasp. Beautiful, free, alive, without chains, without fear, without me. I shouldn't move closer, but my body betrays me. One step, then another, until I'm beside her bed. Close enough to see the steady rise and fall of breathing. Close enough to catch her warmth. My hand moves without permission, hovering over her cheek. Just one touch. One contact to prove she's real, and not another withdrawal dream. But I can't. Even in madness, I won't violate her peace. Instead, I memorize the way her lashes cast shadows on her cheeks, the slight part of her lips, the small scar on her temple I never noticed before, evidence of a life lived before I claimed her. She shifts, murmuring something unintelligible, and I freeze. Her eyes flutter open, unfocused with sleep. I melt into shadow instantly, becoming one with the darkness in the corner. My heart pounds so hard she must hear it, but her gaze passes through where I hide. Hello? Her voice, rough with sleep, nearly undoes me. Is someone there? I hold myself still as death, shadow-wrapped and silent. She sits up, sheet pooling at her waist, revealing a simple nightgown. Not the fine silks I dressed her in, but honest cotton, fitting. After a moment, she relaxes. Dreams, she mutters, lying back down. But she doesn't sleep immediately. Her hand goes to her wrist, where I used to feed, where chains once circled. The gesture is unconscious, habitual. Does she miss the weight, or is she ensuring its absence? Minutes pass. Her breathing evens out, deepens. Only then do I dare move, still cloaked in darkness. This is what I've become. A shadow haunting her edges. A ghost she senses but can't see. It's pathetic, unhealthy. Everything the healers warn against. But it's also the first peace I've felt in a month. I could stay until dawn. Watch her sleep. Pretend I have the right to guard her dreams. But that way lies madness deeper than any withdrawal. Instead, I force myself to leave, to slip back through shadows and into the night. Each step away feels like tearing flesh, but I take them. Back in my room, I sit at the window until sunrise. My hands shake, not from withdrawal, but from restraint. The urge to return, to wake her, to drop to my knees and beg for something I have no right to request. But I don't. This is growth, I suppose. This is recovery. Learning to love from distance, to want without taking, to need without demanding. I'll train with swords and magic. Attend sessions where I speak of progress and healing, play the part of a lord reclaiming his sanity. But I hold the secret of her sleeping face. The knowledge that she lives and breathes and dreams in safety I can no longer threaten.
Chapter 18. Lissa. The ledger blurs before my eyes as I tally the morning's shipments for the third time. Numbers have become my salvation. Clean, predictable, incapable of betraying me with memories of silver hair and scarred hands. I press harder with the quill, forcing my mind to focus on columns of grain quantities rather than the phantom touch I still feel across my skin in the quiet hours before dawn. That's the 7th crate you've counted twice, Matilda observes from across the warehouse. Her weathered face holds gentle concern, the kind that makes my chest tighten with unwanted emotion. Perhaps you should take a break, dear. I'm fine. The words come out sharper than intended. I soften my tone, attempting a smile that feels like shattered glass. Just being thorough. She doesn't press, but I feel her worried gaze follow me as I move to the next section. 5 weeks now. 5 weeks of building this careful life where I exist as Lissa the inventory clerk, not Lissa the blood slave, not Lissa the woman who let a monster become her world. Each day, I add another brick to the wall between who I was and who I'm becoming. I no longer ask Amélie how he fares. The last time I did, 3 weeks ago, her eyes had filled with such knowing sympathy that I'd excused myself and spent an hour retching in the washroom. Better not to know. Better to let him fade like a fever dream, even if my traitorous body still aches for his presence. A prickle along my spine makes me pause mid-count. That sensation again, eyes watching, evaluating. I turn, scanning the warehouse, but see only familiar faces of fellow workers bent over their tasks. Paranoia, perhaps. A remnant of 17 years spent as property, always watched, always assessed. Lissa! Amelie's voice rings out from the entrance, bright as summer sunshine. She's dressed for travel in a deep blue cloak that makes her brown skin glow. Meredith says you're ahead on inventory. Would you accompany us to the merchant district? I have the most terrible craving for moonfire fruit, and you know how particular I am about selecting them. The request is phrased as a question, another small freedom I'm still learning to navigate. I could refuse, claim pressing work, but Amélie has been nothing but kind, and the warehouse suddenly feels suffocating. Of course, my lady. Just Amélie, she corrects gently, as she has every time these 5 weeks. We're going as friends, not as lady and servant. Friends. Another word I'm learning to understand. The merchant district sprawls across the lower city like a living thing, pulsing with colour and noise and life. Stalls overflow with goods from a crossvoy, silks that shimmer with embedded magic, spices that make the air dance with scent, weapons that hum with barely contained power. Meredith, a cheerful human woman who manages Amélie's household purchases, chatters constantly about prices and quality. I let their voices wash over me, focusing on the simple task of finding perfect moonfire fruit. The ones from the southern orchards are best. Their silver blue skin should yield slightly under pressure, and the stem should still carry a hint of green. Such mundane knowledge, yet it grounds me in this new existence where I make choices about fruit rather than survival. "Oh, those are lovely!" Amélie exclaims as I select 3 perfect specimens from a vendor's display. "You have such a good eye. Have you considered—" Her words cut off as something crashes in the street behind us. I turn, instinct making me step protectively closer to Amélie, and my blood runs cold in my veins. The Tharion strides through the parting crowd, his hair gleaming in the afternoon sun, those cruel amber eyes surveying his domain. But it's not him that makes my heart stop. It's the figure stumbling behind him, connected by a silver chain that glints with enchantment. Mandy. Sweet, brave Mandy who used to sneak me extra bread in Lemur when the handlers forgot to feed us. Mandy who held my hair when the experiments made me vomit blood. Mandy who whispered stories of her village to keep us sane in the darkness. The chain connects to a collar that bites into her throat, and her wrists bear matching shackles. Her honey-coloured hair, once kept in neat braids, hangs limp and tangled. Fresh bruises mottle her olive skin, and she moves with the careful gait of someone hiding greater injuries. Display animals should be kept on proper leashes, Thessarian declares loudly to his companion, yanking the chain so Mandy stumbles. Otherwise they forget their place. Rage floods through me, hot and dangerous. My fingers curl into fists, nails biting crescents into my palms. One of Amelie's guards shifts closer, perhaps sensing the violence coiling in my muscles. "We should go," Meredith murmurs, her face pale. "Lady Amelie, perhaps another stall would—" "Yes," Amelie agrees quickly, but I'm already moving. I drift through the crowd like smoke, using skills learned through 17 years of surviving. Thessarian pauses at a weapons merchant, examining blades while Mandy stands motionless behind him. I circle wide, approaching from her blind spot. "Mandy," I breathe, barely loud enough to hear. Her head snaps up, brown eyes widening in recognition before quickly dropping. But I see the desperate hope that flashes across her face. 5 days, she whispers, lips barely moving. He bought me 5 days ago. Said he needed a new project after his last one disappointed him. My stomach churns. I know Thessarian's projects. I've seen the women who survive them, hollow-eyed creatures who flinch at shadows. "You promised," Mandy continues, her voice breaking. "In Lemur you promised if you ever got out you'd help. Please, Lissa. I can't. He does things." "Lord Thessarian," a merchant's voice booms nearby. "Might I interest you in our new selection of containment crystals?" He turns, the movement pulling the chain taut. Mandy winces as the collar digs deeper. "I'll find a way," I whisper urgently. "I swear to you, I'll find—" Thessarian's head begins to pivot back. I melt into the crowd, heart hammering as I duck behind a fabric stall. Through gaps in the hanging silks, I watch him study Mandy with narrowed eyes. "Were you speaking to someone, pet?" "No, master." The words flow out steady, but I see her hands tremble. "Just praying to the deceiver for strength to serve you better." He backhands her casually, the crack echoing across the square. "Lying doesn't suit you. We'll work on that tonight." His gaze sweeps the crowd, and I press deeper into the shadows. Though if someone was foolish enough to approach my property, the threat hangs in the air like poison. After an endless moment, he returns to his shopping, dragging Mandy behind him. Our eyes meet one last time as they pass, and the desperation there breaks something inside me. I find Amelie and Meredith 3 stalls over, pretending to examine imported teas. Amelie's face is carefully neutral, but her knuckles are white where she grips her coin purse. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asks quietly. "No." The word tastes like ash. But I remembered something I'd lost. We complete our shopping in silence. I select moonfire fruit mechanically, their perfect silver-blue skin mocking me with its unblemished surface. How easy to choose fruit. How impossible to save the people who matter. The journey back to the estate passes in a blur. Amelie doesn't question my silence, doesn't probe the darkness that must show on my face. But I feel her watching, calculating, perhaps seeing too much. As we enter the estate grounds, she finally speaks. "Thessarian is hosting a gathering in 3 days. All the prominent lords will attend." She pauses, seeming to weigh her words. "Kroll and I received an invitation, of course. We could bring staff." My heart stutters. "Why are you telling me this?" "I noticed. Because I was young once. Because I know what it's like to see someone you care about in chains." Her dark eyes hold mine steady. And because I believe people who make promises should have the chance to keep them. It's dangerous, I say, if the Tharion recognizes me. Then we'll handle it. She squeezes my shoulder gently. You're under our protection now, Lissa. That means something. We can sneak you in. Kral can distract him. Or better yet, Kral can buy her. I stare at her. This woman who offers aid without demanding anything in return. This strange, kind world where people help simply because it's right. Thank you, I whisper. She smiles, sad and understanding. 3 days. We'll need to prepare carefully. And Lissa? She pauses at the entrance to the manor. Whatever you're planning, you don't have to do it alone. Not anymore. But as I watch her disappear inside, I know she's wrong. Some promises can only be kept in darkness. Some debts can only be paid in blood. I think of Mandy's desperate eyes, of the Tharion's casual cruelty, of all the women still trapped in places like La Mure. I've spent 5 weeks building a new life, pretending I could leave the old one behind. But you can't build on foundations of sand. You can't grow flowers in soil watered with the tears of those you left behind. That night, thankfully, I don't dream of Drace. I dream of chains breaking, of collars shattering, of promises written in scars and paid in freedom. 3 days. I have 3 days to figure out how to save Mandy without destroying everything I've built here. Enough time to decide if the new Lissa can coexist with the survivor who learned that sometimes violence is the only language men like the Tharion understand. The moonfire fruit sits on my windowsill, its perfect skin reflecting the stars. Beautiful. Unmarred. Nothing like the women who survive men like the Tharion. Nothing like me.
Chapter 19. Drace. The shadows welcome me like an old lover as I scale the estate's walls, my movements fluid despite the lingering weakness in my muscles. 6 weeks of recovery have returned most of my strength, but it's these clandestine visits that truly test my limits. The guards patrol in predictable patterns. Kral's security is competent but not paranoid. They don't expect threats from within. My feet find purchase on the familiar stonework, and I pull myself onto the second-floor balcony that leads to the guest wing. Just a glimpse. That's all I need. One look to confirm she still breathes, still exists in this world, even if she's lost to me. You know, there is a front door. I freeze, my hand inches from the balcony door. Kral stands in the shadows of the garden below, his arms crossed over his broad chest. Even in the darkness, his presence radiates authority. Every inch the Archduke, despite his simple sleeping robe. How long have you known? I ask, dropping silently to the ground before him. Since your first visit 3 weeks ago? His dark eyes study me with something between pity and exasperation. You're not as stealthy as you think when you're half mad with longing. Heat floods my face, but I keep my expression neutral. I don't go to her room. No, you just haunt the halls like a lovesick ghost. He turns toward the manor. Come. If you're going to violate my hospitality, at least share a drink with me. It's not a request. I follow him through servants' passages to his private study, a room I remember from childhood visits. The space smells of leather and aged whiskey, power and old secrets. He pours 2 glasses of Ruhr's wine without asking my preference, and I accept mine with hands that want to shake. Sit, he commands, taking his place behind the massive oak desk. We need to discuss your situation. There's nothing to discuss. I came to check. You came because you can't stay away. He cuts through my excuse with surgical precision. Because the thought of her existing without you is driving you to madness. I understand the feeling, nephew. But your obsession is causing problems. I drain half my glass in one swallow, the wine burning pleasantly. What problems? Lord Vesic approached me yesterday. Lord Crane the day before. They're concerned about the shame you've brought to House Mirathar. His fingers drum against the desk, the same nervous habit I inherited. Fighting your own blood over a human woman, developing an addiction to her blood, abandoning your duties to pine in rehabilitation. Their concerns are noted and dismissed. Are they? He leans forward, his scarred face grave. They're calling for your holdings to be redistributed, saying you're too compromised to manage the western trade routes. Some even whisper that House Mirathar should be dissolved entirely. The glass cracks in my grip. Dark wine spills across my hand like blood. Let them try. That's exactly the response they're hoping for. He slides a cloth across the desk. More evidence of your instability, your inability to see past your addiction to a human slave. She's not a slave. No, she's not. Not anymore. Something in his tone makes me look up sharply. But that makes it worse in their eyes. You freed her. Gave her a choice. And she chose to leave you. The words hit like physical blows. I set the cracked glass down carefully, not trusting myself with it. Your point? My point is that you need to appear at court. Show them you're recovered, controlled, every inch the Mrithar heir. He refills my glass from a new one he produces from his desk drawer. Thessarion is hosting a gathering in 2 days. All the prominent lords will attend, including those calling for your disgrace. Thessarion? The name tastes like poison. I'm not setting foot in that sadist's estate. Yes, you are. His voice hardens with command. He's been particularly vocal about your weakness. Says it proves his theories about human corruption. You need to face him. Show the court you're not the broken thing he's painted you as. I don't care what he thinks. You should. He's building a coalition against you. Kral rises, moving to the window that overlooks the city. But that's not the only reason you'll attend. My muscles tense. Meaning? Emily and I received an invitation naturally. We'll be bringing several of our household staff. He turns back to me, his expression carefully neutral, including our new inventory clerk. The words hit me like a physical blow. Lissa will be there? It would be educational for her to observe court negotiations. He watches my reaction carefully. But there's a complication. Of course there is. This afternoon, Lissa encountered an old friend in the merchant district, a human woman now owned by Thessarion himself. Ice floods my veins. No. The woman helped her survive in Lamur. Lissa made a promise to free her if she ever could. He returns to his desk. She intends to keep that promise. At Thessarion's own gathering. I'm on my feet before I realize it. She can't be that foolish. Not foolish, desperate. The woman, Mandy, has been in Thessarion's possession for 5 days. His expression darkens. We both know what that means. I do. 5 days of Thessarion's attention could break the strongest will. Kral, you can't let her. Let her. He laughs bitterly. When has anyone let Lissa do anything? She's going regardless. The only question is whether she goes with help or alone. Then make an offer for the girl. Buy her. We intend to try. But you know Thessarion. He doesn't sell his toys until there's nothing left to break. Kral meets my gaze steadily, which means if Lissa is going to keep her promise, it will have to be creatively. Understanding dawns. You're sanctioning this insanity? I'm acknowledging its inevitability. Amelie and I will be visibly occupied with Thessarion and his primary guests during the gathering. We can hardly be held responsible if one of our staff members acts independently. She'll need a distraction. Someone who knows Thessarion's estate, his security patterns. Someone who has their own reasons for attending, who the court expects to see there. His smile is sharp. Someone whose presence would draw significant attention. Me? You'll be the perfect lightning rod. Every eye will be on you, the disgraced lord facing his critics. Meanwhile, Lissa attempts a suicidal rescue from under Thessarion's nose. I pour another glass with hands that want to shake. This is madness. This is loyalty, something you should understand. He leans back in his chair. The question is, will you help her, or will you let her face Thessarion's estate alone? The answer burns in my chest before I can even consider alternatives. You know I'll help. I counted on it. He produces a rolled parchment from his desk. These are the current plans for Thessarion's estate. Guard rotations, servant passages, areas where slaves are typically held during gatherings. I take the plans, my mind already calculating routes and contingencies. How did you... I'm the Archduke. I have resources. He stands, our meeting clearly ending. 2 days, Drace. Can you maintain control that long? Play the recovered lord while orchestrating a rescue? I'll do whatever's necessary to protect her. Even if it means watching Thessarion parade that girl around. Watching him hurt her to bait Lissa. My chaos magic sparks involuntarily, shadows writhing around my clenched fists. Especially then. Good. He moves toward the door. One more thing. If this goes badly, if you're caught... You knew nothing. I acted alone, driven by my infamous instability. Precisely. He pauses at the threshold. She's lucky to have you, you know, even if she doesn't realize it. She's better off without me. Perhaps. But that's her choice to make, isn't it? He disappears into the hallway, leaving me alone with my swirling thoughts. 2 days. 2 days to plan an extraction from one of the most secure estates in Voig. 2 days to prepare for a performance that will determine my house's future. 2 days to accept that I'll be in the same room as Lissa for the first time in 6 weeks. I study Thessarion's estate plans, memorizing every detail. The slave quarters are in the lower levels, accessible through servant passages but heavily warded. During gatherings, he often brings his current projects to display in the trophy room, a sick gallery of his conquests. If I know Thessarion, he'll parade Mandy before his guests like a prize horse. He'll hurt her publicly, hoping to draw Lissa out. He doesn't know about her promise, but he's cunning enough to sense opportunity. I fold the plans carefully, tucking them inside my jacket. As I slip back into the night, one thought crystallizes with perfect clarity. Thessarion has no idea what he's inviting into his home. He thinks he'll be hosting a disgraced lord and an inventory clerk. Instead, he'll face the whispering dark and a woman forged in 17 years of survival. The night swallows me whole, and I make a promise to the darkness. I'll protect Lissa, even if it means painting Thessarion's marble floors with blood. Even if it means becoming the monster they all whisper I am. Some promises are worth keeping. Some people are worth burning the world for. And Thessarion is about to learn the difference between casual cruelty and true darkness.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 20. Lissa. The carriage wheels crunch over white gravel as we approach Thessarion's estate, and my stomach churns with each rotation. Through the window, his manor rises like a pale monument to cruelty, all marble columns and gleaming surfaces that hide the rot beneath. I smoothed the plain grey servant's dress Amelie insisted I wear, its modest fabric a stark contrast to the finery surrounding us. She also put something on my face that makes my features obscured, like it's me, but not me. If you won't look closely, you won't realise it's me. Remember, Amelie murmurs beside me, resplendent in midnight blue silk that makes her skin glow. You're here to observe trade negotiations. Nothing more. Yes, my lady. The words come out strong and steady, but my hands clench in my lap. Somewhere in that pristine fortress, Mandy suffers. The memory of her bruised face, the chain around her throat, burns behind my eyes. Kral shifts on the opposite bench, his formal court attire making him appear even more imposing than usual. The silver thread in his black jacket catches the light like veins of starlight. Stay close to Amelie. Thessarian's estate can be disorienting for first-time visitors. Disorienting. A polite word for the labyrinthine horror I'm about to enter. The footman opens our door, and I follow Amelie out, keeping my head appropriately lowered. Other carriages discharge their noble passengers, a parade of dark elf aristocracy in jewel-toned silks and gleaming weapons. I catalogue faces, memorising potential threats and obstacles. Thessarian's entrance hall steals my breath, despite my hatred for its owner. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbow fragments across marble floors, polished to mirror perfection. Columns soar 3 stories high, carved with scenes of dark elf triumphs. The air smells of expensive perfume and underlying copper. Blood, carefully cleaned but never fully erased. Archduke Kral! Thessarian's voice carries across the space, smooth as poisoned honey. And the radiant Lady Amelie. What an honour! I risk a glance as he approaches. Golden hair falls in perfect waves to his shoulders, those amber eyes bright with false welcome. He wears white, of course he does, the better to show any bloodstains he might acquire tonight. My fingers itch for a blade. Lord Thessarian. Kral's greeting holds exactly the right amount of courtesy and distance. Your hospitality, as always, overwhelms. Think nothing of it. Thessarian's gaze slides to me, and I drop my eyes quickly, heart hammering. I see you've brought staff. How progressive. My wife believes in hands-on education for our household. Kral replies smoothly. Young Lissa shows promise in trade negotiations. Lissa. He used my name. A calculated risk or careless mistake. Indeed. Thessarian's attention sharpens. Well, we must all nurture promising investments. Come, the reception hall awaits. They move away, Amelie's hand light on Kral's arm, drawing Thessarian between them. I follow at the proper distance, but my mind races ahead, mapping the space. 2 guards at each entrance, their stance suggesting magical as well as physical training. Servants' stairs tucked discreetly behind tapestries. Windows warded against entry, the shimmer gives them away. The reception hall opens before us like a glittering maw. Hundreds of dark elves mingle beneath a painted ceiling depicting the fall of the Orc kingdoms. Servants weave between them, carrying trays of wine and delicacies. And everywhere are humans. My chest tightens as I take them in. They don't crawl on hands and knees as I expected. Kral and Amelie's presence has afforded them that small dignity. Instead, they stand behind their masters' chairs, pour wine with steady hands, exist as living furniture. But I see the deadness in their eyes, the careful way they move to avoid attracting attention. One girl, perhaps 16, wears a collar of silver flowers that almost hides the bruises on her throat. A young man bears whip scars across his shoulders, visible through the translucent fabric of his tunic. They're displayed like art pieces, their suffering aestheticized for noble consumption. Rage builds in my chest, hot and dangerous. I force it down, channeling it into cold observation. 3 exits from this room. The left leads toward the kitchens. I can smell bread baking. The right must access the private wings. And straight ahead, partially hidden by a cluster of laughing nobles, a door bears the subtle marking of descent. Lower levels, where Mandy might be kept. Wine girl? I turn to find a servant offering a tray. He's human, older, with the careful movements of long survival. Our eyes meet for an instant, and I see recognition there, not of me specifically, but of what I am, what I was. No, thank you, I murmur, but as I speak, I tap a quick pattern on the tray's edge. Safe? Where? Help? His expression doesn't change, but his fingers shift on the tray. Below, guarded, dangerous. He moves on before we can exchange more, but it's enough. Confirmation of what I suspected. I drift closer to where Amelie holds court, playing my role while memorizing every detail. Simply saying that human integration requires careful consideration, a lord in purple silk declares. Look at the recent unpleasantness with Lord Marithar. His obsession with that human creature nearly destroyed a noble house. My blood freezes. They're discussing Drace, discussing us. Obsession is perhaps too strong a word, Amelie suggests diplomatically. From what I understand, it was more a matter of incompatible expectations. Incompatible? Thessarion laughs, the sound sharp as breaking glass. The man fought me over a blood slave. He's in rehabilitation for addiction for Storm's sake, if that's not obsession. Lord Marithar's private affairs are hardly suitable conversation, Kral interjects, his tone carrying subtle warning, especially as he may attend tonight himself. The surrounding nobles exchange glances of surprise and anticipation. My heart stutters. Drace might come here? Tonight? Truly? Thessarion's eyes glitter with malice. How delightful. I haven't seen dear Drace since that unfortunate scene weeks ago. I do hope he's recovered. You can ask him yourself, a new voice suggests, and Lord Crane joins their circle. I heard his carriage arrived moments ago. The room's energy shifts, anticipation crackling through the air like lightning before a storm. Nobles position themselves for optimal viewing, predators scenting drama. I should move, should continue my reconnaissance, but my feet refuse to obey. The massive doors at the hall's far end swing open. Time stops. He stands silhouetted in the doorway, and even from across the crowded room, his presence commands attention. The formal court attire suits him too well, black jacket embroidered with silver, perfectly tailored to his tall frame. His platinum hair is pulled back with a silver clasp bearing the serpent's mark, leaving his face exposed. The scars that run from temple to jaw seem less pronounced than I remember. Or perhaps it's the way he wears them now. Not as shame, but as warning. He moves into the room with predatory grace, and the crowd parts before him. The Whispering Dark, they used to call him. Now I understand why. Shadows seem to cling to him despite the brilliant lights, and his chaos magic hums in the air. Carefully controlled, but undeniably present. His indigo eyes sweep the room, cataloguing threats and allies with cold efficiency. They pass over me once, unseeing. I'm just another servant in grey. Then they snap back. Our gazes lock across the sea of bodies, and everything else fades to nothing. The chatter of nobles, the clink of glasses, the very air itself, all of it disappears. There's only him, only this moment, only the weight of everything unsaid between us. Weeks of building walls, of pretending I could forget, of lying to myself that work and purpose could fill the hollow space he left behind. Weeks of freedom that tastes like ash because he isn't there to share it. His expression doesn't change. He's too controlled for that in public. But I see the way his hands clench at his sides, the slight catch in his breath, the flex of muscle in his jaw. He's fighting the urge to cross to me, just as I'm fighting the urge to run. Whether toward him or away, I don't know. A noble approaches him, breaking our connection, and I remember how to breathe. My heart pounds so hard I'm certain everyone can hear it. My hands shake as I press them against my skirts. He's here, in the same room, close enough that I could cross to him in seconds, could touch him. Number I have a mission. Mandy needs me. I can't afford to be the lovesick girl who almost destroyed a noble house with her weakness. But as I force myself to look away, to resume my servant's pose, I feel his gaze following me. A physical weight, a burning brand that marks me as surely as any collar. The game has begun, and we're all pieces on Thessarion's board. I just pray we survive the night.
Chapter 21. Drace. The crowd presses in around me like a living thing, all false smiles and sharpened words. I accept a glass of wine I won't drink, letting it serve as prop and potential weapon while I navigate the treacherous waters of Thessarion's gathering. Every nerve screams to look for her again, to confirm that glimpse wasn't hallucination born of desperation. But I force my attention to the parasites circling me. Lord Murithar, Lady Vessin purrs, her scaled skin shimmering under the chandeliers. How unexpected to see you in polite society again. I thought you had sworn off such gatherings after your incident. Disappointment doesn't suit you, Vessin. I keep my voice bored, controlled, though I appreciate your concern for my social calendar. She laughs, the sound like breaking crystal. Oh, we're all concerned, darling. Such a tragic fall from grace. To think the whispering dark brought low by human blood. Human blood. The words echo in my skull as my gaze involuntarily seeks gray fabric among the silk and jewels. There, by the west pillar, standing with perfect servant's posture, while her eyes map every detail of this glittering hell. The simple dress can't hide what she is, not from me. That warrior's awareness, that survivor's calculation. I heard the withdrawal was particularly brutal, Lord Crane interjects, drawing my attention back. His red eyes gleam with malicious curiosity. They say you screamed for days, begging for just one more taste. My fingers tighten on the wine glass. They say many things, most of them fiction designed to entertain small minds. Fiction? He steps closer, breath reeking of imported spirits. So you deny the addiction? Deny that you nearly killed your own race over a blood-slave see-you... Drace! Kral's voice cuts through, perfectly timed. He approaches with Amelie on his arm, both radiating authority. I was hoping to speak with you about the northern trade routes. A lifeline disguised as business. I incline my head. Uncle, Lady Amelie, you're both looking well. As are you, Amelie says warmly, though her dark eyes hold concern. Recovery clearly agrees with you. Indeed, Kral adds, positioning himself to block Crane's view. Though I'm surprised to see you here, given your history with our host. I force a cold smile. Thessarion and I have no quarrel. Our business concluded months ago. Business? Thessarion's voice slides over us like oil. He materializes from the crowd, amber eyes bright with anticipation. Is that what we're calling it now? My chaos magic stirs, shadows crawling beneath my skin. But I maintain my facade of calm. What else would one call a transaction at Lamur? Transaction. He tastes the word. Such a clinical term for such a passionate investment. Tell me, how is your purchase faring? I haven't seen the lovely Lissa tonight. The sound of her name on his lips makes me want to tear out his throat. But movement in my peripheral vision stops me. Gray fabric disappearing behind a tapestry. She's making her move. I wouldn't know, I say, keeping his attention on me. I released her from service weeks ago. Released her? His eyebrows rise in mock surprise. How progressive. Though I suppose once the blood loses its potency, what use is the vessel? Fury burns through my veins, but I channel it into a lazy shrug. Tastes change, though I notice you still cling to your preferences. I gesture to where his slave stands behind his chair, fresh bruises darkening on the slave's arms. Same type, same broken look. How predictably dull. His face flushes. At least I don't debase myself with animals. No, you just torture them for sport. The words escape before I can stop them. Tell me, do they still scream? Or have you beaten that out of them too? The room around us quiets, sensing blood in the water. But I barely notice. Lissa has been gone too long. If she's descended to the lower levels alone. Careful, Murthar, the Tharion warned softly. You're a guest in my home. A guest who's apparently worn out his welcome. Lord Crane staggers closer, clearly deep in his cups now. Look at him, standing there like he belongs. We all know what you are, Murthar. A deviant who'd rather screw humans than maintain his bloodline. The crowd draws back, anticipating violence. Perfect. Say that again, I suggest quietly. You heard me. He sways, wine sloshing. You're a disgrace. Your father would be sick to see what you've become. Addicted to a human like a common... I move faster than thought. My fist connects with his jaw in a satisfying crunch, sending him crashing into a cluster of nobles. Screams erupt, glasses shatter. Chaos blooms exactly as intended. Control yourself, someone shouts. He's mad! Another cries. The addiction has driven him mad! Guards rush forward, but I'm already backing away, hands raised. My apologies, I say loudly, letting rage color my voice. It seems I'm not quite recovered enough for such stimulating company. Get out! The Tharion hisses, torn between fury and delight at the drama. Before I have you thrown out. No need. I straighten my jacket with deliberate calm. I'll see myself to the gardens. The air in here has become rather toxic. I stride toward the doors leading to the grounds, projecting wounded pride and barely controlled violence. Behind me, the party erupts in gossip and speculation. They'll feast on this for weeks. The disgraced lord who couldn't control himself, who proved their worst assumptions. Let them talk. Let them focus on my spectacular failure while she does what she came to do. I'm also sure Kral, my uncle, won't let this pass. The comments not only insult me, but also him and his heart, his mate. The moment I'm out of sight, I slip into the servants' corridor I memorized from Kral's plans. My formal shoes make no sound on the worn stone as I navigate the narrow passages, following the pull I feel in my chest, that inexplicable awareness of where she is. Down spiral stairs, past storage rooms reeking of old wine and older misery. The temperature drops as I descend, and with it comes the smell of fear sweat and desperation. The lower levels, where Tharion keeps his special projects. I hear her before I see her. A soft intake of breath, the whisper of fabric against stone. She's pressed against a wall, peering around a corner at something I can't see. Even in servants' gray, even in this pit of suffering, she's magnificent. The determined set of her shoulders, the careful placement of her feet, the way she's tied her hair back to keep it from her face. Every detail speaks of deadly purpose. I should announce myself, should let her know she's not alone. Instead, I melt into the shadows, becoming what I've always been. Her guardian monster, her protective darkness. She doesn't need to know I'm here. Doesn't need the distraction of our complicated history. She moves forward, and I follow, through twisted corridors that echo with distant sobbing, past doors better left unopened, deeper into Tharion's personal hell. I've created the distraction. Now I'll ensure she survives what comes next. Even if she never knows I was here. Even if it confirms every accusation they leveled at me tonight. Some obsessions are worth embracing. Some people are worth becoming a monster for. And as I shadow her through the darkness, I accept what I've always known. I'll follow her anywhere, even into the depths of hell itself. The hunt is on, and prey has become predator. The Saurian has no idea what he's unleashed in his own home.
Chapter 22. Lissa. The stench hits me first. Human waste, festering wounds, and the sickly sweet smell of flesh beginning to rot. My stomach lurches as I press deeper into Thessarian's lower levels, following the mental map I'd constructed from servant whispers and stolen glances at architectural plans. Each step takes me further from the glittering party above, and deeper into this personal hell. The corridor ends at a heavy iron door, warded with magic that makes my skin prickle. But the wards are meant to keep people in, not out. I press my hand to the lock, feeling for the mechanism Amelie's contacts described. There, a simple tumbler system beneath the magical deterrents. Sometimes the old ways are best. The lock clicks open, and I slip inside. The sight that greets me nearly drives me to my knees. 8 cells line the stone walls, each containing what might generously be called a person. They're naked, curled in corners like broken dolls, ribs stark against paper-thin skin. One girl rocks constantly, keening a wordless song. A young man stares at nothing with eyes that have seen too much, and in the corner cell, Mandy. Her name escapes as a broken whisper. She doesn't respond, can't respond. Her honey hair is matted with blood and worse, her olive skin a canvas of bruises in every stage of healing. She's curled on her side, and for one terrifying moment, I think I'm too late. Then I see the shallow rise and fall of her chest. I rush to her cell, fingers trembling as I work the lock. The others stir at my movement, some shrinking back, others reaching through bars with desperate, grasping fingers. "Please," one whispers. "Please, please, please." My heart shatters. 8 souls. 8 people who were someone's children, lovers, friends. I want to free them all, to burn this entire estate to ash and salt the earth where it stood. But I'm one woman with limited time and no magic. I have to be strategic. "I'll come back," I promise them, the words tasting like lies even as I mean them. "I swear I'll come back for you." Mandy's cell door swings open, and I drop beside her. "Mandy, it's Lissa. I'm getting you out." Her eyes flutter open, brown turned muddy with pain. "Liss?" The word is barely breath. "You came?" "I promised, didn't I?" I help her sit up, biting back curses at how light she is. 1 week. A week of Thessarian's attention have reduced her to this. "Can you walk?" She tries to stand and immediately collapses. Her legs bear wounds I don't want to examine too closely, muscles too damaged to support her weight. "I'll carry you." I pull off my servant's overdress, wrapping it around her naked form. She whimpers at the contact, and I have to swallow bile. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but we have to move." I hoist her over my shoulder in a modified carry, her weight negligible but awkward. The position will hurt her, but speed matters more than comfort now. The planned route plays through my mind, left corridor, up the servant stairs, through the wine cellar, out the delivery entrance where Amelie's people wait. But I've barely made it 10 steps when footsteps echo down the corridor. Number no. The guard rotation shouldn't pass here for another hour. I memorised their patterns, timed everything perfectly. 2 guards round the corner, and time slows to crystalline clarity. They're both dark elves, young and eager to prove themselves in Thessarian's service. Their eyes widen at the sight of me carrying stolen property. "Stop!" The taller one reaches for his sword. "Thief!" I'm already moving, muscle memory from 17 years of survival taking over. I drop Mandy as gently as possible against the wall and launch myself at them before they can raise an alarm. The first guard is overconfident, expecting a servant to cower. His mistake. I duck under his grabbed sword, driving my elbow into his solar plexus. He doubles over, and I bring my knee up into his face. Bone crunches, blood sprays. But the second guard is faster, smarter. His fist connects with my ribs, driving the air from my lungs. I stumble and he's on me, hand going for my throat. His fingers close around my windpipe, and I see my death in his cold smile. The pressure vanishes. The guard flies backward, slamming into the stone wall with a sound like breaking kindling. He slides down, leaving a red smear, eyes already glazing. The first guard, struggling to rise despite his broken nose, suddenly convulses. Shadows pour from his mouth, his eyes, every orifice, until he's nothing but a husk. I know that signature, know the precise cruelty of chaos magic wielded like a scalpel. Hello, Lissa. I turn slowly, my body recognizing him before my mind accepts it. Drace stands in the corridor like an avenging shadow, formal court attire incongruous in this pit of misery. Blood spatters his silver-embroidered jacket. His scarred face shows no emotion, but his indigo eyes burn with barely controlled fury. What are you doing here? The words come out strangled, whether from the guard's grip or shock, I don't know. Saving you from your suicidal nobility. He steps over the corpses like they're furniture, not even breathing hard. Did you really think I'd let you walk into Thessarion's dungeons alone? I didn't ask for your help. You never do. His gaze flicks to Mandy, unconscious against the wall. Can she travel? I can manage. That wasn't what I asked. He moves past me, crouching beside Mandy with surprising gentleness. His scarred hands check her pulse, assess her injuries with clinical efficiency. She's in shock, multiple infections. If we move her roughly, she might not survive. We don't have a choice. More guards. Won't be a problem. He stands, decision made. New plan. I'll carry her. You follow close and do exactly as I say. I don't take orders from you anymore. His eyes flash dangerously. You do if you want her to live. Or would you rather stand here arguing until Thessarion's entire guard descends on us? He's right, and we both know it. I nod stiffly. He lifts Mandy with careful precision, cradling her against his chest rather than throwing her over his shoulder. The position will be harder for him to maintain, slower to move with, but infinitely gentler on her broken body. Stay behind me, he orders, already moving. If we encounter resistance, you run. Get to the delivery entrance. I'm not leaving. You will. He doesn't look back. Because if you're caught, her suffering means nothing. Your promise means nothing. Sometimes survival requires strategic retreat. I follow him through corridors I'd mapped, watching how he moves with absolute certainty. He knows this estate, has walked these halls before. The realization sits like ice in my stomach. You've been here before, I say. Not a question. Many times. Thessarion and I have history. He pauses at an intersection, listening. Left. The right corridor is trapped. I would have gone right, would have triggered whatever nightmare Thessarion installed. How do you... Because I helped design the security. His voice is flat, emotionless. Years ago, when I still thought cruelty was strength, before I understood the difference. We climb narrow stairs, my legs burning with the effort of keeping pace. Behind us I hear shouting. The bodies have been discovered. But Drace doesn't hurry, maintaining that steady, careful pace that keeps Mandy stable. Why? I finally ask as we near the wine cellar. Why help us? He stops then, turning to look at me fully. In the dim light, his scars seem to glow, and I see the exhaustion he's hiding, the cost of whatever scene he caused upstairs to cover my escape. Because you were willing to risk everything for a promise made in darkness, he says quietly. Because honour shouldn't be rewarded with death. And because... He pauses, something raw flashing across his features. Because I couldn't bear to lose you again. Not to him. Not to anyone. The words settle between us, too heavy for this moment, too real for what we've become. I open my mouth to respond, but he's already moving again. "Save your questions for later," he says. "We're not safe yet." I follow him through the wine cellar, past racks of bottles worth more than most humans see in a lifetime. Every shadow could hide an enemy. Every sound might herald our doom. But I trust his navigation, trust the lethal grace with which he moves. Even as my mind screams that trusting him again is the most dangerous thing I could do.
Chapter 23, Drace. The delivery entrance looms ahead, Amelie's people barely visible in the shadows beyond. 20 more steps and we'll have made it. 20 steps to safety, to handing over Mandy's broken form, to watching Lissa disappear back into her new life without me. 15 steps. 10. The door explodes inward. Going somewhere? The Saurian fills the doorway like a golden nightmare, flanked by 6 of his elite guards. His amber eyes gleam with cold fury, that perfect face twisted into something ugly. Blood stains his white jacket, from the commotion above, no doubt. Someone noticed the missing guards, raised the alarm. Of course they did. "I should have known," he says, gaze sliding between Lissa and me. The great Lord Mirathar, reduced to stealing slaves like a common thief. How the mighty have fallen. I shift Mandy's weight carefully, feeling Lissa tense beside me. Beyond Thessarian, I can see Amelie's people melting back into darkness. Smart. They can't openly oppose a lord in his own estate. "Stand aside, Thessarian." My voice carries the kind of calm that precedes violence. "This doesn't concern you." "My property doesn't concern me?" He laughs, the sound sharp as breaking glass. "Oh, Drace, you always were arrogant, but this is magnificent stupidity." The guards spread out, forming a half-circle that cuts off our escape routes. Professional formation. These aren't the young fools from below. These are killers, trained and blooded. My chaos magic stirs, calculating angles and probabilities. 6 guards plus the Thessarian, me carrying dead weight. Lissa exhausted from her climb. Unacceptable odds. "Run for the side exit," I tell Lissa quietly, never taking my eyes off the Thessarian. "No, that wasn't a request. And I'm not your property anymore." She steps forward instead, placing herself partially between me and the guards. "Lord Thessarian, surely we can reach an arrangement. Name your price for—" He backhands her. The crack echoes through the night air and she staggers. Blood wells at the corner of her mouth. Everything goes red. The first guard dies before anyone sees me move. Shadows erupt from his chest, tearing through armor like paper. The second manages half a scream before chaos magic crushes his windpipe. But I can't press the attack, not while holding Mandy. "Lissa!" I thrust the unconscious woman at her. "Take her! Now!" She catches Mandy's weight. I see the moment she understands. Amelie's people are creeping forward again, ready to grab them both if they can just get close enough. They're wearing disguises as they can't interfere fully because it will be a war against houses and it might jeopardize Kraal's progress in helping humans. It will make things more complicated. There's no one to help up, so I throw myself at the remaining guards. My chaos magic howls free, painting the night in shadows and death. A guard's sword whistles past my ear, too slow. I grab his wrist, channel raw power through the connection. He convulses, cooking from the inside out. Another comes at my back. I spin, letting his blade sketch a line of fire across my ribs, getting inside his guard. My hand plunges into his chest, chaos magic allowing me to phase through armor, through bone, to crush his heart in my fist. "Get them out!" I roar at Amelie's people, who've managed to reach Lissa. But she's not running. She's passed Mandy to them but stands frozen, watching me fight with those silver storm eyes wide. "Go!" The Thessarian joins the melee then, his own magic crackling electric blue. "Lightning Lord," they call him. Pretty magic for a pretty sadist. But I was forged in darker fires. We clash in an explosion of competing powers. His lightning seeks my heart, my shadows hunger for his throat. Around us, the remaining guards try to flank me, but I'm already moving, using Thessarion's bulk as a shield. "You're slower," he taunts, electricity dancing across his blade. "The withdrawal weakened you more than you admit." He's not wrong. Weeks of recovery have restored my body, but not my edge. Already, I'm breathing harder than I should, the shallow cut on my ribs burning like acid. I feint left, then phase through his lightning strike, appearing behind him. My fist drives into his kidney, chaos magic adding crushing force. He staggers but doesn't fall. "Still playing with food, Drace?" He spins, sword carving a golden arc. "You haven't changed at all." "Neither have you." I dodge, but barely, still hiding behind numbers because you can't face anyone alone. His face twists. "Kill him!" The remaining 3 guards converge. I summon a wall of shadow, buying seconds, but I can't hold it while fighting Thessarion. The barrier starts fragmenting immediately. That's when I see her. Lissa hasn't fled. She's armed herself with a guard's fallen sword and is cutting down one who tried to circle behind me. No formal training, just 17 years of desperate survival made manifest. She opens his throat with brutal efficiency. "I told you to run!" I snarl, parrying Thessarion's strike. "I don't abandon the people who saved me!" She ducks another guard's swing, stumbling. She's exhausted, running on pure will. The moment of distraction costs me. Thessarion's blade slips past my guard, electricity coursing through my shoulder. I scream, muscles seizing, and drop to one knee. "There's the mighty whispering dark," he gloats, raising his sword for the killing blow. Brought low by sentiment. Again. Lissa moves like liquid silver. The guard's sword she carries isn't meant for throwing, but she makes it work, sending it spinning end over end. Thessarion has to abort his strike to deflect it, and I use that heartbeat of opportunity. I surge up, driving my shoulder into his gut, carrying us both backward. We crash through the estate's low wall, tumbling down the slope beyond. The world spins, stones tearing at exposed skin, until we slam to a stop at the garden's edge. I recover first, barely. My hands find his throat, chaos magic pooling in my palms. "Should have let us go," I rasp. But he's smiling. Why is he smiling? "Behind you, fool." I turn to see his remaining guards dragging Lissa down the slope. She fights like a wildcat, but she's outnumbered, exhausted. One of them clips her with a pommel strike, and she goes down hard. "No!" The word tears from my throat. Thessarion uses my distraction to break free, his magic shocking me backward. "Choices, choices!" he pants, struggling to his feet. "Save yourself or save your toy? What will it be, Drace?" I don't hesitate. I'm moving before conscious thought forms, chaos magic propelling me up the slope faster than any mortal should move. The first guard doesn't see me coming. I phase through his body, leaving shadow corruption in my wake. He drops, clawing at his chest as darkness eats him from within. The second manages to get his sword up. I let it pierce my side, use the connection to channel chaos through the blade. He has time for one scream before his nervous system liquefies. "Lissa!" I drop beside her, checking for serious injury. Blood mats her silver-touched hair, but she's conscious, trying to focus on me. Can't keep doing this," she mumbles. "The saving each other thing, it's exhausting." I almost laugh. Almost. But Thessarion is climbing the slope, murder in his eyes, and we're both running on empty. "Can you stand?" She tries, makes it to her knees before swaying. "Maybe." Not good enough. I pull her against me, wrapping one arm around her waist. She's solid warmth against my side, grounding me even as my wounds scream protest. "New plan," I tell her, backing toward the garden's edge. "Do you trust me?" "What?" She blinks, trying to clear her vision. "Drace, what? Do you trust me?" Thessarion crests the slope, lightning gathering around him like a divine mandate. "Nowhere left to run, Maritha," I trust you, Lissa whispers. I tighten my grip on her. Then hold your breath. Her eyes widen as she realizes what I intend. Behind us, the garden ends in a sharp cliff. Below, the Nethys River runs fast and deep, fed by mountain snowmelt. You're insane, she breathes. Probably. I turn us toward the edge. Deep breath. Now. The Thessarion's lightning splits the air where we stood a heartbeat before. But we're already falling. The world becomes wind and vertigo. Lissa presses her face against my chest, and I curl around her, using my body to shield hers. The river rushes up to meet us like a hungry mouth. We hit hard, cold beyond description. The impact drives all thought from my mind, threatening to tear Lissa from my grip. But I hold on, kicking toward what I pray is the surface as the current seizes us. We break through gasping. Lissa coughs water, fingers digging into my jacket. Above us, Thessarion stands at the cliff's edge, a tiny figure backlit by his estate's lights. You absolute madman! Lissa sputters. You're welcome, I manage, already kicking toward the far shore. The current fights us, trying to drag us toward the rapids, but I've swum this river before. Know where the eddies are, where the current slows. We wash up on a pebbled beach a quarter-mile downstream, both shaking from cold and exhaustion. I drag us higher, collapsing once we're clear of the water. Do you think Mandy's safe? Lissa asks through chattering teeth. Safe. Emily's people have her. I stare at the stars, trying to convince my body to keep breathing. You should have run when I told you. You should stop telling me what to do. She's pressed against my side, sharing what little warmth we have. Are you hurt? Nothing fatal. The lightning burn throbs in counterpoint to my heartbeat. The sword wounds leak steadily. You? Everything hurts. She turns her head to look at me, and we're so close I can see each droplet of river water on her lashes. Why did you come for me? The question hangs suspended between us like a blade. You know why? I say quietly. Her hand finds my face, fingers tracing the scars she knows so well. I'm not hurt, Drace. I'm not going to fix you or heal your past or... I know. I catch her hand, press it flat against my chest where she can feel my racing heart. I don't want you to be her. I want you to be you. Complicated and dangerous and absolutely maddening you. Something shifts in her expression. Even after everything. After I left. Especially after you left. The words hurt to say. You chose yourself. Chose freedom. Do you know how extraordinary that is? How brave? It didn't feel brave. It felt like running. Sometimes running is the bravest thing you can do. She's still staring at me, river water making her skin gleam like pearl in the moonlight. I missed you, she whispers. I tried not to, but... I kiss her. It's nothing like our careful encounters before. This is desperate. Drowning. Two people who've just cheated death clinging to life. She tastes of river water and blood, and choices made in darkness. Her fingers tangle in my wet hair, pulling me closer, and I forget about wounds and cold and the manhunt that's surely forming. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. This doesn't fix anything, she says. I know. We're still broken people with too much history. I know. And Thessarion will hunt us both now. I know. I press my forehead to hers. But right now, we're alive. We're free. That's enough. She laughs, soft and wondering. You really are insane. Probably. I struggle to my feet, pulling her up with me. Come on, I know a safe house not far from here. We need to get warm and treated before we freeze or bleed out. Romance is dead, she mutters, but she lets me support her weight as we stumble into the forest. Behind us, the lights of Thessarion's estate glitter like fallen stars. By dawn, every guard in the district will be looking for us. The game has changed, the stakes raised beyond recovery. But for now, we're together. Bleeding, frozen, hunted, but together. It's more than I dared hope for. It's everything!
Chapter 24, Lissa. The forest swallows us whole, dark and alive with night sounds that make my skin prickle. Every shadow could hide the Tharian's guards. Every snapping twig might herald our doom. But Drace moves through the undergrowth with the confidence of someone who's walked these paths before, and I follow, trusting his navigation, even as my teeth chatter from cold and exhaustion. We need to find a way out of this wilderness and back to the estate. It's safe there. How much further? I manage through trembling lips. The river water has long since stopped dripping from our clothes, but the chill has settled bone deep. Not far. His voice is steady, but I catch the slight tremor beneath. He's fighting the cold too, though he'd never admit it. There's a hunter's cave I used years ago. Should still be there. We don't talk about why he knows these woods so well, why he has hidden shelters scattered through the wilderness. Some questions are better left unasked, especially when the answers might shatter this fragile peace between us. It takes another hour of stumbling through darkness before he stops, scanning a rocky outcropping covered in climbing vines. Here. I don't see it at first. The entrance is cunningly hidden behind a fall of vegetation. But he pushes aside the green curtain to reveal a narrow opening in the stone. The cave beyond is small but dry, with evidence of old campfires and even a stack of relatively fresh firewood in the corner. Someone maintains this, I observe, grateful to be out of the wind. I pay a local trapper to check it periodically. He's already moving to the firewood, hands working with practiced efficiency despite the way they shake. Never know when you might need a bolt hole. Within minutes, he has a fire crackling to life. The warmth is almost painful against my frozen skin, but I press closer anyway, holding my hands toward the flames. Orange light dances across the cave walls, creating a pocket of safety in the dangerous night. We work in comfortable silence, falling into old patterns as if the last 6 weeks never happened. He produces a hidden cache of supplies, blankets, dried meat, a medical kit. I help him clean and bind the sword wound in his side, trying not to think about how familiar his skin feels beneath my fingers. He tends the gash on my scalp with the same careful attention he used to show when treating training injuries. Neither of us mentions the kiss by the river, or the weeks of separation, or the fact that we're now both fugitives because of choices made in Thessarian's dungeon. We exist in this moment only, two people who know each other's rhythms too well to need words. You should sleep, he says eventually, spreading one of the blankets near the fire. I'll keep watch. When will you sleep? Later. Liar. But I'm too exhausted to argue. The events of the night crash over me all at once. The party, the dungeons, Mandy's broken body, the fight, the fall. I curl onto the blanket, pulling another around my shoulders, and let my eyes drift closed. But sleep brings fever dreams. I'm back in the dungeons, but now it's me in the cage. Thessarian stands outside, golden and terrible, while Drace watches from the shadows. Choose, Thessarian says, your freedom or his life. I reach for Drace, but my hands pass through him like smoke. He's fading, becoming shadow, and I'm screaming but no sound comes out. I wake gasping, skin flushed with fever despite the pervasive chill. The fire has burned lower, casting longer shadows. Drace sits against the cave wall, staring into the flames with the hollow look of someone seeing ghosts. You're burning up, he says without looking at me. Of course he noticed. He notices everything about me, even now. I'm cold, I whisper, which is true despite the fever. My body can't seem to decide between ice and fire. He turns then, indigo eyes assessing. The river. You were under too long. A pause, weighted with things unsaid. Come here. It's not a command like before. It's an offer, carefully neutral. I could refuse. should refuse. We're balanced on a knife's edge, and any movement might cut us both. But I'm so cold, and he's so warm, and I'm tired of pretending I don't want this. I cross the small space between us, letting him pull me against his chest. His arms come around me, careful of injuries but firm enough to share his heat. I press my face into the curve of his neck, breathing in the scent of him, smoke and shadow, and something uniquely Drace that makes my chest ache. Better? His voice rumbles through me. Yes. But it's a lie. Being this close makes everything worse. Makes me remember lazy mornings in his bed, poetry read by candlelight, the way he looked at me like I was something precious instead of just another acquisition. His hand strokes my back, meant to be soothing but igniting sparks instead. Your fever should break soon. Then we can... Stop! I pull back enough to see his face. Stop talking about tomorrow. Stop being careful. Stop pretending. Lissa, do you know what I thought when those guards had me? The words tumble out, raw and unplanned. I thought I was going to die without telling you the truth, without admitting that leaving you was the hardest thing I've ever done, that I've woken every night for 6 weeks reaching for you. His hand's still on my back. Don't. Don't what? Don't be honest. Don't acknowledge that we're both drowning in things we can't say. I touch his face, trace the scars I know better than my own reflection. We almost died tonight, multiple times, and we're still acting like strangers who happen to know each other's bodies. Because if we don't, his voice cracks. If we acknowledge it, admit what's between us, I'll never let you go again. And you deserve better than that. Better than me. What if I don't want better? The question hangs between us like a challenge. What if I want complicated and difficult and you? He makes a sound like I've stabbed him. Then his mouth is on mine, desperate and demanding. This kiss is nothing like the one by the river. That was relief and adrenaline. This is need stripped of all pretense, weeks of longing poured into the connection of lips and tongues and teeth. I shift in his lap, straddling him, needing to be closer. His hands tangle in my hair, angle my head to deepen the kiss. When we break for air, we're both panting. This is a terrible idea. He breathes against my lips. The worst, I agree, already pulling at his shirt. But we're past the point of good ideas, past careful distance and protective walls. There's only this, hands relearning familiar territory, clothes discarded with trembling urgency, skin against skin in the firelight. The cave floor is hard beneath the thin blanket, but I barely notice. All I can focus on is him, the play of firelight across his charcoal skin, those pearl-like patterns that shimmer when he moves. My hands trace the familiar planes of his chest, avoiding the fresh bandages, reacquainting myself with every ridge of muscle. I miss this, I breathe, pressing kisses along his jaw, down his throat. Missed you. His response is to flip us, pressing me into the blanket with his weight. The dominance in the gesture makes heat pool low in my belly. His mouth travels down my body, worshipping each inch of exposed skin. When he reaches the silver-traced scars on my inner arms, he kisses each one with heartbreaking tenderness. Beautiful. He murmurs against my skin. Every part of you.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
After we lie tangled together by the dying fire, His arms band around me like he's afraid I'll disappear if he loosens his grip. I trace patterns on his chest, avoiding the fresh bandages, trying to memorize this moment. What happens now? I finally ask. Now we survive the night, get back to Kral's estate, make sure Mandy's safe. His fingers card through my hair. Everything else, we'll figure out as we go. That's not really an answer. It's the only one I have. He presses a kiss to my forehead. Sleep. Your fever's breaking, but you need rest. I want to argue, to demand real answers about us, about what this means. But exhaustion pulls at me, and his warmth is too comforting to resist. Don't let go, I whisper as sleep claims me. Never, he promises, and I choose to believe him. Tomorrow will bring new dangers, hard choices, the reality of what we've done tonight. But for now, we exist in this cave, in this moment, two broken people who fit together perfectly in their damage. It's not healing, it's not forgiveness, but it's enough.
Chapter 25. Drace. Dawn filters through the cave entrance, painting Lissa's skin in muted shades of gold and rose. She sleeps curled against my chest, her breath warm against my throat, and I allow myself this moment of peace before reality intrudes. Her fever broke during the night, leaving her skin cool to the touch, but exhaustion still holds her under. I should wake her. Should get us moving before Thessarian's hunters pick up our trail. But I'm weak. Have always been weak where she's concerned, and so I hold her a little longer, memorizing the weight of her in my arms. When her eyes finally flutter open, Silverstorm meeting Indigo, neither of us speaks. Words would shatter this fragile thing between us, force definitions on something that defies categorization. Instead, I brush tangled hair from her face, check the wound on her scalp, all perfectly practical touches that mean nothing and everything. We need to move, I finally say, voice rougher than intended. She nods, already pulling away, and I feel the loss like a physical ache. We dress in silence, pack what little we have, emerge into a morning too bright for fugitives. The journey starts well enough. We make good time through the forest, following deer paths and stream beds that will confuse tracking hounds. But by midday, Lissa's steps begin to falter. The events of yesterday, the fight, the river, the fever, have taken their toll. I'm fine, she insists, even as she stumbles over a root. You're exhausted. I stop considering our options. Pride is a luxury we can't afford. Get on my back. Drace, we'll move faster this way. Unless you'd prefer I carry you like a bride. The jest earns me a glare, but she allows me to crouch so she can climb on. Her arms wrap around my neck, legs around my waist, and suddenly I'm transported to happier times. Her laughing as I carried her through my estate's gardens, both of us drunk on wine and possibility. You've lost weight, she observes as we continue. The recovery was hard? Hard enough. I navigate a fallen log, careful not to jostle her. The physical withdrawal was unpleasant, but manageable. The rest, I debate how much to reveal. Facing what I'd become, what I'd done. Kral made me confront every ugly truth I'd buried. Made me see how I'd twisted love into possession, protection into control. Her arms tighten fractionally. And now? Now I know the difference. Doesn't mean I won't fail again, but... I shrug, the movement shifting her weight. I'm trying to be better, to be someone who deserves... I catch myself before finishing that thought. Someone who deserves what? Nothing. Tell me about your work with Amelie. You seemed content there. She allows the deflection, speaking of inventory systems and trade routes as we travel. Her voice washes over me, familiar and soothing, and I contribute questions just to keep her talking. This tentative harmony between us feels precious, too fragile to test with declarations or demands. By late afternoon, we reach the edges of Lowtown, a farming village that supplies the great estates. My clothes mark me as nobility despite their disheveled state, but the farmers here have no love for lords who'd hunt fugitives. They offer water freely, and an elderly woman presses dried fruit into Lissa's hands with a knowing smile. "There's an empty house at the village edge," she tells us quietly. "Old Matthias passed last winter. No one's claimed it yet." We thank her, understanding the unspoken offer. The house is small but clean, with a bed that tempts despite our need for vigilance. We take turns washing at the pump, sharing the last of our food as darkness falls. "We could stay," Lissa says suddenly, staring out the window at the peaceful village. "Disappear, become different people." "You could." I move behind her, not quite touching. "You have skills now. A trade, you could build a life anywhere. And you?" "I'm Lord Marithar. My face is known, my magic recognizable. There's no hiding what I am." She turns, looking up at me with those impossible eyes. "Is that what you want? To go back to being the Whispering Dark?" "I want..." The words stick in my throat. "I want you. I want us. I want impossible things. I want you safe. Everything else is secondary." Something flickers across her face. Disappointment? Relief? Before she can respond, I catch movement outside. My blood freezes. "Get down!" I hiss, pulling her below the window line. Too late. The Thessarian strides through the village square like he owns it, flanked by a dozen guards. His golden hair catches the torchlight, that perfect face set in cold determination. Behind him I recognize the village chief, the same man who'd nodded respectfully at us earlier. Now he points directly at our house. Damn it! I'm already moving, grabbing our meager supplies. "Back door! Now!" But the Thessarian knows his business. Guards already circle the house, cutting off easy escape. We're trapped unless... "The roof," Lissa breathes. "Through the attic window." We race up narrow stairs, burst through dusty storage space to a window barely large enough for escape. I boost her through, follow with difficulty. The roof tiles shift treacherously under our weight. "There!" A guard's shout splits the night. We run across connected rooftops, leaping gaps that seem to widen with each jump. Behind us, the Thessarian's voice rises in fury. "Alive! I want them alive!" The village ends abruptly, forcing us to drop to the ground. The impact jars my barely healed wounds, but there's no time for pain. We plunge into the forest as crossbow bolts whistle past. "This way," I gasp, pulling her toward denser cover. But the Thessarian's prepared. Magical lights bloom overhead, turning night to day. Tracking hounds bay in the distance, their howls promising death. We run deeper, thorns tearing at exposed skin, branches whipping past. My side burns where the sword wound reopened, each breath a struggle. Beside me, Lissa pushes beyond exhaustion, driven by pure survival instinct. "We can't outrun them," she pants. "We don't need to." I scan the darkness, calculating. Just need to buy time. Kral will have people looking by now. A lie, perhaps. But she needs hope. The hounds sound closer. Too close. I grab Lissa's hand, channel chaos magic through our connection. Hold your breath. Shadow envelops us, a pocket of nothing that should hide us from sight and scent. But holding it while moving, while wounded, drains my reserves dangerously fast. "I see you, Marithar." The Thessarian's voice carries through the trees. "Hiding in shadows like the coward you are. Face me." The magic falters. I taste copper, feel warmth trickling from my nose. Pushing too hard, too fast. "Drace!" Keep running. But our luck runs out at a ravine cutting through the forest. Too wide to jump, too deep to climb quickly. The hounds burst from the undergrowth, all teeth and hunger. I shove Lissa behind me, summon what magic remains. The first hound dissolves into shadow, but the second gets through, jaws clamping on my forearm. I scream, more rage than pain, and break its neck with my free hand. Then Thessarion emerges from the trees, beautiful and terrible in his fury. Did you think you could steal from me? He stalks closer, lightning crackling between his fingers. Humiliate me in my own home? Let her go. I step forward, blocking his view of Lissa. This is between us. Everything is between us now. His smile promises exquisite pain. But don't worry. I'll take excellent care of her. After all, I know precisely what she was made for. Rage gives me strength. I launch myself at him, shadows meeting lightning in an explosion that shakes the trees. We trade blows, magic, and fists, neither holding back. But I'm wounded, exhausted, and he's fresh. His lightning finds the gaps in my defense, drives me to my knees. The mighty have fallen, he gloats, raising power for a killing strike. That's when I hear it. Horses. Many horses approaching fast. Thessarion hears it too. His eyes narrow. No matter, you'll be dead before. The arrow takes him in the shoulder, spinning him around. More arrows follow, forcing his guards to raise shields. About time, I mutter, recognizing the riders bursting into the clearing. Kral's personal guard, led by Captain Theron himself. Lord Thessarion, Theron announces coldly, by order of Archduke Kral, you will cease this pursuit immediately. He harbors fugitives. Thessarion snarls, lightning still dancing around him. He protects members of his household, Theron corrects, as is his right. Unless you wish to challenge the Archduke's authority? The threat hangs heavy. Thessarion might be powerful, but Kral commands armies. This isn't over, he promises, backing toward his men. Not by half. They withdraw, and I finally let myself collapse. Lissa's arms catch me before I hit the ground. You absolute fool, she whispers. You're a fool, I correct, too exhausted to guard my words. Theron approaches, expression carefully neutral. The Archduke requests your immediate presence. Both of you? Mandy? Lissa asks. Safe, recovering. He signals his men to bring horses. But there are complications. Of course there are. There always are. But for now we're alive. We're together. The rest can wait.
Chapter 26. Lissa. The great hall of Kral's estate has never felt more like a cage. I stand between Amelie and Captain Theron, watching as Thessarion makes his formal challenge before the assembled nobility. His golden hair gleams under the chandeliers, that beautiful face composed in righteous indignation as he speaks. It has been barely a day since we arrived from our river excursion. Lord Marithar invaded my home, he declares, amber eyes sweeping the crowd. Killed 3 of my guards, stole property that belonged to me. The evidence may be circumstantial, but we all know the truth. Beside Kral, Drace stands perfectly still, his scarred face revealing nothing, but I see the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers flex at his sides. He knew this was coming. We all did. Since the Archduke has chosen to shield the perpetrator, Thessarion continues, I invoke the old law, trial by combat, to the death. Murmurs ripple through the hall. Such challenges are rare in modern times, but the law stands. And your terms? Kral asks, though his expression suggests he already knows. Thessarion's smile is cold silk. When I win, I claim compensation for my losses. The woman Lissa, whose freedom Lord Marithar so generously granted, will return with me, and Mandy, the slave I rightfully own. My blood turns to ice. Amelie's hand finds mine, squeezing tight. I'm not property to be wagered, I say, my voice carrying across the hall. We're not. No, Thessarion agrees. But your freedom was granted by Lord Marithar. If he falls, that grant dies with him. You would revert to your previous status, and I would be within my rights to claim you as compensation for my murdered guards. The logic is twisted, but technically sound. Several nobles nod, seeing the brutal sense in it. I accept. Drace's voice cuts through the debate. He steps forward, and something in his expression makes my heart stop. Drace, no. The challenge is accepted, he continues, ignoring my protest. No magic. Blade work only. Tomorrow at dawn. Witnessed, Kral says formally, though his dark eyes hold worry. Thessarion bows mockingly. Until dawn, then. I suggest you make your farewells tonight, Mrithar. They'll be your last. The crowd disperses slowly, hungry for gossip. I try to reach Drace, but he's already leaving, Kral at his side. When I attempt to follow, Amelie holds me back. Let them talk, she says gently. Come, we need to prepare. Prepare for what? To watch him die for pride? To ensure he doesn't? She leads me to her private chambers, where Mandy rests in a proper bed, healers attending her. The sight of her, alive, safe, recovering, should bring comfort. Instead, it feels like mockery. We saved her only for Drace to throw his life away. This is my fault, I say hollowly. This is Thessarion's fault, Amelie corrects, and only his. If I hadn't insisted on saving Mandy, then you wouldn't be the woman Drace fell in love with. She guides me to a chair. He knew the risks. He chose to help anyway, just as he's choosing this now. He's choosing to die. He's choosing to protect you. There's a difference. But I can't see it. Can't see anything beyond the vision of Drace bleeding out on Thessarion's blade. Because I know the truth everyone's dancing around. Thessarion is the better swordsman. Without magic, in pure blade work, Drace will lose. Night falls like a funeral shroud. I pace my chambers, unable to rest, unable to think beyond the coming dawn. When the knock comes, I know who it is before I open the door. Drace stands in the hallway, dressed simply, carrying a bottle of wine. May I come in? I step aside wordlessly. He enters, sets the wine on my table, then turns to face me. In the candlelight, his scars seem deeper, the exhaustion more pronounced. You're going to die tomorrow, I say flatly. Possibly. Probably. He doesn't deny it. Will you drink with me? One last time. Don't. The word cracks. Don't talk like that. How should I talk? He uncorks the wine, pours 2 glasses with steady hands. Should I pretend this isn't potentially our last night? Should I waste these hours on false hope? You could run. We could both run. And spend our lives looking over our shoulders, watching Thessarion's reach extend further, claim more victims. He hands me a glass. Number this ends tomorrow, one way or another. I take the wine but don't drink. Why are you really here? Because I'm a coward. He meets my eyes, and the raw honesty there steals my breath. Because I've faced death before, but never with so much left unsaid. And if I die tomorrow without telling you the truth, I'll carry that regret into whatever comes after. Drace, I love you. The words hang between us like a physical thing. Simple. Devastating. Everything. I've loved you since that night you chose to stay, he continues, voice rough. When you could have run, but came to comfort a monster in his nightmares instead. I've loved you through every manipulation, every cruelty, every moment I tried to convince myself you were just a tool. My hands shake, wine spills, staining the floor like blood. I'm sorry, he says, and suddenly he's on his knees before me, taking my trembling hands in his scarred ones. Gods, Lissa, I'm so sorry. For the chains, for the pain, for every moment I let fear rule me instead of love, for taking so long to see that you weren't my weapon, you were my salvation. Stop. Tears blur my vision. You can't do this. You can't tell me you love me and then die. I can't die without telling you. He presses my hands to his face, and I feel wetness there too. You asked once what kind of man I was before the scars. This is him. A man who loves you, who would tear down the stars for you, who would face 1,000 Thessarians if it meant keeping you safe. I don't want grand gestures. The words tear from my throat. I want boring mornings and arguments over breakfast and growing old together. I want life, Drace. Life with you. And if I could give you that, you can. Refuse the challenge. Find another way. There is no other way. He rises, pulls me against him. Thessarion won't stop. Neither will others like him. Unless someone makes a stand. Unless the cost becomes too high. Let someone else pay it. It has to be me. His lips find my temple. Because I'm the one who loves you enough to do it right. I pull back to look at him. What do you mean? Something shifts in his expression. Trust me. With my life, not with yours. Tomorrow, no matter what happens, trust me. He kisses me, then his lips soft and sweet, and nothing like our desperate encounters. I need to go. Dawn comes early. Stay. I grip his jacket. Please, if this is our last night. It's not. He untangles himself gently. Have faith, little weapon. One way or another, tomorrow brings freedom. He's gone before I can respond, leaving me with cooling wine and the taste of goodbye on my lips. Dawn arrives like an executioner. The courtyard is packed, nobles and servants alike gathering to witness blood sport. I stand with Amelie, Mandy beside us in a wheeled chair, still too weak to walk, but insisting on attending. He saved me, she whispers. I need to bear witness. Drace enters first, stripped to the waist, revealing the new scars from our escape. He carries a simple sword, no ornament or enchantment. His face is calm, almost peaceful. Thessarion follows, golden and gleaming, his blade singing as he draws it. The crowd murmurs appreciation. It's clearly the superior weapon. The terms, Kral announces, though his voice carries reluctance. Single combat, no magic, to the death. The victor claims the prize. Witnessed, the crowd responds. They circle each other slowly. Thessarion moves like water, all deadly grace. Drace is more grounded, economical. They've fought before, in training. Everyone knows how those matches ended. Thessarion strikes first, lightning fast. Drace parries, but barely. The Golden Lord presses his advantage, driving Drace back with a flurry of blows that ring through the morning air. You're slower than I remember. Thessarion taunts. The withdrawal, perhaps? Or the weight of knowing she'll be mine by noon? Drace doesn't respond, focused entirely on defence. But I see what others might miss. The slight favour of his left side where the wound reopened. The tremor in his sword arm from yesterday's lightning strike. He's fighting hurt, exhausted, and everyone knows it. Blood first goes to Thessarion, a shallow cut across Drace's ribs, then another on his shoulder. He's toying with him, cutting piece by piece. I'll be gentle with her, Thessarion promises as their blades lock. At first, until she learns her place. Then I'll show her what real ownership means. Drace's control snaps. He attacks with sudden fury, actually driving Thessarion back. But rage makes him sloppy. Thessarion's blade slips past his guard, sinking deep into his side. No! The scream tears from my throat. Drace staggers, blood flowing freely. But instead of retreating, he does something unexpected. He steps into Thessarion's reach, letting the blade pierce deeper. Got you, he whispers. His free hand clamps on Thessarion's wrist, holding the sword in place. And suddenly I understand. The positioning, the angle, the sacrifice. Drace drives his own blade up under Thessarion's ribs, finding the heart with surgical precision. Thessarion's eyes widen in shock. You? How? Because I had something to die for, Drace gasps, and you only had something to kill for. They fall together, blood pooling on ancient stones. I'm running before conscious thought forms, dropping beside Drace as Thessarion breathes his last. You absolute fool, I sob, pressing my hands to his wound. Told you to trust me. His eyes are already glazing. Worth it. You're worth everything. Don't you dare. I cradle his head in my lap. You don't get to tell me you love me and then leave. I forbid it. Lissa. Blood bubbles on his lips. I'm sorry. For all of it. Should have loved you better. Sooner. Then live and do better. I'm crying freely now, past caring who sees. I love you, you impossible man. I love you and I refuse to let you go. Do you hear me? I choose you. I'll always choose you. His hand finds my face, thumb brushing away tears. Free now. Be happy. There's no happiness without you. I press my forehead to his. If you die, I'll follow. I swear it. No. Yes, because that's what love is. Not letting go, not even in death. I kiss him, tasting copper and goodbye. So fight. Fight for me. For us, please. His eyes flutter closed. Around us, healers rush forward, but I see their faces, see the truth. It's too late. Unless...
Chapter 27. Drace. The void calls to me with gentle fingers, promising an end to pain. I float in darkness, untethered from my body, from the agony of Thessarion's blade. Here, there is only quiet, only peace. But something pulls at me, a voice, desperate and fierce, cutting through the comfortable nothing. Don't you dare leave me! Lissa, my anchor, my reason. I try to respond, to tell her I'm trying, but I have no mouth here, no form. I'm dissolving, becoming shadow and memory. Is this what death feels like? This gentle unraveling? Give me a blade, now. Her voice again, sharp with command. I've never heard her sound like that. Like a queen demanding obedience. Even in this formless place, it makes me want to smile. The darkness shifts. Suddenly I'm elsewhere. A memory? A dream? I'm 7 years old, standing in my mother's garden. She kneels among the twilight roses, her dark hands gentle on the thorns. Pain is a teacher, she tells young me, but suffering is a choice. Remember that, my star. The garden fractures. Now I'm 17, my face whole and unscarred, laughing with a girl whose name I've forgotten. She has golden hair and promises forever, but her edges blur like watercolor in rain. Not real. Not important. The only real thing is the voice still calling me back. Mix it with the Neptherium extract. More. I don't care if it's dangerous. I know that tone. It's the same one she used in Thessarion's dungeons, planning Mandy's rescue. Determined. Unbreakable. The void tugs harder, and I see my father now. He stands at the edge of shadow, his face grave. You fought well, he says. With honor. You can rest now. No. The word comes from somewhere deep. Some part of me that still exists. Not yet. The pain will be extraordinary if you go back. I know. She might not be enough to hold you. She will be. He smiles then, sad and proud. Your mother would have loved her. The vision shatters as agony lances through me. Real pain. Body pain. I'm being dragged back into flesh that screams its damage. The sword wound burns like acid. But there's something else. A familiar fire spreading through my veins. Lightning and copper and dark honey. Her blood. She's feeding me her blood. That's it. Someone says, "Amelie, his body's accepting it." It's not enough. Lissa's voice closer now. I feel her presence like a physical weight. He needs more. You'll weaken yourself. I don't care. Wetness on my lips. That impossible taste flooding my mouth. But it's different this time, laced with something medicinal that makes my tongue tingle. The nephtherium she mentioned. A powerful healing catalyst, but dangerous in large doses. She's risking killing me to save me. The blood hits my system like liquid starlight. I've tasted her before, but never like this. Never with death so close that every drop is a lifeline. My body responds violently, convulsing as it remembers how to live. Hold him! Hands press me down. The wound in my side feels like it's reknitting with molten metal. I want to scream, but can't. My throat is full of her blood. Her essence, her desperate love made manifest. Drace, her voice at my ear now. I know it hurts, I know, but you have to fight. You have to come back to me. I'm trying. Gods, I'm trying. But the pain is extraordinary, just as my father warned. Every nerve is on fire as her blood wars with my body's desire to simply stop. You promised me boring mornings, she continues, and I feel tears on my face. Hers or mine? You promised me arguments over breakfast. Children who'll never know chains. You don't get to break those promises. Children. The image forms despite the agony. A little girl with her mother's storm-silver eyes and my stubbornness. Learning to read in a library filled with poetry instead of hidden shame. Worth it. Worth any pain. His heartbeat stabilizing, someone reports. The mixture's working. More than... Lissa's voice is weaker now. How much has she given? No! I manage to croak the word, though it feels like swallowing glass. Too much. He's conscious. I force my eyes open. The world swims in and out of focus, but I see her. Pale as moonlight, silver-touched hair wild around her face. There's blood on her lips, at her wrist where she's cut herself to feed me. Stop, I whisper. Not until you're safe. She cradles my head, brings her bleeding wrist to my mouth again. Drink. Hurting you. Living hurts sometimes. Her smile is fierce and beautiful. That's how we know we're not dead. I drink because she needs me to. Because fighting her takes energy I don't have. The blood medicine mixture burns down my throat, and I feel my body responding, knitting back together with unnatural speed. But I also feel her weakening. See the toll this is taking. Enough! Kral's voice cuts through. Any more and you'll kill yourself saving him. Then you'll be dead, and he'll follow you. My uncle's tone brooks no argument. He's stable now. Let the healers work. She pulls back reluctantly, and I catch her hand with what little strength I have. Stay. Always. She lies beside me on the healing table, careful of my wounds. I'm not going anywhere. The healers swarm around us, their magic joining with her blood to pull me back from the edge. I drift in and out, aware of her presence like a constant sun. Sometimes I catch fragments of conversation. Never seen anything like it. The blood shouldn't work this way. Something about their compatibility. When we tested the mixture, could have killed them both. Reckless beyond. But mostly, I'm aware of her, her hand in mine. Her voice whispering promises and threats in equal measure. Her fierce, stubborn refusal to let me go. I dream of gardens again, but now she's there too. We sit among twilight roses while she reads poetry in that voice like smoke and steel. When I wake, she's still there, exhaustion painting shadows under her eyes. How long? I manage. 3 days. She touches my face with infinite gentleness. You died twice. I brought you back twice. If you ever do that again, I'll kill you myself. Noted. I try to sit up, fail spectacularly. Thessarian? Very dead. You made sure of that. Her expression hardens. It was brutal and efficient and exactly what he deserved. You're angry. I'm furious. She helps me drink water, her movements careful but tense. You planned that. The angle, the sacrifice play. You went in there intending to trade your life for his. I went in there intending to win. By dying. By ensuring you were free. I catch her hand. It worked. Barely. The anger cracks, revealing the fear beneath. Do you know what it was like? Watching you bleed out? Feeling you slip away while I screamed for anyone to help? Lissa, I felt you die, Drace. Her voice breaks entirely. I felt the moment your heart stopped and something in me broke. Really broke. Not the clean breaks of survival, but the jagged kind that never heal right. I pull her down to me, ignoring the protest of healing wounds. She resists for a moment, then collapses against my chest, careful but shaking. I'm sorry, I whisper into her hair. I'm so sorry. You're not. Her words are muffled against my skin. You do it again. To protect you? Yes. I tilt her chin up, but I'll try very hard not to need to. You better. She kisses me then, soft and desperate. Because I can't do this again. I can't lose you again. Once was enough for a lifetime. Agreed. We stay like that as the sun sets, painting the healing chamber in shades of rich gold and shadow. I'm alive. She's here. The Tharion is dead, his threats ash on the wind. What happens now? She asks eventually. Now we heal. We plan. We build that life you painted. I trace the new scars on her wrist where she bled for me. Together. Together, she agrees. But first, you're going to drink this truly vile concoction the healers prepared. And eat something. And probably argue with Crowl about the political ramifications of dueling a lord to the death in his courtyard. Romance is dead. Romance is you not dying on me again. She sits up, all business now despite the tear tracks on her cheeks. The rest we'll figure out as we go. As she helps me drink the promised vile concoction, I marvel at this woman who pulled me back from death through sheer will and her own blood, who loves me enough to break herself saving me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life earning that love. However long that life might be, it belongs to her now. Written in blood and choice, and the space between heartbeats where we both chose to fight rather than let go. The void is quiet now, no longer calling. I'm home.
Chapter 28. Lissa. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows through Kral's garden, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. I sit on the stone bench near the reflecting pool, reviewing trade documents while waiting for Drace to finish his meeting with the Merchant Guild. 2 months since he nearly died in this very courtyard, and he's thrown himself into supporting human integration with the fervour of a convert. Boring you already? I look up to find him approaching, no longer moving with the careful gait of the recovering. He's regained the weight he lost, his tall frame once again filled with lean muscle. The scars remain, they always will, but they've faded to silver lines that catch the light when he moves. He wears simple dark clothes rather than court finery, having abandoned most of the trappings of his former life. Never boring, I reply, setting aside the documents. Complex. Did you know the northern routes have 14 different tariff structures depending on the type of goods? I did, actually. He settles beside me, close enough that our thighs touch. I used to oversee those routes, remember? Before you became a romantic fool who duels people at dawn. Exactly. His hand finds mine, scarred fingers interlacing with my own, though I prefer a formed monster who only duels when absolutely necessary. Much better title. We sit in comfortable silence, watching the sun descend toward the horizon. These quiet moments have become precious in the past weeks. Stolen peace between guild meetings, healer appointments, and the complex work of building a life after trauma. "Lissa," he says eventually, and something in his tone makes me turn to him fully. "There's something I need to ask you." My heart skips. If this is about the Western shipping contracts, it's not about shipping contracts. He shifts to face me, taking both my hands in his. His indigo eyes hold that intensity that still makes my breath catch. It's about us, about what we're building. "Drace, let me say this, please." He takes a breath, visibly gathering himself. 2 months ago, I died. Actually died. And when I was in that void, drifting away from everything, do you know what pulled me back? My stubbornness? Your voice, he corrects softly. Your absolute refusal to let me go. You bled yourself nearly dry to save me, Lissa. You broke yourself to keep me whole. I'd do it again. I know, that's what terrifies me. His thumbs trace circles on my palms. But it's also what gives me the courage to ask this. He releases my hands and reaches into his jacket, producing a small wooden box. My breath catches as he opens it, revealing 2 rings, not the twilight stone I wear now, but matching bands of dark metal inlaid with veins of silver that seem to shift and move like living shadows. "Soul bond rings," I whisper. "Made from neptherium and starfall silver." He watches my face carefully. "The same materials that saved my life. That run in your blood." I stare at the rings, understanding the weight of what he's offering. Among dark elves, mating bonds are serious, but soul bonds are eternal. They're rarely performed anymore, considered too binding, too dangerous. If one partner dies, the other follows within days. Drace, these are permanent, irreversible, binding in ways that make our previous dynamic look like children's games. He sets the box aside, framing my face with his hands. I know what I'm asking. I know the risk. But I also know that I don't want half measures with you anymore. We've only been truly together for 2 months. We've been together since the night you chose to stay. He counters. Everything else was just us being too damaged to admit it. I laugh despite the tears building in my eyes. That's one way to count it. Lissa. His voice drops to that tone that undoes me. I'm asking you to be my mate, my equal, my partner in all things. I'm offering you my protection, not as ownership but as devotion. My love, not as possession but as choice. My life, bound to yours until the stars burn out. And if I say no, then we continue as we are, free to love, free to leave, free to be. He strokes my cheeks with infinite gentleness. Your freedom means more to me than my desires. Always. I study his face, this man who bought me as a weapon and became my salvation, who broke me and let me break him in return, who died for me and lived because I wouldn't let him go. What would you want? I ask. If I said yes? Everything. The word comes out raw. I want to wake up every morning knowing you're mine as I am yours. I want to build that house by the sea where our children can run free. I want to grow old arguing about trade routes and teaching our grandchildren to read poetry. Children, I repeat, something warm unfurling in my chest. As many as you want, or none if you prefer. He leans his forehead against mine. I want whatever life you'll give me as long as it's with you. You've really thought about this. Every day since I woke up with your blood in my veins. He pulls back to meet my eyes. We're already bound, Lissa. Your blood saved me, fed me, brought me back from death itself. This would just make it official. And eternal. That's the idea. I think about the past 2 months. How we've learned to exist together without the twisted dynamics of our beginning. How he's supported my work with the guild, never trying to control or diminish. How I've helped him navigate the political aftermath of killing Thessarion, standing beside him as an equal. We're not perfect. We still fight, sometimes viciously. His protective instincts sometimes chafe against my independence. My survival mechanisms sometimes shut him out. But we're learning, growing, choosing each other daily. The ceremony, I say finally. Would it be public? Hope flares in his eyes. As public or private as you want. We could do it tomorrow with just Kral and Amelie, or wait and invite half the kingdom. And after? After we live. Freely. Honestly. Together. He reaches for the rings again. So what do you say, little weapon? Will you bind your soul to a reformed monster? You're not a monster, I correct, taking one of the rings. You never were, just lost. And now you're found. We both are. I slip the ring onto my finger, gasping as I feel the magic activate, a warm pulse that seems to echo my heartbeat. Yes, Drace, I'll be your mate, your equal, your forever. His smile is radiant as he puts on his own ring. The moment it settles, I feel it, a connection deeper than the blood we've shared, like two notes finding harmony, two shadows becoming one while maintaining their distinct shapes. Forever, he agrees, pulling me into a kiss that tastes of promises and new beginnings. When we part, the sun has nearly set, painting the garden in shades of purple and rose. I lean against his chest, feeling his heartbeat sync with mine through the bond. We should tell Kral and Amelie, I murmur, in a moment. His arms tighten around me. Let me enjoy this first, the quiet, the peace, the knowledge that you're mine as I am yours. Possessive, always. But now it goes both ways. He presses a kiss to my hair. How does it feel? The bond? I close my eyes, examining the new connection. It's not invasive or controlling, nothing like I feared. Instead, it's warm, steady, a constant awareness of him that feels like coming home. Like I can finally breathe, I admit. Like a piece I didn't know was missing just clicked into place. For me too. We sit as darkness falls, neither willing to break this perfect moment. Tomorrow will bring challenges, political ramifications, integration meetings, the complex work of building a life. But tonight, we're simply two people who've chosen each other completely. I love you, I tell him, the words still feeling new and precious. I love you too. He stands, pulling me up with him. Come, let's go scandalise my uncle with our impulsive, life-binding decision. He'll lecture us about proper procedures. Amelie will cry. Mandy will probably threaten you about treating me right. A standard evening, then. I laugh, letting him lead me toward the house where our chosen family waits. The rings pulse warm on our fingers, a constant reminder of the choice we've made. He stops at the garden's edge, turning back to look at me with such intensity it steals my breath. What? I ask. Nothing. Just thank you. For what? For saving me. In every way a person can be saved. He cups my face, thumbs stroking my cheekbones. For showing me that love doesn't have to be possession, that strength can coexist with softness, that broken people can choose to heal together rather than apart. We saved each other, I correct. That's what partners do. Partners, he repeats, tasting the word. I like that. Good, because you're stuck with me now, eternally. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. As we enter the house, our rings catching the light, I feel the truth of it in my bones. We've walked through darkness and shadow, through pain and betrayal, through death itself. But we've emerged into something neither of us expected, a future bright with possibility. The scared girl who was sold at auction is gone. The bitter lord who bought her has vanished too. In their place stand two people who've chosen to write a new story, one where love is freedom and bonds are strength. Our forever starts now, and I can't wait to see where it leads.
Chapter 29, Drace. The private chapel in Kral's estate has never seen a ceremony quite like this. Ancient dark elf tradition mixed with human customs, witnessed only by those who matter most. Candles flicker in the pre-dawn darkness, casting dancing shadows on stone walls that have stood for centuries. I stand before the altar trying to calm my racing heart. Not from fear. Never that, not anymore. But from the magnitude of what we're about to do. The soul bond rings already connect us, but the mating ceremony will seal it before the old gods and the new. Stop fidgeting, Kral murmurs beside me, serving as my witness. You faced death with more composure. Death was simpler, I reply, adjusting my ceremonial robes for the 10th time. They're midnight blue, trimmed with silver, traditional colors for binding ceremonies. Less permanent, he snorts. Only you would consider death less permanent than marriage. The doors open and my breath catches. Lissa enters on Amelie's arm, and the sight of her stops my world. She wears a gown of deep silver that shifts to purple in the candlelight, the colors of twilight, of transformation. Her silver-touched hair is woven with star jasmine and moonflowers, a crown of living beauty. But it's her eyes that undo me, storm silver bright with joy and certainty. Mandy follows as her second witness, finally healthy enough to walk unassisted. She gives me a look that promises violence if I hurt her friend, which I appreciate. Lissa deserves fierce protectors. As Lissa approaches, the soul bond rings pulse in unison, recognizing their match. She smiles at my expression, that warrior's confidence mixed with surprising softness that defines her. Beloved, Elder Tharin begins, his ancient voice filling the chapel. He's old enough to remember when these ceremonies were common, before politics made them rare. We gather in the sight of all gods to witness an eternal binding. The ceremony itself is simple, deceptively so for something so permanent. We face each other, hands joined, as Tharin speaks words in the old tongue that make the air itself thrum with power. Do you, Drace Marithar, offer your life, your blood, your soul to this binding? I do. The words come out steady despite my thundering heart. In darkness and light, in joy and sorrow, in this life and what may come after. Do you, Lissa? Tharin pauses, looking to her. Just Lissa, she says firmly. I choose to carry no name but the one I claim myself. I squeeze her hands, proud of her strength. She's no longer property with a number, no longer defined by her past. She's simply, powerfully, herself. Do you, Lissa, offer your life, your blood, your soul to this binding? I do. Her voice rings clear as crystal. In darkness and light, in joy and sorrow, in this life and what comes after. Tharin produces a ceremonial blade, its edge gleaming with enchantment. This is the old way, blood to seal what rings began. I take the blade first, drawing it across my palm in a practiced motion. The cut is clean, deep enough to bleed freely but not damage. Lissa mirrors me without hesitation, her steady hands showing no fear. We press our bleeding palms together, and the magic ignites. It's nothing like the gentle pulse of the rings. This is fire and lightning, shadow and starlight. I feel her, truly feel her, as our blood mingles. Her strength, her pain, her fierce love. Every wall between us dissolves, leaving only truth. Through the bond, I sense her feeling me too. My devotion, my regrets, my absolute certainty that she is my forever. The connection deepens, settles, becomes as natural as breathing. By blood and choice, by soul and flesh, You're bound, Theron intones. Let no force divide what love has joined. You are mate and mate, one soul in two bodies, until the stars burn dark. Until the stars burn dark, we repeat in unison. Then I'm kissing her, pouring everything I am into the connection. She responds with equal fervor, our audience forgotten. Through the completed bond, I feel her joy echoing mine, doubling and redoubling until we're both breathless. I present Lord and Lady Murthar, Theron announces with amusement. Just Lissa, she corrects against my lips, making me laugh. Just Lissa, I agree. My mate, my equal, my everything. The small reception passes in a blur of congratulations and wine, but I'm aware only of her. The constant warm presence in my mind, the way she glows with happiness. When she laughs at something Mandy says, I feel it resonate through the bond. When she catches my eye across the room, heat flares between us. Go, Amelie finally says, shooing us toward the door, before you scandalize Elder Theron with your obvious impatience. Lissa blushes, but I'm beyond such concerns. I sweep her into my arms, making her laugh. Tradition, I explain, carrying her from the chapel. I may be reformed, but some possessive gestures are worth keeping. Just get us to our chambers before you drop me, she says, but her arms tighten around my neck. Our chambers. The sweet kraal prepared for us overlooks the sea, close enough to hear the waves. It's decorated simply, we'll make it ours in time. For now, all that matters is the bed and the privacy to complete what we've begun. I set her down gently, suddenly nervous. We've been together before, but this is different. This is forever, sealed in blood and witnessed by gods. Second thoughts? She asks, reading my hesitation. Never. I frame her face with my hands, still marveling that she's mine. Just overwhelmed by how lucky I am. We make our own luck, she corrects, already working at the fastenings of my ceremonial robes. We chose this, chose each other, despite everything. Because of everything. I help her with the robes, then turn my attention to her gown. We were forged in darkness, Lissa. It made us strong enough to choose light. The gown pools at her feet, and I forget philosophy. She's magnificent in the moonlight streaming through the windows, all soft curves and hidden strength. The scars from our various battles map her skin like silver constellations. You're staring, she observes. I'm memorizing. I trace a particularly vivid scar on her shoulder from Thessarion's guard. Every mark, every line. You're my living poem now. Pretty words. But through the bond I feel her pleasure at them. I lift her again, carrying her to the bed with more care than I've ever shown anything. She pulls me down with her, and then we're lost in each other. Hands relearning familiar territory made new by our bond. Mouths speaking promises without words. I worship every inch of her, starting with deep kisses that leave us both breathless. My hands map her body with reverent touches, feeling her shiver beneath me. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
By the time exhaustion claims us, the sun is high and we're completely, irrevocably bound. House later, I wake to find her watching me, a soft smile on her lips. What? I ask, voice rough with sleep. Nothing. Just thinking about how far we've come. She touches my scars, then her own. From chains to choices, from ownership to partnership. From darkness to light, I add, No. She shakes her head. We're still creatures of shadow, you and I. We've just learned to find beauty in the darkness. I consider this, feeling the truth of it through our bond. We'll never be creatures of pure light. Too much damage, too many sharp edges. But together, we make something beautiful from the broken pieces. I can live with that, I decide. Good, because you're stuck with me now. She grins, young and free in a way I've never seen before. Forever and ever. Forever and ever, I agree, and pull my mate back into my arms where she belongs. Outside, the sea sings its eternal song. Inside, two souls made one finally rest, content in the knowledge that whatever comes next, they'll face it together. The monster and the weapon have become something else entirely. Two people who chose love over fear, connection over control, forever over temporary. And that's the greatest transformation of all.